Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Chamber. Sound. Assembly 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 chamber. Sound.
Thank you, members. Please take your seats. Members, before we begin today's business, I just want to briefly return to our rules and conventions in relation to the authority of the Chair. So you may remember that on the 9th of September this year, the Speaker reminded us all as members that Standing Order 1(2) is clear that the ruling of the Chair is final in all matters of procedure. Regardless of a member's view on how a Speaker or a Deputy Speaker has dealt with something, it is out of order to challenge whomever is in the chair. The Speaker made clear that there is no decision or no discussion to be had on this issue. The Speaker also pointed out that there is a precedent for members not being called to contribute to further business if they continue to challenge the authority of the Chair. Okay, members, if that's clear, I move on now to the first item of business on the order paper, and that is members' statements. I also want to remind members, if they wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. I also want to say that the Speaker previously reminded members that members' statements are for a single issue and not for a series of issues. Members have previously been reminded of Standing Order 24A, which states that a statement must relate to a topical matter of public interest and should not be used to impugn or attack another member. Members should be minded and mindful of this when making their contributions. I would also like to remind members that interventions are not permitted. I will not be taking any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. So I call Nicola Brogan.
I would like to take the opportunity this morning to raise the very serious issue of inadequate car parking and drop-off points and facilities at St Connor's Primary School in Armagh, and to urge the Education Minister to support the school in their efforts to resolve this matter. This issue is causing serious safety concerns in the area, particularly for the safety of school children attending the primary school, but also for local residents and pedestrians in the area. St Connor's is an excellent, thriving primary school with a bustling school community of around 450 pupils. It is located between two very busy through roads that are used by many drivers to bypass Armagh town, causing increased traffic. And both roads are also lined with housing developments with hundreds of residential properties. So there is a huge disruption in the morning and afternoon when parents dropping off and picking up their children. Many parents end up parking at the side of the road, blocking other road users and even blocking access to some homes. This issue has been ongoing for some years now and has been a matter of great frustration and worry for the school leadership and staff and local residents who are impacted by the huge volume of traffic in the area. It's obviously a very serious concern for parents too, who worry about the safety of their children going to and from school. The school leadership have worked incredibly hard over a number of years to find a solution to this issue and to ensure that pupils are safe. They have worked alongside Fermanagh and Omagh District Council, local residents and local elected representatives to highlight the serious risks associated with the issue to the Department of Education, the Education Authority and DFI, and to urge all involved to find the solution quickly. It is my understanding that the Council and the school have identified a suitable area of land that the Department of Education could develop into a safe space for parents to drop off and pick up their children from St Connors. I would again urge the Department of Education and all relevant stakeholders to work together and make the necessary changes so that children can attend the school safely and residents don't face this level of disruption on a daily basis. And I know that the Council has recently invited the Education Minister to St Connors to see for himself the disruption that is faced here daily. Unfortunately, he's been unable to attend so far, but I would again like to extend an invitation to the Education Minister to come down to the constituency and see for himself the risks that are involved here.
Thank you, Nicola. I call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I was looking at the tweet last night from the Lions Party, and it reminds me of the Oompa Loompas from Charlie's Wonka factory in terms of the content. And on a more serious note, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, it's disappointing that the Alliance Minister has chosen this particular attack on policing who are very vulnerable at the moment in terms of those numbers. And if the Minister thinks by attacking the DUP for standing up for policing is wrong, well then we're wrong. But we will continue to stand up for policing whenever this Minister has let policing down within Northern Ireland. There is some claims that devolution, whenever it collapsed, was the cause of the decrease in numbers. What utter nonsense. Because of course, if the Minister had left the department in a good shape, the trajectory of the department, the trajectory of policing would have continued to increase. But let's look at the record of the Minister, and of course, it's the Federation have come out, they took a shot and they didn't miss in terms of what they said about this current Minister. They have rebuked this Minister because she is utterly wrong. Utterly wrong. Let's look at the record. If it hadn't have been for the current Chief Constable, who has been vociferous in his fight for policing and making the strongest possible case for numbers because the Minister has failed to do anything. The Chief Constable made the case directly to Downing Street. What happened to the Chief Constable for that? The Minister and the little helpers rebuked the Chief Constable, but of course he ignored that because he wanted to put the police in the strongest possible position that they could do. So I am not, or my party are not going to take any lectures from this Minister who's normally missing in action, can merely come in here for question time, wouldn't be seen amongst us for any other debate, but to go out and put tweets out and Facebook posts out claiming that we're responsible for the policing numbers. Because of course, she's back in post a considerable length of time, Principal Deputy Speaker. But the numbers haven't went up. Indeed, the current Chief Constable is now at risk of overspending the budget because he went out and took the pause off recruitment. He started recruiting on the basis that this Minister had promised a funding package, which he still hasn't got. On the basis of this Minister promised more money in the next monitoring round, which hasn't taken place. And she references her business case. This Minister has no business case. The business case squarely belongs to the Chief Constable. The Chief Constable made the case. The Chief Constable fought for policing, and this Minister has been absent.
Yeah. Okay, Trevor, thank you. I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Any member of this Assembly should agree a winter preparedness plan published on the 31st of December is not just slightly delayed, it is a complete failure. And yet, by the Department's own metric, according to the business plan they presented at the Health Committee last week, publishing on the very last day of the year would still be marked amber and considered as just some delays, but on track for the end of the year. That is a system designed to tick boxes, not to save lives. I know the Minister is probably sick of hearing me raise this, and I know to some it might sound inconsequential, just another delayed plan, but I've lived the impacts, I have seen the first hand, and I am telling him this is not just a delay on paper, this is a potential loss of life. This is a loss of workforce, and it is real. Last year it wasn't published until mid-November, and the Minister will be well aware of the pressures that had started long before that. The Royal College of Emergency Medicine at the time judged it too little, too late. Publishing a plan at that stage is simply inadequate. How can you claim to prepare for a storm when you're already standing in the eye of it? We were promised the Winter Preparedness Plan in August, then in September, and it is now into October and still no plan. Can we really trust the Department's commitments when this is the case, or are they just vague promises designed to give the illusion of progress, when in truth, targets are being missed and people are being harmed? The Minister disagreed with me yesterday that delays in publishing would impact workforce retention, and as a nurse I must wholeheartedly disagree with him. Every report, every review, every consultation highlights the same challenges, and workforce is always one of the biggest ones. It comes up again and again. So does the Minister really believe that this isn't contributing to the problem? That publishing late, that leaving staff without a plan isn't adding to the already crippling pressures, pushing nurses and healthcare staff out of the service? This may be just one issue of a long list, but it still has a very real and damaging impact that should not be dismissed. Maybe the Minister doesn't believe it impacts on staff, but what about the impact on loss of life? In Scotland, the Royal College of Emergency Medicine have estimated 818 excess deaths last year linked to long A&E waits. In Northern Ireland in 2022, the same method suggested more than 1,400 deaths. We are 2 years behind on the data, and Scotland has 3 times our population, yet our excess deaths then are approaching double theirs now. Excess deaths and dangerous delays cannot be dismissed as just a late policy paper. This is not about paperwork or process. It has real hard-hitting consequences for our health service, for our healthcare workers, for patients, and for the people we are here to represent. Every week without a plan means patients waiting longer, staff pushed further, and unnecessary loss of life. Something needs to change, and I encourage the Minister to act with urgency.
Thank you, Donny. I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. On the 7th of October 2023, 1,189 Israelis and other nationalities were murdered by Hamas and by other Palestinian terrorists. A further 251 were taken hostage into Gaza. The United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, which could hardly be credibly described as being supportive of Israel in any way, reported that there was considerable evidence of murder, torture, sexual violence, rape of men, women and children, mutilation, beheading, burning to death of children, old and young men and women alike, and other horrors too horrific and graphic to relate here to this Assembly. There is no justification under any terms for these attacks. None that even the most anti-Israeli or anti-Semitic of commentators could justify, having read this UN report. But still, day in, day out, we hear calls for support for the global intifada, and how often do we see and hear in our streets, to the rivers, to the sea. 2 statements that mean the death to all Jews everywhere. That this barbarity can occur in the 21st century is not a surprise. Similar horrors, including actual genocides in Darfur, Myanmar, Sudan, Syria, to the Yazidis, the Druze, and in the Democratic of the Congo, with equally appalling acts of humanity, have and are occurring. Though never a cheep or even a tweet from the anti-Israeli brigade at any cost for them. Remember, if it's not about Jews, it doesn't count. There's a prayer our Jewish friends say for the dead. It's called a Kaddish. As there are a few of us here in accordance with Jewish tradition, I'd ask you just to join me and bow our heads and join me in that prayer, commemorating the victims of the 7th of October and for a more tolerant nation. Magnified and sanctified is the great name of God throughout the world, which is created according to divine will. May the rule of peace be established speedily in our time, unto us and unto the entire household of Israel. Let us all say, Amen. May there be abundant peace for heaven, with life's goodness for us and for all thy people Israel. Let us say, Amen. May the one who brings peace to the universe bring peace to us and to all the people of Israel. Amen. Shalom. Israel. Amen. Peace upon all Israel and upon all the inhabitants of the earth. Shalom, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Steve. I call Cara Hunter.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak passionately on the issue of play and the provision of play parks in my constituency. And today I'm calling upon the Communities Minister to work closely with our councils on the provision of sport and play. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child is clear. Every child has the right to access play. Play is not a privilege, it is a right. Regrettably, in East Derry, however, what we have seen across our towns and our villages, from Limavady to Greysteel, from Castle Rock to Coleraine and beyond, play parks have been left to fall into neglect and disrepair. Particularly in one area, Kylemore and Coleraine, parents tell me of broken swings, rusted slides, glass and litter thrown across play areas that once brought joy and is now overrun with vandalism. In Mount Sandal, residents have said that the park is unchanged since they were children, and in Greysteel, sadly, what we did see for a number of years, there was a complete absence of a play park at all. And particularly in rural areas, I have concern about the lack of provision of play for our children. Just a few yards from my own constituency office, the play park beside the Mall Car Park in Coleraine has been described by one constituent as, quote, unusable, and from my observations it is indeed unused. This is what happens when play parks are treated as an afterthought and as something nice if budgets allow, instead of being the really core part of our community life, which they are. We wouldn't leave our roads, our schools, our libraries to rot, and yet we do with our play parks. Principal Deputy Speaker, I think we need to have a fundamental rethink of how we approach play and play parks and where they're placed across our council areas. Every child in every community, regardless if urban or rural, should have access to a modern, fun, safe and inclusive play park within reasonable distance of their home, and this really requires strategic thinking and proper investment. And for all those parents out there who have children with additional needs, I say that inclusive design must be the standard and not the exception. Every play park should be accessible to all of our children, and I'm calling upon the Communities Minister to work very closely with all council areas on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. I call Cathal Boylan.
Last week, I met with staff from St Patrick's Grammar School in Armagh. With a long history in Armagh having been established in 1838, the school building itself has been developed and added to over the years and is now home to over 850 pupils and 120 staff. However, with any long-standing building comes issues with regards to maintenance and upkeep. St Patrick's is no different. Both the original school building and the two-storey wing of the school, which was added in 1907, are uninsulated and therefore having an adverse impact on the school's interior. Areas of the external render are cracked and moisture has subsequently been trapped and sealed within the walls, causing issues internally with dampness. Majorly, the windows and the heating system in the school are in much need of attention. The heating in the school is primarily a one-pipe system and is inefficient to operate. The boiler and pumps are far away from the 1907 block, and there is a large volume of water required to be heated and fed through the system. Staff tell me that the radiators never get hot, they are tepid at best. Following the meeting on the 26th of September 2025 with the architects, the design team and the EA, it was noted that the team had explored various options which would be issued to the DE for consideration. I am therefore using my time here today to call on the Education Minister to urgently review the recommendations that have been made and work with the school to overcome the issues they face. In closing, I must commend the staff for their best efforts to ensure these issues do not affect the learning needs of their pupils. However, they deserve a safe and healthy environment to learn and study in. The need for the Department and EA to provide a comfortable environment is paramount, and I will continue to work with the school to achieve this.
Thank you, Cathal. I call Paul Frew.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise, like Steve Egan, to stand in reflection and remembrance on the 7th of October for that day 2 years ago, on the 7th of October 2023, the day that changed the world for every single Israeli citizen and every Palestinian in Gaza. and sent shockwaves through the world. And my heart goes out to all of those people today affected by that terrorist attack and the war then that pursued after it. And they have my sincere, mindful thoughts and prayers at this time. That Hamas attack on innocent civilians has absolutely no comparison to anything they did in their history. And that's saying something. This terrorist organisation used barbarism on a new scale, an evil that had no limits and absolutely no control. It was barbarism all unbound, and it brought destruction on so many people who were living peacefully in their kibbutz, and so many young people who were attending a Nova music festival. I had the honour of visiting the Nova Concert Festival site 6 months after the atrocious attack. And that has been very impactful to me and my experience and my worldview. But to see all of those young faces stand tall in remembrance and reflection, each one of them having lost their lives. And what struck me that day in that mournful scene was that each one of those faces, each one of those images that I seen, that I knew had left this scene of time, each one of them was smiling. And Hamas not only took their lives, but took their dreams and their hopes with them. And not only their dreams and their hopes, but their families. For every day since, there has been a missing person, an empty chair around a dining table, a member of community gone, lost, that paid so much effort in their own kibbutz. And it was a surreal experience, and one that will never leave me. So I stand here today in solemn remembrance of all of those people who lost their lives in that atrocious terrorist attack and also the war afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Colin McGrath.
Principal Deputy Speaker, once again we find ourselves in the deeply regrettable but frankly avoidable position in which our nurses, the backbone of our health service, are being forced to consider strike action. The Royal College of Nursing has begun balloting its members on whether to take to the picket line, not out of choice, but out of sheer frustration and necessity. It is a disgrace that 6 months into this financial year, our nurses are still waiting on their pay uplift. They have cared for us through crisis after crisis, through the pandemic and through the worst winters in living memory. And yet here we are again, watching the executive dither and delay while these dedicated professionals are left wondering when they'll be paid what they are rightly owed. I recently wrote to the First Ministers asking for an update on the pay award. I never received a reply. I asked the Finance Minister for an update on the pay award. He was cautiously optimistic. I asked the Health Permanent Secretary, who was hopeful. And yesterday, I listened carefully to the Health Minister's response in this chamber. I wanted to hear a clear answer, a date, a commitment, a sense of urgency. But there was none. And that silence speaks volumes. At this rate, the way the executive is going, we'll soon be in the next financial year before nurses see a penny of what's due to them this year. And that is simply unacceptable. Let me be absolutely clear. If this comes to strike action, then let no member of an executive party have the gall to stand on a picket line. You cannot preside over the delay, over the dither, over the indecision, and then turn up for a photo opportunity to show your so-called solidarity. Nurses don't need empty words or sympathetic tweets from this executive. They need fair pay. They need action. It's time that this executive stopped making excuses and started making payments. If this executive truly values our nurses, and wants to avoid strike action, then just pay the nurses what they are owed and what they have worked for, what they have promised, and do it now.
Thank you, Colin. I call Cathy Mason.
Concordia, we all know that a school is so much more than just a building. It's the hub of childhood memories, the Christmas plays that fill the Assembly Hall, and the fundraisers that bring the whole school community together, and the lifelong friendships that also begin within those school gates. But St Malachy's Primary School in Killeaf is the perfect example of this. It is so much more than just a school. It sits at the very heart of the village, parish life, and there's generations of our families connected to it. So the potential closure of St Malachy's has come as a great shock to the parents, the staff, and most importantly to the children who call it their school. Recently, I met with parents and the principal, and it's very clear that they are deeply committed to securing its future. Their message was very, very simple. This school matters, not just to Killeaf, but also to the wider community. It provides high-quality education in a caring, community-based setting, and it would be a loss that would be felt far beyond just those school gates. So following those discussions, I have written to the Education Minister and to the Education Authority, urging them to work with CCMS and the school to ensure that every possible option is fully considered before any decision is taken. One such option is a potential for a specialist provision in mainstream on the Killeaf site, and the school has already made its willingness known to the Education Authority to host such a provision, yet to date it has received no response. That to me simply is not acceptable. This is an EA who seemingly are blaming schools for not stepping up, and also particularly when the Downpatrick area has been identified as one of the most under pressure areas for special educational needs placement. At a time when children are having to travel to Belfast to access special support, it makes absolutely no sense to overlook a school that is just a few miles up the road, that has the space and the facilities and the willingness to help. Now, Concordia, let me be clear, a SPIM should never be used solely as a mechanism to keep a school open. But isn't it common sense, a child-centred solution that could address a clear need that is within the system? Rural schools like St Malachy's are the backbone of communities right across the north, and once they close, they don't come back. We must be doing everything in our power to protect them and to ensure that decisions are based not just on numbers alone, but on the people, the potential, and of course the community value. So I, Concordia, will continue to stand with the parents, the staff, and of course the children of St Malachy's Primary School in their campaign to keep their doors open and to make sure that their voices are heard.
Thank you. Cathy, I call Timothy Gosson.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow, the European Parliament is expected to pass an amendment to a bill which would ban the use of meaty terms for vegetarian products. If this becomes law, companies would be no longer allowed to market such as vegetarian sausage rolls or veggie burgers. This carries real consequences for Northern Ireland. Under the Windsor Framework, EU regulations continue to apply here. That means Northern Ireland producers could soon be banned from calling a vegetarian sausage roll a vegetarian sausage roll, while the exact same product made in Great Britain could be sold under its familiar name. In other words, Greg's famous vegan sausage roll would remain perfectly legal so long as it arrives via the Windsor Framework's green lane. But if the same roll were baked in Belfast, if this is indeed passed, it will need a new name, perhaps plant-based pastry tube, to satisfy the EU sensitivities. This neatly illustrates the democratic deficit and commercial distortion created by the Windsor Framework. Once again, Northern Ireland finds itself bound by rules it did not make, subject to decisions to which no one in Northern Ireland has a vote. While the European Parliament debates what a sausage roll can be called, businesses here must brace for yet another layer of regulation that applies in Belfast but not in Birmingham. That is not the unfettered access we were promised, and it underscores how the so-called Green Lane is in fact a border within our own country. If this amendment passes, it will be one more reminder that the people of Northern Ireland are governed by laws made elsewhere, right down to what we can write on a bakery label. Even in our own Stormont canteen, the famous beetroot burger faces the chop. That may seem a small matter, but it speaks volume about sovereignty, equality and common sense, all of which are missing from this arrangement.
Thank you, Timothy. I call Diane Forsyth.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and last night my constituency of South Down was severely affected by a council decision. The majority of Newry, and Down councillors voted that Newry City and our district should become a city and council of sanctuary. And out of 41 councillors, the 5 DUP councillors have stood firm throughout in their opposition to this, alongside the single UUP councillor, but they're hugely in the minority. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the process by which we have arrived here today is shameful. Time and time again, we have seen legitimate concerns of local people on issues surrounding immigration disregarded, ignored, and in fact openly mocked in Council last night, where this has been another episode in this unfortunate series. The Council decided to progress on this path. They did not provide answers or clear information to local councillors with concerns. There was no public consultation. The public learnt of this in the press and had many questions. They went to councillors and Council Direct and received nothing. The Council then issued a scant frequently asked question document answering the questions that they in Council decided needed to be answered, not those of the public. The people arranged a public meeting in a local place inviting Council to outline the plans and what it meant. The Council blocked the meeting and it didn't occur. The people then took to the streets of Newry City to voice their concerns, and only 2 DUP councillors went along to speak and share in the concerns of the wider public. Newry and Down Council need to be honest about the practicalities and costs of what this means for the people within the district. We need to have the details to address the legitimate concerns raised by many. Where people are ignored and silenced, trust is lost. Our DUP team have significant concerns of what this charter might mean for encouraging illegal immigrants to come to this country. It could actually create a barrier to lawful and justified removal of those who come here illegally. The fact that legitimate concerns time and time again are ignored in this House and throughout our councils, swept under the carpet, and the lack of respect serves no good end. And this is commonplace in our Sinn Féin dominated council, where our unionist councillors time and time again, severely in the minority, are shut out, cast aside and shown a huge lack of respect, and Council needs to tread carefully. A Council ignoring genuine concerns, ignoring local people, is a Council destined for a difficult path. So we in the DUP will always speak up on this, even if we are standing alone. We will speak up for common sense, and we will speak up for the ratepayers of our district who have legitimate concerns. They deserve to be heard.
Thank you, Diane. That ends member statements. If members take their ease, do we change top table, please? Thank you.
Okay, Tim. Okay. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity to make a statement to the Assembly on the recent suspected case of highly pathogenic avian influenza at a commercial poultry premises outside Omagh, County Tyrone. A veterinary investigation was instigated on Friday the 3rd of October 2025 at a commercial broiler breeder poultry premises outside Omagh, County Tyrone, after a number of mortalities. Samples were taken for testing at the Agri-Food Biosciences Institute. Following the preliminary results from AFBI, which indicated the presence of HPAI H5N1, the Chief Veterinary Officer took the decision, based on a number of factors, including the preliminary results, clinical signs and the epidemiological picture, to establish 2 temporary control zones centred on the affected premises. The 3-kilometre TCZ-A and 10-kilometre TCZ-B were introduced on Sunday, the 5th of October 2025, effective from 9 a.m. This is the first suspected case of HPAI in a commercial poultry premises in Northern Ireland since the last confirmed case on the 24th of February 2025. I'm sure you will agree with me, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this is devastating news for the premises owner concerned and also for the wider industry. The last confirmed case of HPAI H5N1 in a wild bird collected in Northern Ireland was on the 24th of July 2025. England have continued to have cases of HPAI in poultry premises throughout the spring and summer of 2025, with the most recent case confirmed on the 20th of September 2025 in a commercial poultry premises in Cumbria. Avian influenza, commonly known as bird flu, is a highly contagious viral disease affecting the respiratory, digestive and/or nervous system of many species of birds, and it is essential to emphasise that failure to report it constitutes an offence. The advice from the Public Health Agency notes avian influenza is primarily a disease of birds, and the risk to general public's health is very low. The advice from the Food Standards Agency notes avian influenza poses a very low food safety risk for UK consumers, and that properly cooked poultry and poultry products, including eggs, are safe to eat. Northern Ireland relies heavily on the wider agri-food industry as a source of employment. Poultry and egg production contribute significantly to the agri-food economy and is valued at over £600 million, and it is vital that we protect this industry. In terms of actions taken, I want to outline the measures being taken by my department in response to this incursion. My department commenced a full depopulation of the site on Tuesday, the 7th of October 2025. I want to put on record my thanks for the engagement and cooperation of the flock owner during a time which I recognise is incredibly difficult for them and their families. My department has also implemented disease control zones which have been placed around the premises, and the necessary surveillance activities are ongoing. All flock keepers within the disease control zones will be contacted with information on the restrictions and the requirements laid down by my department for the movement of poultry and poultry-related products. A movement licensing centre has been established to facilitate these movements. My departmental officials, including the Chief Veterinary Officer, remain in close contact with colleagues across other jurisdictions and are keeping key stakeholders in the industry updated. In terms of next steps and communications, I will keep in regular and close contact with my colleagues in Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland. I will ensure updates are provided as necessary to my executive colleagues, and also, very importantly, the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee in the first instance. I will be happy to return to the House if there is any further significant and serious developments in the time ahead. My officials will continue extensive ongoing engagement with officials across all jurisdictions. They will also ensure regular and timely updates to all of our key stakeholders. My department will also continue to deploy wide-ranging communications, reminding all flock keepers of the necessity of adhering to high levels of biosecurity. Comprehensive biosecurity guidance is available on the DAERA website, and adherence to this protects against disease spread. This guidance emphasises the importance of maintaining high biosecurity standards to help reduce the risk of transmission of these diseases. Continued vigilance is paramount, and it is essential private veterinary practitioners and flock keepers remain alert to any unusual symptoms, reporting these immediately to a veterinarian or directly to DAERA. Further detail, including photos of clinical signs, are also available on the DAERA website. We must continue to convey clear messages of maintaining high biosecurity standards and properly report any unusual symptoms to help protect Northern Ireland's farms and wider industry. I would request at this time that members assist us in disseminating key messages regarding maintaining vigilance, high biosecurity and the need for farmers to immediately report any unusual symptoms. These steps will further help to ensure the protection of our livestock and the agricultural sector, which is vital to our economy. Thank you.
I call on Patsy McClone. Patsy.
Thank you, Minister, as well. Minister, I suppose all our hearts go out to any family, any farm family, this affected with this particular outbreak of, or any particular outbreak that affects their flock, their herd, and the reinstatement of their business will take a number of months. But can I ask, Minister, there was a particular anomaly previously where from notification to actual verification of the disease, that lapse period, there wasn't compensation necessarily available to the farmer. Can you advise if that anomaly has been rectified?
Outlined, this is reported to yourselves in the House as a suspected case because we need to get the results back from the National Laboratory, so we have to follow a process around that. But if a notifiable strain of avian influenza is confirmed on a premises, then compensation based on current market value will be payable for all poultry culled at the Department's direction.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And like the Minister and the Speaker before me, I'd like to just say that the depopulation of the farm will be happening as we speak, and our thoughts are with them because this has wide-ranging implications. But the Minister did outline that this is the first outbreak since February in Northern Ireland in 2025, but there has been other outbreaks in England and in other jurisdictions. Can the Minister outline if there's any cross-jurisdictional intelligence gathering going on in terms of trying to prevent and better coordinate early identification of outbreaks in other jurisdictions?
There is significant engagement that occurs north-south and east-west by veterinary service colleagues within the department, and I want to reassure you that that's ongoing. I've also contacted my colleague in the south, Martin Hayden, and I also spoke to my counterparts, the Scottish and Welsh ministers, on Sunday when I was at the Anuga conference in Germany. So there is significant engagement ongoing. There is a real need for us all to accentuate the importance of biosecurity around this, because that is our best protection method in terms of the risk of avian influenza. And I would say, and I would echo the comments that's been said so far, that in terms of our concern for the premises affected by this, in some ways this is an exemplar premises, are practicing the best in biosecurity. And what it does emphasise is the challenges we have in terms of the impact that this can have and the need for us all collectively to do what we can to try to protect agri-food in Northern Ireland from avian influenza.
I thank the Minister for his statement, and certainly as a local rep in that area, I've been speaking to poultry farmers who are extremely concerned about this outbreak and the potentially devastating consequences it could have. I just want to turn back to the, I note from your statement, Minister, that a full depopulation is commencing today, and it may involve up to 20,000 birds, I believe. But just want to double back on the support. Can you confirm that there will be financial support for the farmer impacted, given the huge devastating impact this will have on their business and livelihood? Thank you.
So there will be compensation for the birds that are culled at our direction, and also in terms of the initial disinfection that takes place, and we will cover the cost of that. The depopulation will be starting late this morning. It's approximately 23,000 birds that will be depopulated, but I want to give a reassurance that we will cover the costs of those birds that are being depopulated at our direction, and also the initial costs of disinfection.
And thank the Minister for his statement here this morning. Could the Minister detail the budget he has available to deal with this type of outbreak, and what mechanism is in place within his department to deal with crisis incidents and financially support those who have been adversely affected across sectors, be that horticulture, poultry, fishing or others?
So the budget position that we have in year here in Northern Ireland is extremely challenging, and I understand that there's potential that there will only be one monitoring round coming up, which will be in December. So the challenge will be, how do we meet the cost of this? But I can give you assurance and give the House an assurance in relation to this that we will meet it. That means it's going to be tough for us internally, but it's important we meet the cost of compensation around this, because there's a significant impact in terms of the premises holder. Veterinary service are adept at responding to these crises and have been very prompt in dealing with this, to the extent that they were meeting at 8 o'clock on Sunday morning to deal with this, and they will continue to work through this. But it's really important collectively that as a department we support the agri-food industry, and I'm very proud of the veterinary service and the work that they do, but also as members in this House we accentuate that importance of biosecurity.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for the statement. I'm also thinking of those impacted at the affected site and want to put that on the record. But can I ask the Minister to inform us or remind us, as the case may be, if there is a legal requirement for all bird keepers to register their birds and if there will be ongoing communications about this registration?
Thank you, John. It's a mandatory legislative requirement that all keepers of birds, except keepers of pet birds kept in the owner's home, must be registered with DAERA. This registration enables DAERA to communicate with bird keepers quickly to manage potential disease outbreaks. Registered keepers will receive important information on biosecurity rules and disease outbreaks to help protect their flocks from the threat of avian influenza. Also, having the information on the location of all susceptible kept birds allows for more effective surveillance in disease control zones and to meet disease freedom requirements for trade purposes following an outbreak of disease in Northern Ireland. The message is that if you are not registered, do that today.
And I thank the Minister for his statement. As you know, I am a representative of OMA as well, and this is obviously very concerning for our poultry farmers and farmers right across the constituency, so I'm glad to see there's swift action taken. In regard to the temporary controlled zones that you've mentioned 2 there, 3 and 10 kilometres. I might also add I'm glad your diseases don't understand borders, so I'm glad you're working with your counterparts in the south regarding this. But in regards to the temporary controlled zones, are these still in effect from Sunday, and how long do you think they'll be in place for?
So they are still in effect, and we will take advice from the Chief Veterinary Officer in terms of any movements to relax those restrictions. They're in place in terms of 2 zones, and it's really important that we manage movements in this area so we can restrict the spread of this issue. The issue of avian influenza doesn't respect borders, and that's why it's important that we cooperate north and south. So both Chief Veterinary Officers from north and south are cooperating on this, and I've also reached out to my counterpart in the south, and down south they've also issued messaging around this. So it's really important that I came here as the House to update you on this. If this issue occurs again, I will write to the committee and keep you appraised of this. But as we're moving into the winter months, there's a likelihood that we may see more of this. But it's really important what we do is we accentuate the importance in terms of biosecurity.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, the Minister, for his statement. Obviously, this is a very serious issue. Could I ask the Minister, how can the spread of disease be minimised?
So the spread of the disease can be minimised primarily through the biosecurity measures that I've outlined, and they're available on the DAERA website. And in terms of the premises affected, they have excellent biosecurity to the extent that anyone coming in and leaving the premises have to go through relevant checks around this. But it's important we do that at all premises, and also people need to be very conscious in terms of the risk in terms of storms and the ingress that can occur. So it's important that when the period is now when the storms are not occurring, that people take evaluation of the premises to make sure that they're protecting it against any water ingress or in terms of access from rodents. They're key issues that we can take action on.
I'd like to thank the Minister for making his statement here this morning. Minister, can you outline how DAERA intends to escalate disease control measures if this outbreak actually intensifies? And just supplementary to that, how will these steps ensure that the wider poultry industry isn't affected? Minister.
So there's a number of steps that we can take in addition to what I've outlined now, and obviously we'll take that in terms of advice from the Chief Veterinary Officer. The additional actions that we can take around this is in terms of making Northern Ireland an entire control zone, and we've done that previously, and we can take that step, but we need to take this in terms of the context of the risks that we're facing, and then also we can issue a housing order. So we can step through those. I will be advised by officials in that regard. Officials will continue to engage with industry in regards to this. The impact in terms of the industry, I'm very conscious of that, and that's why we're continuing to engage with them. And the best thing we all can do collectively is to accentuate that point around biosecurity, and as a department we fulfil our duty in terms of compensation of the birds that are culled at our direction.
Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement this morning, and I share members' concern, and I'm thinking of the producer affected. Minister, the vaccination of poultry and most captive birds against avian influenza is not currently permitted. Can you give me an understanding of why DAERA continues to prohibit avian flu vaccination for poultry in Northern Ireland despite the threat of outbreaks and the economic importance of the poultry industry?
Thank you, Dan. It is DAERA's policy not to permit the vaccination of birds outside of zoos as an immediate disease control response. Stamping out is the most effective means of controlling an outbreak. A high standard of biosecurity, separation of poultry from wild birds, and careful surveillance for signs of disease also remains the most effective means of controlling the disease and protecting other animals. Due to the role of zoos in global conservation, vaccination of zoo birds is permitted in Northern Ireland. To date, no zoo birds have been vaccinated. The UK continues to invest in avian influenza research, and we monitor the current situation and vaccine usage both in Europe and globally, as well as the effectiveness of any disease control measures taken, including vaccine deployment. DEFRA, in conjunction with the Veterinary Medicines Directorate, will continue to monitor the development and availability of vaccines for their utility in preventing and responding to avian influenza outbreaks as they are put forward for market authorisation by vaccine manufacturers. Any future decisions on disease control measures, including the use of vaccination, will be based upon the latest scientific and veterinary advice.
Minister, what signs should the keeper of birds look out for in relation to avian flu?
The main clinical signs of HPAI in birds are swollen head, blue discoloration of neck and throat, loss of appetite, respiratory distress, diarrhoea, fewer eggs laid, increased mortality, and also low pathogenic avian influenza is usually less serious. It can cause mild breathing problems, but affected birds will not always show clear signs of infection. The severity of LPAI depends on the type of bird and whether it has other illnesses.
Speaker, Minister, we know this strain of bird flu is an airborne virus. Concerns have been raised with me that it has taken the department until today to cull the remaining birds in sight. Due to the ventilation in poultry houses, this may have allowed the virus to spread, especially during the storm. Poultry farmers tell me the department is short-staffed and slow to respond. Why has it taken 4 days to depopulate the remaining birds in this site?
Mr Gaston, gas has arrived on site and depopulation is occurring this morning. I want to thank veterinary service staff for the work that they're doing in regards to this. This is a challenging situation in terms of the site that's been affected, but work is underway in terms of depopulation of the site.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her statement to the House today. My thoughts are with the farmers involved. While farmers are compensated for their birds, they have no compensation for loss of income, which is a big issue for them. Loss of income can be very detrimental to a business. Given that there's been no outbreaks in Northern Ireland of bird flu from February 25, have we any idea of the source of infection? For instance, are there any other outbreaks in a neighbouring jurisdiction of the Republic of Ireland?
So in terms of compensation, we are guided by the legal varies that the department has, and we will, as I've outlined, compensate for the birds that are culled at our direction, and also in terms of the initial disinfection of the premises. In terms of the wider issue, in terms of how this occurred, this just highlights the real challenges in terms of avian influenza and how it's a real issue for us in terms of the importance of biosecurity, but also the fact that those premises with the highest biosecurity operating on exemplar premises can be affected by this. And the veterinary service will continue their investigations in regards to this. We will continue to do our work in terms of depopulation of the site, but collectively together we can send a message that biosecurity is important and that it's important to adhere to the advice issued.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions on the statement. We'll take our ease for a few moments while we find the Chair of the Finance Committee. Thanks, Minister. is. It is definitely up to me. The next item of business is to approve a statutory rule. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Coronavirus Act 2020 Registration of Deaths and Stillbirths Extension No. 2 Order Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Finance to move the motion. John.
Moved.
Thank you. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
As members will be aware, this order seeks to extend powers introduced in the Coronavirus Act 2020 relating to the registration of deaths and stillbirths for this further 6 months, from the 24th of September 2025 to the 24th of March 2026. The specific powers included in this order concern the way that these registrations are conducted. Firstly, they enable individuals to choose to register a death or stillbirth remotely. Although they can opt to come into a registration office in person, these provisions give the next of kin a choice to do this over the telephone in their own environment, recognising this can be a hugely stressful and distressing time for family members. Secondly, the powers enable participants in the registration process to exchange important documents electronically between doctors and the registrar, and from the registrar to the undertaker. These exchanges can happen electronically, lessening the burden on family members. It will be clear to the Assembly why these provisions were important in the context of the pandemic. These temporary changes to the registration process reduced the need for face-to-face contact, both for grieving and sometimes vulnerable members of the public and for registration staff. They enable the registration system to continue to operate even when their services were sadly under significant pressure. However, in the 5 years that have passed since the start of the pandemic, the recent arrangements have become the normal means by which the vast majority of the registrations take place. They have helped the registration process be more empathetic and efficient. They carry the support of stakeholders. Most importantly, these provisions ease the burden on grieving members of the public. When someone is coming to terms with the death of a loved one, it is right that we should not burden them unnecessarily. While offering them a choice about how to register a death and conducting some of the paperwork electronically might seem like a small thing, they can make a big difference. In short, although these powers were introduced as the pandemic took hold, they have become the established means by which deaths and stillbirths are registered, and they have helped the registration service become more empathetic, more modern and more efficient. Given the positive effect of these provisions, it is right that we should make these temporary powers permanent rather than continue to depend on the Coronavirus Act. The Deaths, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill, which has recently completed its committee scrutiny, will provide for both the electronic transfer of documents between stakeholders and for the registration of deaths and stillbirths by telephone. The bill also enables me to progress a baby loss certificate scheme, which recognises the suffering of families who endure the pain of pregnancy loss before 24 weeks. Today's extension order will consequently provide the time required for the Assembly to consider the bill, and I trust make permanent the temporary powers of the Coronavirus Act. In bringing this extension order, I recognise that it is not desirable to continue to depend on the powers of the Coronavirus Act. However, I hope that the Assembly will be reassured by our determination to end the use of these orders by the work that is underway to make the relevant powers permanent, and look favourably on this motion. Should this extension not be approved today, the existing powers will fall, requiring a return to pro-COVID death and stillbirth procedures. Relatives again will be required to attend registration offices irrespective of their personal circumstances, and to transport paper forms between doctors, registration staff and undertakers. As set out in earlier debates in these matters, this will be a retrograde step which is not in the interest of the public, registration service or funeral directors, and I hope the Assembly will concur. I am consequently recommending a further extension of the powers included in this order. They have enabled the provision of a modern, empathetic registration service over the last 5 years. By extending these provisions today, we will be able to continue providing this service, which has been welcomed by stakeholders, and create space for the permanent legislation to be put in place. I commend this order to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Matthew O'Toole, Chair of the Finance Committee. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just going to reflect on the deliberations of the Committee for Finance on this piece of secondary legislation. The Committee has had both written and oral briefings on these legislative provisions, and the Department's work in relation to this on several occasions in the past. The Committee has also previously agreed a number of statutory rules made under these provisions from the Coronavirus Act 2020 relating to the recording of deaths and stillbirths. I should note that these extensions provided by the statutory rules will be rendered unnecessary, as the Minister says, when the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill receives royal assent. I am delighted to confirm that the Committee has completed its report on the bill, and hopefully, I don't think the Minister did give a date, but it would be helpful if he could give us a little more date when consideration stage will be brought forward. The Committee, who obviously keen that that's brought forward as soon as possible. At its meeting on the 10th of September 2025, the Committee agreed that it was content with the proposed statutory rule SL1 and to extend the temporary provisions under the Act until 24th March 26. The Department has indicated the bill will have completed its legislative process by this time and no further extensions will be required. The Committee considered the statutory rule at its meeting on 1st of October 2025. The examiner of statutory rules did not draw this attention to the Assembly or the Committee, and therefore recommended that it be approved by the Assembly. As this is the last time, we hope, these regulations will be brought, I would like to thank departmental officials for keeping the Committee abreast with the laying of these regulations in the development of the Deaths, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill. I'm going to put on the record our particular acknowledgement to our erstwhile colleague, Mr Paul Frew, MLA, who was I think it's fair to say most assiduous in following these matters, I think, to put it diplomatically, and it's somewhat strange that he's not here debating these, but in any case, thank him for his contribution and his close attention he paid to these matters over the last number of years. He definitely, we have hopefully got a piece of primary legislation soon to be on the statute books, and I would just acknowledge that there's been good collaborative working between the officials, the Minister and the Committee in terms of getting the Deaths, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill progressed. I think it's a really positive thing, and particularly in the context of it being Baby Loss Awareness Week from, I think, either tomorrow or Thursday. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a positive example of a Committee, Minister and officials working together. So the Committee supports this motion to approve the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to make the point that has been consistently made by my colleague Paul Frew, who we are thankful for his time on the Finance Committee as he's moved on to Chair Justice. But as was said by the Chair, he made the point consistently, and I will make it again, that we are disappointed that some 4 years on from the pandemic that we still exist under the rules of coronavirus regulation, and we would like to see them removed as soon as possible. And in that respect, it is disappointing to be here for another extension. However, we fully accept that these regulations on the electronic registration of deaths and stillbirths is good practical law that, as the Minister outlined, helps both to keep the process efficient and reduces the trauma of families at a difficult time. And I want to thank those working within his department and the GRO for bringing forward this at pace and being available to the committee at every opportunity. And also on this Baby Loss Awareness Week, it is great to see that this has been able to be extended to include the baby loss certificates whenever this legislation actually comes forward. And just want to make the point in the chamber that we remember all of those lost babies and we pray for the families throughout this week and are there for them throughout the rest of the year. So the DUP support this extension on the expectation that this will be the last extension, and we welcome the bringing forward of this permanent legislation. Thank you.
Thanks to the Minister for bringing this forward, and as has been previously said by other speakers, this is a piece of progressive legislation that was obviously brought in during COVID, which is now going to be made permanent with the moves that the Minister has made. And I think it is just that it's taken place in Baby Awareness Week, Baby Loss Awareness Week as well. And obviously we heard as a committee a lot of the lived experience of those parents that have suffered a baby loss. And I think the addition to the permanent legislation, which will include a baby loss certificate scheme, is something that's been really welcomed by those parents and by the public more generally. So again, it's good that we have progressed to the stage that we are, and I hope that without further delay we will see this progressive legislation made permanent. Thank you.
Much indeed. Minister DeWine, please.
Thank you, Lance Collier. I want to thank members who have commented on the order and I welcome their remarks in relation to it. I also want to express my thanks to the Chairman and members of the Finance Committee who have carried out the scrutiny of the order. As members have reflected, our objective in bringing this order is both to continue to provide a registration service which meets the needs of the public and allow time for the permanent legislation in the form of the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill to replace existing Corona Act provisions. Just in response to the Chair's question as to when the next stage will be, I expect consideration stage later this month. So then it will be within the hands of the Assembly as to how we move forward, but with a fair wind behind us, I would hope that the legislative journey within the Assembly will be completed around December time. That's moved. And it is fitting, as those who have commented in relation to, as this week as we enter Baby Loss Week, that we are moving legislation forward to help families in those awful times and to mark the loss of their baby as well. Yes.
Appreciate the Minister taking intervention, and as you've said, this is Baby Loss Awareness Week and it begins on Thursday, and I think it's very important that we get an understanding that if the legislation is going to consider backdating and ensuring that mothers who have lost babies and families who have lost babies in the past will be able to get the baby loss certificates, or that it will at least be considered as part of the legislation.
Thank the member for intervention, and yes, that will be part of the legislation. I think it is only right and proper that we do that. In conclusion, I thought it was on the tip of a number of committee members' tongues when they said, we're thankful that Mr. Frew had, I thought you were going to say moved on. So maybe you were just thinking it. No, but I also want to thank Mr. Frew for his contribution to the committee through his time here, and he always quite clearly had views in relation to the use of the Coronavirus Act. I share those views, well, some of those views, I have to put on some of the views, but we have to move beyond the Coronavirus Act in this regard, and the legislation is now in place. But I do commend this order to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the Coronavirus Act 2020 Registration of Deaths and Stillbirths Extension No. 2 Order Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion on a mother and baby unit. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the importance of a regional mother and baby unit to support mothers with postpartum mental health issues, acknowledges that such a unit would enable mothers to remain with their babies while accessing specialist inpatient care, notes that giving birth can be one of the most fulfilling and joyous times in a mother's life, further notes that some mothers experience serious mental health challenges after birth, including postpartum psychosis, affirms that mothers deserve access to inpatient care that allows them to stay with their babies while receiving the support they need, further acknowledges that we remain the only part of these islands without a dedicated mother and baby unit, expresses concern at the ongoing lack of provision, calls on the Minister of Health to provide an update on the current business case for the establishment of a mother and baby unit, and further calls on the Minister to put in place interim measures, including a dedicated board with staff trained in conditions such as postpartum psychosis, to ensure mothers in crisis can access appropriate support until that unit is developed, and to engage with his ministerial counterpart in the Department of Health in Dublin to ensure that services in that unit will be available to support mothers and babies throughout Ireland.
Okay. Thank you. And I call on Orla Flynn to move the motion. Orla.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the marshalled list, so the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time of the debate. Orla, could you please open the debate on the motion? Thank you.
And I rise to propose this motion calling for the urgent establishment of a dedicated mother and baby unit here in the north of Ireland. This motion is about compassion, equality and the basic right of every woman to access the specialist care that she needs during one of the most vulnerable and transformative moments in her life. It is about ensuring that no mother ever again has to recover from birth in a psychiatric ward without her baby by her side. Bringing a child into the world should be a time of joy, safety and dignity. It should mark the start of a hopeful new chapter in a mother's life, not one defined by fear, isolation or trauma. But sadly, for too many women here in the north, that is not the reality. No mother should ever be separated from her baby in the days and weeks after birth. And yet that remains the reality for women in our communities who experience acute perinatal mental illness. These women are separated from their newborn babies and placed in general psychiatric wards. That is not compassionate care. It is a system that is failing women at their most vulnerable. And let us be clear about the severity of what we are dealing with. 1 in 5 women will experience mental health problems during pregnancy or after birth. That is very, very common, 1 in 5. And in the north, around 1,000 women each year will develop a severe postnatal illness, which can include postpartum psychosis, severe depression, anxiety and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Devastatingly, suicide is the leading cause of maternal death here. But with timely and appropriate care, these deaths are preventable. And I'm thinking today about a particular family from my own constituency in West Belfast who tragically have already experienced this type of loss, who lost their loved one to suicide not long after giving birth to a baby. And I sort of try to put myself in the shoes of that family and how are they feeling. As time passes, there's bound to be frustration in terms of the progress around the MBU. So I'm hoping for that family, for all the families that have lost loved ones in that way, for all the families that are struggling or went through this experience of having someone placed in a psychiatric ward without their baby. I'm just hoping that when the Minister is obviously responding to the debate, that there might be that wee bit of hope in terms of what comes next. Women who have experienced postpartum psychosis have described feeling like prisoners abandoned in psychiatric wards without their babies. They've spoke about enduring isolation, confusion and trauma at the very moment they should be bonding with their newborn child. And to illustrate this further, I just want to share some testimony. A young mother from Belfast actually just reached out to me in the past week when she seen that the debate was coming up. So I hadn't spoke to her, name's Leah, and I hadn't spoke to her before, but she reached out to me to share some of her own experience. And Leah's case is actually very current. So she's actually been through this process just a number of short months ago, and she's still going through the process, and I send her and her wee baby all my best wishes. But when she reached out, she explained to me that very recently, just when her baby was 3 weeks old, that she began to experience severe postpartum depression. She was told it was just the baby blues and that she'd be fine in a few weeks. But instead, a few weeks came and went and her condition deteriorated. She became suicidal. She lost the precious bond that she had formed with her baby, and she was admitted to the mental health unit at the city hospital, and it was the first time that she had ever been apart from her newborn baby. She described being forced, this is her words, described being forced to choose between stopping breastfeeding or pumping every 4 hours. And even that decision for a new mother who is already dealing with mental illness, who has just given birth to a baby, even having to make what might seem like a very small decision, you'll need to stop breastfeeding and start pumping. The emotional burden and toll that that would have on a new mother is unimaginable. And that's on top of, obviously, the mental illness that they're going through and the separation from their baby. She told me, and this is an important point to make, that the staff were very, very kind and were very good to her. And I know that the staff in that unit are very, very good to their patients, and that has to be recognised. But not all of them are trained or equipped to manage specifically postpartum mental health crisis. And again, the Women's Health APG previously have heard from numerous mothers, again, who have been through a similar experience, where they've been placed on general psychiatric wards. And they've been I've spoke about this in a member statement previous, but where they've been placed beside smoking areas, where they haven't had access to the basics of proper bathing facilities, to get a bath after going through childbirth. I mean, that really is the basics that a woman deserves. So in 2025, just to make the point, the island of Ireland, north and south, remains without a specialist mother and baby unit. Not one currently exists anywhere on the island, and I think that is a shameful distinction. England, Scotland and Wales provide dedicated therapeutic spaces where mothers can recover alongside their babies, supported by teams of perinatal psychiatrists, specialist nurses, nursery nurses, psychologists and occupational therapists. This is what best practice looks like, and it's what women here deserve. We have been told, and again I'm sure we'll hear from the Minister updates on this, but we've been told that the site at the Belfast City Hospital has been chosen and that work on the business case is well advanced, and it's my understanding the draft business case is now with the SPPG, and that is very, very welcome. But I am hoping that we hear today from the Minister, from the Department, a more definitive time frame for delivery. Women can't wait another 5 years. I know we've heard talk previous around 2030 as a possible opening date, and this is simply indefensible. We do remain cautious about short-term, in-term units, and I know we're going to get into a discussion around that with the UUP amendment. And you don't want a short-term, in-term unit becoming a good enough long-term solution, and that's the problem with calling for this. But what is clear is that we need to see some sort of this action now to try and prevent further trauma being inflicted on women in these situations. The Exeter MBU featured in the BBC Spotlight programme does show how a temporary unit, though it's not perfect, can provide safe specialist care that keeps mothers and babies together during recovery. And hopefully this is something that can be put in place while plans for a permanent facility progresses. Interim measures are welcome, but they can't replace a properly resourced specialist mother and baby unit. Anything less continues a legacy of neglect that we should all be determined to end. So there are legitimate questions about whether our system is meeting clinical and ethical standards of care for women with severe perinatal illness. Training remains inconsistent, especially among GPs, emergency staff and first responders. And equally concerning is the lack of reliable data. We don't know how many women in recent years have experienced postpartum psychosis, or how many have tragically died by suicide during or after pregnancy. And that gap is not just a failure of record keeping, it's a failure to fully value women's health and lives. We can't change what we refuse to measure. We also need to take a wider all-island view, and in the South progress is also being made. Similar to us, their business case for the mother and baby unit at St Vincent's Hospital is more or less ready to go, but it hasn't made it on to the next stage. So still we're without a unit anywhere across the 32 counties. We now have an opportunity and indeed a responsibility to do things differently. And I think that this issue also sits within a broader picture of delay and underinvestment in women's health. We'll have multiple debates in this chamber around issues around women's health. It was endometriosis, I think last week or the week before. We've had conversations around the gynae stuff, which I know there's going to be, again, hopefully some good announcements coming out around that, and we'll look forward to hearing that. But look, this is basically about giving women and mothers in particular the dignity, the safety and the care that they deserve after having their babies. It is so important for a mother and baby to have that period to nurture and to bond together, and mothers and their wider families deserve this type of health care. And I just want to end by acknowledging and thanking all of the groups and the campaigners who have kept this issue to the fore. Clinicians, advocacy groups, family members. I'm thinking of the Maternal Advocacy and Support Project, the MAS project, the Maternal Mental Health Alliance, Action on Postpartum Psychosis, and the journalists like Marie-Louise Conley, who continues to expose the reality that is faced by mothers. So their determination has ensured that this issue remains on the public and political agenda, but they should not have to fight so hard for something so basic. So I'll ask Concollia, we now have the opportunity to put things right, to deliver a mother and baby unit on this island and build compassionate perinatal mental health care. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Alan Robinson to move amendment number 1. Alan?
Moved, Mr Deputy.
Okay. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose Amendment 1 and 5 minutes to wind. Please open the debate on Amendment number 1. Alan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And thank you to the proposer of the motion. Today I rise on the need for a regional mother and baby unit. Bringing a child into the world is often described as one of life's most fulfilling, joyful experiences. I can think of the happiness of my wife and I when our little girl was born on New Year's Eve in Causeway Hospital. It is an emotion that I recall well of being overwhelmingly joyful. Yet for some mothers, it can also be a time of overwhelmingly emotional turmoil, fear and isolation. Postpartum mental health challenges, including the deeply distressing and frightening condition of postpartum psychosis, can arise suddenly and with devastating impact. Indeed, every year around 35 women in the province experience this condition. No mother should have to face such a crisis alone, and crucially, no mother should be forced to choose between accessing life-saving treatment and staying with her baby. We in this region remain the only part of the UK without a dedicated MBU, with us being told that an MBU won't be operational until at least 2030, even though it is a topic that has been recognised as a need from as far back as 20 years ago. As of 2023, there were 22 accredited units in the UK, 2 in Scotland and 1 in Wales. You could therefore safely say that this is a shortfall in our healthcare system, where mothers here deserve the same level of support afforded to families elsewhere. My understanding is that there is no MBU in Ireland also, but work is underway. However, it appears that they too are no further forward than what we are. A mother and baby unit is a place where mothers can receive specialist, expert and patient care while remaining close to their babies, preserving that vital bond that is central to both maternal recovery and infant well-being. Research states that some women feel lifelong trauma and guilt as a result of being separated from their newborn baby. Other research found that women who have been treated in MBUs recover better and feel more satisfied with their care, keeping mums together in a safe and supportive environment. The status quo, where mothers are placed in acute psychiatric wards separated from their newborns in settings that are neither designed nor resourced to meet their unique needs, just isn't fair. Indeed, it is estimated that around 35 women will require hospitalisation every year for postpartum psychosis. It is deeply tragic for these women. The death of Orlith Quinn in 2018, where she took her own life and awarded the Royal Jubilee, saw the coroner in 2022 call for an MBU. We can't see another tragic case such as this. I do look forward to the Minister updating this Assembly on the current status of the business case for establishing a mother and baby unit in Belfast City. We submitted an amendment as some members of a local peer support group support the need for the Minister to put in place an interim measure that will provide specialist care while the unit is being created. However, some others would prefer to travel to the mainland for gold standard care, but an interim measure cannot be a replacement for the funding and building of a specific MBU. Some others suggest that a dedicated ward, properly staffed and properly treated conditions like postpartum psychosis would be better compared to what we currently have on offer. Mothers deserve better than what is currently offered. Families deserve better. And our newborn babies in their first few days in this world deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call on Alan Chambers to move amendment number 2.
Thank
you very much indeed. Thank you, Alan. The Assembly should note the amendments are mutually exclusive, so if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put in amendment number 2. Alan, you will have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 2 and 5 minutes to whine. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this important topic and to place once again on record my party's strong support for the establishment of a regional mother and baby unit here in Northern Ireland. As the motion states, bringing a new life into the world should be among the most joyous and fulfilling experiences a person can have. Yet for some women, that joy is reduced by the devastating impact of mental ill health. Poor mental health during pregnancy or after birth is not particularly rare, and thanks to the efforts of some people and organisations, there is now much greater awareness. But for a small number, the symptoms are so acute that they require inpatient care. It is for those women and those families that a unit here in Northern Ireland would be so important. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's not an MLA in this chamber that believes giving new mums the impossible choice of either being admitted to a general mental health ward and separated from their baby, or travelling much further afield to access specialist support is really the right or even humane thing to do. Either option is deeply distressing and compounds trauma at an already fragile time, so that is why such a service cannot come a day too soon. To be fair, progress has been made, and I think it is right to acknowledge it. Under former Health Minister Robin Swan, the Department of Health delivered a regional perinatal mental health service, a major step forward that brought specialist community teams into each of our health and social care trusts. For the first time, we had a dedicated structure of expertise and care specifically for women experiencing perinatal mental health difficulties. That service is now well embedded, with professionals providing invaluable outreach and support across maternity and mental health settings. It represents a tangible, life-changing improvement, and I pay tribute to Minister Swan and to the many clinicians, campaigners and families who championed this cause for years. Today, under the drive of the current Health Minister, that foundation is being built upon. He has made clear his determination to complete the journey, to ensure that the regional service is complemented by an inpatient mother and baby unit capable of providing the highest level of care when community support is no longer sufficient. While I note the call for interim measures to be developed, which I would dearly wish to see if deliverable, in reality, the clinicians who are the experts in this field have already said there is no way to do that. It's not just a case of repackaging a few beds or a ward and putting a new sign out the front door. This is an incredibly complex and sensitive area of healthcare, and a wholly inadequate or wrongly located union could even prove to be worse than no unit. So in this regard, I will listen to the experts. But we should also keep an open mind on how to do things more swiftly, where safe and feasible to do so. That is why we have tabled this amendment before us today, asking for a rapid review of all options, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Because the way I see it, there are only two possible outcomes. Either a chance to do something different will emerge, or the assessment will tell the Minister to stay on the current track. Either option won't see time lost, but crucially, it might see some time gained. We have seen in recent years that progress is possible. Now we must deliver this final but important step of a regional unit as quickly as we can, whilst always keeping the safety of mums and babies to the absolute fore. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. I call on Shan Mulholland. Shan, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I just start by saying that it is lovely to hear a nod to how motherhood can be joyful and fulfilling. So that sometimes gets lost in these discussions, and I want to thank Ms Flynn for recognising that. I speak today as the mummy of 3, who was one of the 1 in 5, and also as the MLA for North Antrim, where too many mothers face this time with fear rather than joy, because specialist help is either too far away, too hard to reach, or just simply not there at all. In February 2024, I used my maiden speech in this House to highlight the lack of an MBU. In May 24, I highlighted the issue of perinatal mental health during Mental Health Awareness Week, and in March 2025, I engaged with you, Minister, about this very issue. So I look forward to hearing, I suppose, what has changed and what improvements have been made. Addressing perinatal mental health is not just about adequate medical care. It is about ensuring that mothers and their babies receive compassionate, comprehensive support during such a vulnerable time, and there has to be an equity with what is available in other regions. Because today's motion is simple and humane and about human beings, I want to ground this debate in lived experience, which, Minister, I have already engaged with you about. There's a constituent called Laura who gave birth to a healthy baby girl in February 23. 2 days later, she was detained to a general psychiatric ward. She would not spend a full night at home with her daughter for over 7 weeks.
On the ward, communication was fragmented. So many teams were involved that it was often unclear who was responsible for the decision making, who could authorise visits, who could tell Laura if she could have a short walk outside. Visits with her baby were supervised, time limited to 1 hour, and they were sporadic, they were not routine. That's not how you help a mother bond with her child, especially one that is in the grip of a mental health crisis. Breastfeeding became an exhausting obstacle course. She had a lack of access to sterile pumps, no proper storage, no process for accessing very basic equipment. And at one point, Laura was sterilising her own kit in a staff microwave, albeit whilst being supervised. She had to call the Trust breastfeeding support team herself to get help during visiting hours. She was given wrong supplements, or her supplements were forgotten about on medication rounds because they just didn't think of the the postpartum supplements that a mother would need. The physical recovery we expect after birth, such as having access to a bath to help healing and cleaning, a bin to dispose of used maternity pads, and a clean space to change, became just a series of indignities. But Laura says the hardest part of being separated from her baby was that it directly harmed her recovery. She struggled to build an emotional connection and learn the day-to-day skills of caring for her newborn. And she felt that she didn't know her daughter at all and she wasn't fit to be her mother. And at her lowest, she even considered giving up her parental rights. That is the very opposite of what is needed to help new mums with mental health issues. Those little babies need their mums, but mums also need their babies, especially in that time. So as things stand in Northern Ireland, if a mother becomes severely unwell after birth, she is likely to be admitted to a general psychiatric ward without her baby. The case for an MBU has been well established. It is evidence-based care. And there has been progress in terms of all 5 health trusts now having that specialist community perinatal mental health team in place, and it is a foundation that we should welcome. But mothers in crisis can't wait for a capital project alone. And Minister, from Laura's experience, the measures that they need are practical and potentially life-saving, and not all of them cost money. So a dedicated warded space within mental health services where postpartum mothers are not treated as an inconvenience, routine, not ration visits with babies, safe private space for feeding and family contact, baby-friendly facilities embedded in the ward environment, proper breastfeeding support on wards, a single point of contact for every mother to coordinate that care and reduce anxiety, and data that counts what matters. Postpartum admissions have to be recorded, they have to be reported so services can plan and measure progress. Standardised reporting and recording within and across trusts are key to building up a full picture. Mr Deputy Speaker, this motion is more about giving frightened new mothers the care that helps her heal and giving a tiny baby the secure bond that shapes a lifetime. Until that unit opens, I think that we need to do everything we can to make our existing wards kinder, safer and truly perinatal ready so that no mother ever again is asked to recover apart from her baby. Thank you.
Thank you, Sian. I call on Cara Hunter. Cara.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this today and thank Orlia for her continued work on this issue. Mr Deputy Speaker, I stand today in firm support of this motion because it is about justice, health, dignity and the future of mothers and babies across the North. Giving birth can rightfully be one of life's most fulfilling moments, yet for too many it's followed by anguish, fear and crisis. Postnatal depression, anxiety and in extreme cases postpartum psychosis strike swiftly, without warning and without mercy. No woman should face the peril isolated and unsupported. But today we face a glaring failure in our system. Northern Ireland remains the only parts of these islands without a dedicated mother and baby unit. That means when a mother suffers a severe perinatal mental health crisis, she may be admitted to a general psychiatric ward, separated from her newborn in an environment without the specialist training or facilities to meet her needs. We heard the story recently of Shelley Brown, admitted to a general ward, separated from her baby for 5 weeks, a deeply distressing example, but sadly not unique. We also recalled the tragedy of Orla Quinn, who died by suicide just 2 days after giving birth, a death that an inquest called foreseeable and preventable, and which recommended the establishment of a mother and baby unit in Northern Ireland. These stories, sadly, are not antidotes to be glossed over. They are warnings and they cry out for urgent action. Let me be clear on what must happen. We in the SDLP believe, first, the Department must publish the long overdue business case for a regional MBU with full transparency about timescales, budgets and risk assessments. For many organisations, from Action on Postpartum Psychosis, who have tireless advocacy, have brought vital awareness and support for families to Aware NI, and many have called for immediate action. Second, the Department must allocate capital and revenue funding immediately, with clear delivery timelines so that this facility moves from idea to reality. Third, we must institute interim measures now, and let me be clear, these measures cannot become long-term measures, but in the interim it is so vital that we take the steps necessary to support mothers and babies. Mothers in crisis must never face separation or inappropriate care while waiting for a permanent unit. One option the Department should urgently consider is repurposing an existing empty ward as a temporary mother and baby unit. It may not be perfect, but it would at least allow mothers and babies to remain together, which is so important. And we have seen this before in Exeter, where a temporary ward was successfully set up while a permanent mother and baby unit was being built and created. Fourth, I believe firmly that we need cross-jurisdictional cooperation on these important matters. Mental illness respects no border. I urge the Minister of Health to coordinate with his counterpart in Dublin to ensure that once established, this unit can serve mothers and babies across this island as needed. Specialist mother and baby units have a strong evidence base. They improve clinical outcomes, reduce trauma and protect the maternal-infant bond, which is so important. We know they save lives. This issue also exposes a wider crisis in women's health here in Northern Ireland. There is no reliable record of women diagnosed with postpartum psychosis, no record of the number of women admitted to psychiatric wards in the postpartum period. So we really don't know how many mothers and babies have been separated. There's no record of severe adverse incidents relating to maternal mental health. And perhaps most shockingly, no reliable record of how many women die by suicide in the year after giving birth. Data collection is truly vital when seeking to adequately address sensitive issues like this, which we're discussing today. It is unacceptable that this information is not being collected. It's actually unfathomable. We cannot allow bureaucratic delay, a lack of political will, or poor record keeping to stand between a suffering mother and the care she and her baby so desperately need. Women, already vulnerable, already terrified, should not be told to wait while the machinery grinds. Mr. Deputy Speaker, every mother deserves to heal in the presence of their child. Every family deserves the certainty that should crisis strike or arise, there is a safe, specialist, compassionate place of care within our own jurisdiction. There can be no more delay, no more excuses. We must deliver the regional mother and baby unit that mothers across this region so urgently deserve, and we must take immediate steps to protect mothers and babies across this island. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. I call on Philip McGuigan. Philip.
Last Cion Collier. 1,000 women each year develop a severe postnatal illness, and it's estimated that around 35 women across the north experience postpartum psychosis, a severe, frightening and potentially life-threatening mental health emergency that devastates the women and their families. But with the right treatment and support, women can fully recover. But that right treatment and intervention at the right time in the right environment is critical. I want to acknowledge the ongoing work of the perinatal mental health care pathway. The rollout of this across trusts is a welcome development and a testament to the commitment of those working in perinatal mental health. However, the second phase of this model, the establishment of a dedicated mother and baby unit, remains an outstanding commitment. Postpartum psychosis is a mental health crisis that typically cannot be managed at home, especially when the mother is caring for a newborn baby. A dedicated mother and baby unit with specially trained staff and integrated services is crucial to ensuring women receive the right medical intervention and compassionate support that they need without being separated from their baby. The recent BBC Spotlight programme, Mums in Crisis, made the case very effectively for urgent action. I want to commend the courageous women and families who have spoken out about their experiences. Their voices have quite rightly brought this issue to the public eye and highlighted the devastating impact of inadequate support. It is clear that the current system is not meeting the needs of mothers in crisis. Sinn Féin is calling for the Mother and Baby Unit to be delivered without further delay. We must ensure mothers are not separated from their newborn babies while receiving mental health support. We need clear answers from the Minister today on the time frame for delivery of this unit. And if it remains, as has previously been stated, a longer-term strategic objective, then we must look towards interim measures, such as a dedicated ward with specialist staff, to ensure mothers in crisis can access appropriate care now. An empty ward, as has been said, could be repurposed as a mother and baby unit, keeping mums and babies together in perhaps less than ideal conditions, but at least together. Similar has happened in Wales and in England, so I really do want to hear from the Minister today. If it can't happen, if he thinks it can't happen, then exactly why that would be the case, that it couldn't happen. I want to commend organisations such as Action on Postpartum Psychosis and the other advocacy groups for the vital support and advocacy they provide to women and families affected by this condition, and highlight their call for tailored peer support to be embedded in care pathways. As others have said, we also need comprehensive data. That is absolutely essential to ensure that we are capturing the numbers and the treatments and moving forward data. As the Royal College of Psychiatrists have said, that data gap needs to be addressed. This is the second debate in less than a week where we have discussed a serious illness which affects women only. As a man, I'm embarrassed by that. In this society here in the north, it's clear that, in fact, across this island, we have a way to go to ensure women's health issues are addressed and that they get the services that they desire. If this was an issue affecting a man, I suspect this specialist unit would have been built. And that's a serious indictment on our health service. With regard to the Mother and Baby Unit, I do hope progress can be made to deliver this vital service and ensure women across the island of Ireland get the health care they need and deserve.
Thank you, Philip. I call on Pam Cameron. Pam.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the proposer of the motion for raising this really important issue within the Chamber today. And I know I've been here for many years and we've had these discussions before, so it really is time that we moved on the subject and that women and their children were receiving the appropriate care that they absolutely need and require, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I do fully support the motion. We know that 1 in 5 women will experience mental health problems during pregnancy or in that first year after birth. And it is quite distressing to realise that we don't appear to be collecting and producing the data around these issues as well. I think that is really important, and I would urge the Minister to deal with that in particular. We have great new systems in place within Compass, and I think there's more than enough opportunity to be able to ensure that we do, certainly going forward, have the appropriate data in place so that we can have that provision in place as well. Sean Mulholland had raised the issue of Laura Orr and how she's bravely talked very much about her experience, and I wanted also to touch on Laura's experience because I think it's really important that that mother's testimony is really heard within this particular debate. And yes, Laura gave birth to her lovely daughter in 2023, and not to repeat, Sian has outlined much of what Laura's gone through, which is pretty horrific. But I did want to point out as well that Laura has stated that the hardest aspect of being separated from her daughter in a psychiatric ward, that this act directly affected her recovery. She said it was almost impossible to build up an emotional connection, to acquire practical parenting skills and to navigate this new phase of family life with ease. Laura felt like she didn't know her daughter at all and that she wasn't fit to be her mother, and that someone else actually would be better placed to take care of her. And at one point, Laura actually considered giving up her parental rights. That's horrific, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is not what we want to be seeing or reading, and this is unfortunately in the two recent passes that was experienced in 2023. I also wanted to touch and quote Laura directly when she has said that one of the things that she found most difficult was not knowing how long we might be separated, how much of the first few weeks would I miss, Laura's words, what milestones would go marked without me. I felt utterly surreal to be a bystander in my daughter's life, to parent vicariously through voice notes, photos and sporadic updates from staff team. I was the only new mum in the ward. I had no one to advocate for what I needed. Access to breastfeeding supplies, postnatal checkups, even the time and space for the small but vital things that come with new motherhood. Postpartum mental health, ill health does not affect one person. My admission affected my whole family, my husband in particular. He didn't expect to be left alone with a newborn baby, to take extended time off work, to coordinate visits and updates amidst all the chaos of new parenthood. And I cannot overstate how much a mother and baby unit would have helped my practical, emotional, physical, familial and mental well-being. It's not a luxury, it's a necessity. So I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is important to put those words of a mother in particular on the record. And just at this point too, I want to take another opportunity to raise another mother's experience, and this is Alex Bartholomew, and her experience was from back in August of 2018. So not very recent, same problem in the past. And Alex was admitted to an acute psychiatric ward. Her son was 8 weeks old and still breastfeeding. And during her time in the ward, Alex's symptoms worsened. Staying on a mixed ward heightened her sense of anxiety, and it was unsafe for her children to visit. Throughout the time on the ward, which was 3 weeks, there was no safe place for her to meet her children on the ward. Alex had been separated from her newborn son with no indication of when she might see him again, and the baby was 8 weeks old and had to be weaned overnight. Her toddler daughter asked daily where mum was, and has since undergone counselling for separation anxiety. In the first couple of days, she attempted...
Ma'am, could you draw your remarks to a close, please?
I will indeed. I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these testimonies really outline the importance of this mother and baby unit, and I would urge the Minister to act very quickly on this issue and ensure that those services are put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on Nuala McAllister. Nuala.
Speaker, I want to thank the proposer for bringing this motion today. I know it's an issue that she has spoken about quite at length at committee and asked questions around, and I think there are members in all our parties who have done the same, and I thank my colleague Shan for taking this on for us as well, because it's really important that it is cross-party when it comes to this issue. I speak as a mum who was separated from her baby at just 6 days old, but not for mental health reasons, for physical health reasons. And as difficult as that was for me, I cannot imagine how difficult it was or is for any mother who does not have an end in sight, whereas those of us with physical issues do have an end in sight and can see when we would see our babies again. It wasn't acceptable in my case, and it isn't acceptable in any other mother's case. Before I go on, I want to pay particular tribute to Shelley Brown from the Spotlight programme. I read a lot about her individual circumstances, and it was such a sad and emotive issue that it's really hard at times to actually listen and take it all in, because you are so affected by it. But we have to listen to women, and we have to listen to mothers, because they have been going through this for years. In that same documentary, it was said around 100 women per year in Northern Ireland are admitted to adult psychiatric wards for similar care without their babies, but we can't get a hold of what those figures exactly are from the department. I know that we have asked written questions around this. We haven't had the answers from some of the trusts. I understand that there are issues possibly with Encompass, but we need to move past using that as a reason not to give the data, because data does inform policy. We know that the trusts receive around 250 referrals for community service, and I at this time, like many members, want to actually pay tribute to the perinatal and mental health team who do fabulous work, and they do look after women. Even they themselves have approached us to say that it doesn't always work, that we need that specialised inpatient care. We did table a question in September for an update on the actual business case, and I was glad that the Minister's Department did write back and say that there was confirmation of a 6-bed facility with the business case due for completion by 22nd of September, and hopefully the Minister has a further update on that as well. There are a number of organisations that many of the members in the Chamber have spoken about here today, and I want to pay particular thanks to Action on Postpartum Psychosis, who have been in touch with members over the past few weeks and coming days to make sure that we are aware of all the information that is going on behind the scenes, of all the women who feel that they can't perhaps reach out individually to the elected representatives. It's maybe still too fresh and raw and new for them, but they want to do something. They have been leading on the cause for many, many years. I know since 2008 it was referenced that there was a visit from the Northern Ireland to England to look at the mother and baby units there, and we still aren't any further. I want to actually touch on the amendment itself from the UUP. It's not an amendment that we feel that we can support, because we do have concerns about the issue that there cannot be an interim arrangement. And some of that is because of what was exposed or highlighted, I should say, in the documentary by Spotlight in particular, but around Exeter. And we do want a bit more elaboration as to where the clinical advice, what exactly the clinical advice is. It is important that we listen to it, but from our understanding and research that clinical advice is perhaps not coming from the Royal College of Psychiatrists. But if we're wrong, you know, I'm happy to be corrected. It is important that we do get it right. I do think that there is a question around community treatment. Is that clinically the safest option compared to interim measures being clinically the safest option? They are questions that should be asked. And why are we asking this question? And we need to absolutely remember why we're talking about this, because mothers and their babies deserve the best care, the best resources to be treated together and not miss out on those first crucial days, weeks, and for some months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. I call on Jerry Carroll. Jerry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank to the member for West Belfast for bringing this important motion, and everybody who spoke. As we've heard, as many as 1 in 5 women experience mental health problems in pregnancy or after birth, and around 100 women admitted to general psychiatric wards, with 35 for postpartum psychosis. And I think in large part, Deputy Speaker, this is because we don't have a mother and baby unit where women can receive the care they need while pregnant or in the first 12 months of the baby's life. I think it's shameful, and it speaks a lot to how we view and treat mental health generally, and also how women are viewed in particular and are treated in the healthcare system and in society. And as was stated, I think 22 mother and baby units in Britain, but Ireland has zilch. Successive health ministers have agreed that we need a mother and baby unit. Families have been waiting at least 20 years on this life-saving service, but like many things in here, it's like waiting for Godot. It's an embarrassment and a source of shame that we have made no material progress. A mother and baby unit, Deputy Speaker, is a space where mothers can foster and build the maternal-infant bond that would otherwise be harmed by separation. And separating women who need hospital admission for mental health from their young babies is inhumane. It's inhumane. Yet this is what happens to dozens of women every single year. Women have described this experience as disorientating and traumatising, and the story, as members have said, of Shelley Brown, covered in Spotlight Testament, speaks to that. Shelley, separated from her newborn baby and admitted to a general psychiatric hospital for 5 weeks, reported feeling like a prisoner after giving birth. Totally unacceptable. Other mothers refuse the hospital treatment they need and instead rely on specialist community teams in order to stay with their newborn child. And Orla Quinn died by suicide, as has been stated, at the Royal Jubilee Maternity Hospital less than 48 hours after she gave birth to her daughter, and I believe she had no previous mental health issues. An inquest 4 years later, Deputy Speaker, found that her death had been foreseeable and preventable. Really cruel and shameful stuff. The same inquest also recommended that a mother and baby unit be established, but yet nothing 4 years on. The debacle of our absent mother and baby unit is yet another symptom of our mental health crisis. Our legacy of conflict, inequality and poverty means that people with poor mental health in the north suffer from more severe and debilitating conditions than in Britain and Ireland. But despite this well-known fact, we continue to spend less on mental health services in other regions. 157 per capita spent in the north compared with £252 in England. Our mental health strategy needs £42 million of funding, but last year the actual funding was just £5.9 million, paltry sum. Part of that money delivered perinatal mental health teams across all 5 trusts, as has been stated, and this sort of strengthening of those services is to be broadly welcomed, but the Maternal Mental Health Alliance reports issues with it. They've said about a lack of variation of services, funding and implementation of the lack of implementation and funding of the mental health strategy. Each health trust receives more than 250 referrals for community perinatal services each year, but because of staffing pressures, only 70 patients are accepted. Women failed again, Deputy Speaker. The interim temporary units are far from a perfect solution and no substitute for a permanent mother and baby facility designed according to the needs of families, but an interim unit where mothers could receive the care that they need without being cruelly separated from the newborn child would provide some hope for mothers. And I would, like the member of North Belfast, question the logic and the Minister's sort of clinical advice that he states about why they can't be used. The business case for mother and baby unit is almost a year overdue, and I expect the Minister will today tell us that the case is finalised or close to being finalised, but any future funding is dependent on funding being identified, a continuous line rolled out by his department. Strategies without funding are often more than abstract reports, and business cases without funding are absolutely meaningless, and we don't need another review, however short. Those who support families and newborn babies, organisations like the Maternal Mental Health Alliance, the MAS Project, the Royal College of Psychologists, Action on Postpartum Psychosis and Tiny Life, have been campaigning for years, on decades, on this issue, and women and families are telling us that we urgently need a life-saving mother and baby unit. It's time for the Health Minister to deliver on it. It's time for the Executive to fund it. Thank you.
I thank Jerry, and I call on the Minister. And Minister, you've got up to 15 minutes. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. A mother and baby unit is not overdue. It's not long overdue. It is long overdue. Mr. Robinson took us back 20 years. I'll see his 20 years and I'll up at 10. 1995, 27th of January, my first son was born in the Royal Victoria Hospital. The first clinician to come in and examine his mother wanted to separate the two, wanted to keep the baby, keep PJ in the Royal, and send Linda to Knockbracken. I will never, ever forget the look of horror on her face. And I found the strength from somewhere to call for a second opinion, and the two were not separated that night. Sean Mulholland talked about the joy and the life-affirming experiences that a woman have giving birth, and we should remember that. And indeed, it's pretty joyous for a dad as well, by the way. But 1 in 5 is a huge number that we need to address. So please be in no doubt, the absence of a dedicated mother and baby unit here in Northern Ireland I consider to be an absolutely glaring gap. As many members have said, we're the only part of the UK without that facility. And indeed, there isn't one in the Republic of Ireland, and I'll come back to that in a moment. But I think we've got to go straight to the finances of this. Members will be very well briefed on the context in which I'm operating, this health service under immense pressure, unprecedented demand across all areas, resources stretched thin. The funding gap at 600 million is unprecedented, and at the moment I'm finding it unmanageable. So to establish a mother and baby unit, we're going to require significant capital and revenue investment, because it's not just about infrastructure, it's about staffing, it's about training, it's about ongoing service delivery. But let me be clear, I am fully committed to establishing a regional mother and baby unit. So, we begin with an outline business case, and that was submitted to the Department by the Belfast Trust on the 22nd of September of this year. That leads to economic and financial analyses. Normally that's done first by the Belfast Trust and then by officials in my department. To minimise further delays, my officials are already working in parallel to review and assess the business case. And I want this done at pace. But I also want it done accurately. Members are aware that the Department of Health and Health and Social Care doesn't exactly have a glowing record in terms of capital projects in recent years. But when the new interim permanent secretary took up his post, he came to see me. He said, "What do you expect of me?" I said, "I will tell you in one word, Mr. Farrar, urgency. I want to see urgency, and my officials know that I don't believe I have seen urgency or sufficient urgency with developing the business case for the mother and baby unit. And one of the big delays was a debate about whether it should be a six-bedded unit or a seven-bedded unit. The conclusion has been 6 beds. The projected capital cost began at 11 million. As part of developing the business case, this has to come under review because we know that building costs continue to rise in the current environment. My officials have recently secured Department of Finance approval to increase the delegated limit for capital projects, and that involves a hospital development. So the good news is this means time will not be spent now on securing Department of Finance approval for the mother and baby unit project. However, following the announcement of the outcome of the UK-wide 2025 spending review back in June, the Department of Finance has commissioned a budget exercise that will determine the capital budgets for the Northern Ireland's departments for the years 2026-27 to 2029-2030. So my ability to commit funding for any new capital projects will depend on my department's capital allocation from that budget process and the identification of sufficient additional recurrent funding to meet any additional resource DEL costs associated with a capital project. The draft budget outcome is not expected to be confirmed until later this year. It will inform the development of the Department of Health Capital Investment Plan, and that will set out the projects to be taken forward over the next 10 years. But again, let me emphasise, in my assessment, a mother and baby unit is right at the top of that list. The trusts and my other arm's-length bodies have identified capital funding requirements of around £3 billion over the next 4 years. That's more than £1 billion higher than the expected level of capital funding that we expect to receive. So that suggests the capital budget outcome may only be enough to address inescapable pressures. I simply want to manage expectations here. And while I would hope the budget outcome agreed by the Executive would also allow some partially committed projects, including the mother and baby unit, to be taken forward as planned, there does remain the possibility there will need to be some form of delay. The position will be confirmed as part of the development of the Capital Investment Plan, with a number of other important projects to be also taken into account, including the Antrim Area Hospital Mental Health Inpatient Unit, the Cityside Health and Care Centre in the Northwest, and Altnagelvin's new emergency department. However, before I finally commit to the proposed Belfast City Hospital site, I've asked officials to undertake a short, urgent review of possible alternative options. I want to be absolutely certain that we have considered all possible options. And I want to stress this will not cause a further delay. This will be done as work continues in terms of the business case.
Dear Minister, I know we all know, I think, the budgetary constraints that you operate under. In my communication with you around that particular case, we outlined some things and some changes that could be put in place that won't require capital. Are they something that your department is considering or actively considering at this time?
Thank the member for the intervention. Yes, we are considering. We're considering all options. Now, in terms of a short-term or an interim fix, Let me first of all put on record the best practice requirements as defined by the Royal College of Psychiatrists. A mother and baby unit should be co-located with a mental health acute inpatient unit. It should be located close to an obstetric-led maternity unit. It should be capable of facilitating a 6-bedded unit, and that's the current plan. It should be capable of facilitating all clinical services on the ground floor. It should have dedicated direct access to secured and exclusive outdoor space, especially or particularly or desirably gardens. And it should offer easy access to wider public open spaces and amenities. Now, as I have said, the clinical advice that the Department have had, and it's come from within the SPPG, is that there is no such facility that we could use as an interim location. Now, if members want to challenge that and say they think they know of a location, I'm all ears. If members want me to overrule clinical advice, I'm very nervous. Very, very nervous.
The Minister, and given weighing in on the Health Committee it was previously, has that been publicly provided to the Health Committee, that evidence? And if not, can it be provided to the Health Committee and the Assembly?
Just for clarification, Deputy Speaker, do you mean the best practice from the Royal College? The clinical evidence, I can certainly check whether that has been provided to the committee. Maybe the chair of the committee knows. If it hasn't, we're more than happy to provide that and the criteria as defined by the Royal College. So as I say, we are going to just look to be sure, potentially simply to rule out any other potential long-term venues.
Sir, I don't want to take up too much of your time in responding. So just on the interim measure stuff, so have you looked into the model that was mentioned by a couple of members in the BBC Spotlight programme, the temporary ward that was set up in Exeter? Just any feedback in case you and the officials have had a look at that?
What I've asked the officials to do is broader than that. It's to look, is there any possibility of an alternative venue that could be an interim base for a mother and baby unit? And the answer I have got back is no, there isn't. But if members wish, I will certainly ask them to look yet again, because it is, to me, an incredibly important issue. Now, several members mentioned the fact we aren't trapping the data. A group has been set up to try and look at how we do start to do that. There have been some coding issues, and I don't want to get too technical, and I certainly don't want to hide behind technicalities. But it seems to be Encompass should be able to help with us in achieving that goal. Transferring a mother and a baby to a specialist mother and baby unit elsewhere in the UK under an extra contractual referral has been considered for some cases. However, many mothers have expressed the emotional stress of being separated from their families, from their friends, from their local support networks, and often those considerations outweigh the potential benefits of receiving care further afield. Members are talking about building a mother and baby unit which would accept mothers and babies from across the whole island. I have asked officials to check whether there is any legal impediment to a child being transferred into our jurisdiction. I'm not entirely confident that there is a solid answer to that, but it is certainly something to be explored. I can also confirm to members that I previously explored with the previous Health Minister in the Government of Ireland the possibility of working together and perhaps tapping into the Shared Island Fund to secure a mother and baby unit. And unfortunately, those discussions did not produce a positive outcome. So we are basically on my own in that way. I do want to thank members who have acknowledged that the Department has been working to strengthen community-based perinatal mental health services. That's across all 5 of our geographic trusts. We have invested in community-based specialist services, ensuring mothers can access support close to home. Alongside this, we've been upskilling clinical staff, including midwives, mental health nurses and health visitors, so they're better equipped to identify and respond to perinatal mental health issues. And I have to say, in terms of my own family, one of the kind of saviours, and I would use the term saviours, was the community psychiatric nurse. Was incredibly important in terms of the journey my wife had to go on. So I would conclude by asking those who proposed this motion if they would exert their influence over their party colleague, the Finance Minister, because we need the money and not just the capital, as I say, to make this mother and baby unit a reality. I believe, Deputy Speaker, it's not just a clinical necessity. It's a statement of values. It's a statement of our values, the extent to which we value each other. The chair of the committee made the point that if this was something that affected only men, we wouldn't be talking about a 20 or 30-year wait. We would be celebrating the fact that it is in operation. We would be examining and scrutinising how well it is delivering. So I finish where I began. It's not overdue. It is not long overdue. It is long, long, long overdue, Deputy Speaker. And if it is the will of this House, I see no reason why we can't get on with it. But it will take time. And if we can find a way of doing it somewhere else more quickly, we will do that. If there is a way of putting in an interim arrangement, I am open to that. But I'm not going to go against clinical advice, but I will ask the clinicians and others to have one final look at that interim solution. But I have no confidence that the answer will change from "it is not possible." But my focus is on making this happen, because I have a vested interest. For 30 years, mothers have been going through the experience that I witnessed back in January of 1995, and that, by definition, is simply not good enough.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Robbie Butler to wind on Amendment 2, and Robbie, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for sharing so openly the familial testimony there, and it's not easy for anyone to share that, and we've heard some testimony today shared by some of the members, particularly in and around constituents. But before I do address the details of the motion, I want to take a moment to pay tribute to some of those people I consider to be the early champions of raising the profile of perinatal mental health, those who, long before it became a topic where we probably more readily wrestled with it here, they forced us to understand it more, they stood their ground and they demanded change, and the Minister has outlined where some of that change has happened in this past 10 years. Back in 2016, a number of us were elected as MLAs, and we were coloured, and I mean literally coloured, by a determined group who refused to let perinatal mental health go under the radar. They set a firm sail for a future where mothers in Northern Ireland could safely and humanely receive care without being separated from their babies, and didn't and shouldn't have to wrestle for that clinical care. I want to particularly acknowledge Lindsay Robinson and Nuala Murphy, whose passionate lobbying from those early days helped shape the conversation on perinatal mental health, not just here in this chamber, but across our health system and communities. It was their courage and persistence and honesty about lived experience that have changed the awareness for good. They've allowed and given confidence to pregnant mums all over Northern Ireland and wider to speak up and demand better from us. I also want to pay tribute to Julie Anderson, who's the chair of the Royal College of Psychiatrists, for her partnership and leadership in this space, and her steady guidance and professional expertise have helped to keep this vision rooted in clinical best practice and compassion. So thanks to those early voices, we're no longer debating whether mothers should be supported to stay with their babies. We are debating how we make that a reality. The awareness has changed, the tone has changed, and the direction of travel is firmly set. And I hope that in the Minister's response to some excellent speeches in here today, that some confidence has been given that this amendment that we have offered today is not an amendment of dither and delay. It really, really isn't, because I can assure you I would hold the Minister's feet to this one. I really would. And I think if some VAR is in this space and speaking about mental health, we need to do it and we need to get it right, because we cannot fail these mums and their babies again. We've offered a common sense amendment to what is a hugely important and sensitive matter. We really do need to get it done, but that direction needs to be rooted in deliverability, and clinically it really does need to make sense. Just going to touch on...
The member?
Yes, of course.
I thank the member for giving way. Just for clarity, Deputy Speaker, I think I said the interim advice came from the SPPG. I misspoke. The interim advice came from the Public Health Agency. Their lead on these issues is a clinician.
Thank you, Minister, and hopefully that has helped some of the members ask some of the questions. I want to thank Orlia Flynn, particularly from the Sinn Féin team, for bringing this motion, and Orlia is one of those who has walked this path since 2016 with myself and has been relentless. And some of us move about portfolios, and Orlia has been on this one from the start. So I do thank them, and I thank Sinn Féin, and I hope you don't see our amendment as any way taken away from your amendment. I think it adds to the clarity, the purpose and the deliverability of what we're speaking about, because it is far too important to take any chances. I'm going to give a shout out to the guys, Alan R and Alan C and Philip, because once we recognise the impact on mums and their babies, dads also and the wider family are impacted. And that awareness around young men and men as they grow up into be the fathers that they should be is really, really, really important. That's something that we talked about being picked up in the RSE education piece, actually, because the awareness around perinatal mental health is something that still needs to be driven. Thanks to Cara and Pam, who both spoke passionately and give instances of testimony of those who have suffered and where their testimony is driving the change that hopefully we are going to bring about. And Nuala, to be fair, Nuala, your questions were good. And this is one of the debates, I think, where we do drop the politic, where questions are absolutely fair. They bring a focus to the reality of the fiscal situation, the clinical guidance, and getting it right first time. But I think the Minister has given enough in his response today to convince the members that the amendment brought by the Ulster Unionist Party is not only fit for purpose, but worth supporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Robbie. And I call on Cheryl Brownlee to wind on Amendment 1. And Cheryl, you have 5 minutes. Over to you, Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I really do commend every single speaker today. This is such a serious and emotional topic for us all, and I do feel there's a real genuine compassion. Speaking freely today, I suppose, about perinatal mental health is absolutely critical. For all mothers, we aspire, the birth of your baby is meant to be the best day of your life, but the reality, and really sadly, the statistics show that 1 in 5 women will have mental health problems during pregnancy, and obviously 5 out of 100, this will be very serious. And I think it is really important to say, birth isn't easy, and for many of us, it doesn't really work out the way that you've dreamed, or what you see in the movies, or what you see on social media. And when it doesn't, the right support needs to be there, and to support women and their babies at their most vulnerable time in their life. Today, I suppose one of the things that has really hit me the most, and personally, I think the most horrific thought is that any mother would be separated from their baby, and not knowing that time whenever you will be reunited again is just, I couldn't imagine anything worse. And in this day and age, as my colleague has said, our mothers and our babies, and of course our fathers and our families deserve so much more than this. And the fact that Northern Ireland is the only region in the UK is just simply unacceptable. There were so many points, and very, very good points made in this debate, but just to touch on a few of them, Orlia, you detailed the experience of mothers being removed from their baby and having to choose between stopping breastfeeding or pumping, even being placed beside a smoking area, not being able to wash, get a bath, just those simple things that is, again, horrific and that no mother should ever go through at their most vulnerable time. Alan, my colleague, had raised that lifelong trauma and guilt of being separated from your baby, and research has shown that mothers and babies that are kept together through these times have a much better recovery rate, and I think we all agree that that needs to happen. It's not an if, maybe, but it's now. He also noted the very tragic death of Orlia Quinn, who sadly took her own life and while experiencing postpartum psychosis, and with the coroner calling for this mother and baby unit urgently. Alan had talked about the success of the regional perinatal mental health service and the amazing work that has happened
and how we need to get this right and ensure it is safe. But I do want to say as well, as Robbie touched on, the amazing work of campaigners. And I know whenever I was pregnant during COVID, Have You Seen This Girl was a constant thing that I was looking at on social media, and it kept me, it really helped me during that time in understanding that, you know, what I felt or, you know, was common, and other parents were going through this and there was support there. So I think women that have came out and give their lived experience is absolutely critical for all of us moving forward and making sure we actually do the right things. Sian spoke again. Motherhood is a fantastic time. It's a joyous time. But we also have to make sure things are kinder, safer facilities, and it's those practical things, you know, without massive costs. There is very small practical things that we can do to make that experience a lot better for parents. And Cara drew on the need for clear records and data, and I think that is something right through the Department of Health, not just the department, but I think Northern Ireland government. We need clear data and records moving forward. I do welcome the Minister's raw honesty, and I think, you know, for him to come to the Chamber today and have an experience that in his life, I think he will obviously understand the genuine need and passion of all of us here. We understand budgetary concerns, but I think this is, in some cases, a real matter of life and death for parents, and ensuring that parents and their babies have the right facilities here in Northern Ireland. But I know there was discussion about clinical advice, and obviously I'm not on the committee, but it would be good to touch base to ensure that that is provided to the committee. There is the interim unit that was, I think, discussed about South Wales. It isn't ideal, but it's safe, and it's that high level of 24/7 care that is needed. With postpartum psychosis, one of the things is parents don't sleep, so they need that constant supervision to keep them and, of course, their baby safe, and have that close medical supervision at all times. So just in closing, I want to thank everybody that spoke today. The lived experience of our mothers across Northern Ireland, they need the support for the dedicated mother and baby unit. It should not be the case we're discussing this in 2025, and I fully support this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I call on Linda Dillon. Linda, you've up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, and I want to thank everybody who contributed to this motion today. And I suppose one of the very sad things that we're saying here today is that women and babies are still being failed on this island. We are still seeing the forced separation of mothers from their babies. And in 2025, I don't say that for shock value, I say it because it's the truth. And it's a really, really sad truth. And I don't doubt everybody's commitment to changing that. And at this point, I do want to thank both Sian and the Minister for sharing their own personal experiences, which I'm sure is not easy. But it just shows that it does affect every single person, and the people in this chamber are affected by all of the things that we talk about. You know, and sometimes I think people forget that, but we are impacted, and we have very real and relevant experiences ourselves, so I think it's important to acknowledge that. And my colleague Orlea Flynn and others, Robbie and others, spoke about the advocacy groups and the clinicians and the families who've kept this campaign alive, and I think that is very, very true. But I would like to pay tribute to my colleague Orlea Flynn, because I don't remember, and I think Robbie mentioned this as well, I don't remember a time when Orlea wasn't raising perinatal mental health and specifically the need for mother and baby unit. I think even before she was elected, I remember being at Sinn Féin meetings up here before I was elected, when we were both working for the party, and this was an issue that Orlea was banging the drum for at that time, and I do really appreciate that it's something that she's stuck with. Whatever brief she has been in, she has always stuck with this because it is something that she sees as really, really important. So I suppose I want to throw back to the Minister the issue around safety, and I think because it has been raised and it's been raised in the amendment, I think that it's really important that we get an understanding around what is best practice and what is safe, because I accept that interim measures will not be best practice, because it will not be the mother and baby unit, it will not be what we have envisaged, and more importantly what those advocacy groups and the families who have been through this system have suffered, I think is probably the right word, because it certainly hasn't been just an experience, it has been suffered. I think that we need to understand what can be put in place that would be probably not best practice, but that would be safe. So I do, and I say that with challenge for positive reasons to go and look at what could be put in place, not just to be critical or criticising for the sake of it, because I don't think that any of us want to do that here today. And I think I'll go back to what has been raised by I think Orlaith and potentially Nuala, has what is in place in Exeter and other places in England and Wales been looked at as possible practice, even if not best practice. And I listened to Julie Anderson this morning on Good Morning Ulster, and she did raise her concerns that this unit would not be built during her time as chairperson. And she did not talk about interim measures being unsafe. That doesn't mean that if we looked into it and looked at what is possible, that wouldn't be the case. But I think that we really need to look at this and see what is possible, because as Sean Mulholland and others raised, the fragmented, complicated service or lack of service right now is actually causing additional harm to mothers, to their babies and to their wider families. And I think in this we need to remember that very often in those cases where a mother and baby, there are other children, and I think Pam spoke about the other children, and a mommy to be separated from any of her children is traumatic. Not just her new baby, but all of her children is really, really difficult. So I understand that best practice would allow that those children and that family connection can be part of it, and I think that is really, really important. Excuse me. And I don't think that Orlaith and Cara also alluded to the failure in collecting data, and I know that others also raised that issue, and it being a barrier to addressing the need for a mother and baby unit. I don't think that it necessarily is a barrier. I think the Minister has accepted that we need the mother and baby unit, but it is a barrier to us understanding exactly how many women out there are impacted. And when we talk about not collecting statistics around the women who die by suicide within the first year after having a new baby, that's a real problem, because we may well not even be including in these stats that we're talking about today many women that suffered postpartum perinatal mental health disorder or postpartum psychosis that was never diagnosed, that we never knew about, that the medical profession don't know about. And I think even in terms of not looking at the potential of SAIs, mothers who have died, there is a problem out there that we potentially don't even know about. And I think that, yes, Minister.
Giving way, I think in terms of deaths by suicide, that would actually be a matter for NISRA, the Statistics and Research Agency, rather than the department, just to be technical about that.
Except that this will not all fall, and it will be an issue for the Coroner's Court and others as well. So I think that there is a wider issue here, but we need departments to work together in relation to it and to gather that data, because it will have an effect for your department. Whilst others may collect the data, it will have a real issue for your department. So, I mean, Pam also outlined the impact, as I said, on the entire family and other children. Many members also referenced the approach to women's healthcare and the fact that we have spoken on a number of areas over the last number of weeks which effectively we've seen neglect in women's healthcare, and in this case that is to the wider family and their children and their baby. So, Minister, I am in no doubt that you see the need for a mother and baby unit, and I accept what you're saying in relation to that. What I would like you to do, and I know you've addressed the issue that you spoke to the previous Health Minister, but what I would like to see is maybe a conversation with the new Health Minister, even around the interim measures. Is there a potential for all-Ireland interim measures? I don't know if that's something that's possible, but I think that conversation needs to happen. And again, that is a challenge to go and look, go and see what can be done, to ask for your departments to work together, for the clinicians to work together and see what is possible. Yes.
Thanks to the member for giving way on this, and the member will be aware that this has been raised at joint meetings of the Health Committee when we had North-South Health Committee meetings, both here and down south, and the member spoke very well at the time as well, and also at the North-South Interparliamentary Association, where we had a day's worth of debate about it, and certainly there is an interest down south in working together on this, on a shared solution. So I would hope that the Minister could take forward that this avenue isn't shut off, and it is something that we could explore. Thank you.
thank the member for his intervention, because that is right. And I do believe that the clinicians certainly, I mean, they're serving their patients. At the end of the day, they want to do the very, very best for mothers and babies and their families. So they don't care about borders, about how they deliver it. They just want to be able to deliver the best. And that's all we're asking, is that we look at the possibilities. And I don't misdoubt that there will be some challenges within that, but I think that we all need to work together. And we will certainly, as a health committee, support you in that. So what I would ask from the Minister now is to come back to the Health Committee, I suppose, first of all, with the issue around what does safe look like, or why would it be unsafe right now to provide an interim service? What conversations then can we have in terms of with your counterparts in the south and right across these islands to look at what is best practice, because we've said that the interim measures are in place in England and Wales, so we need to speak to those people to find out what could a good interim measure look like, what could be good, and as I say, not best practice, but the best possible practice right now for women and for their babies. And I accept what you're saying about the care in the community, and I think it's vital that we have that, and really, really important. We've talked consistently here, and you've talked, Minister, about health inequalities and about the shift left. I do think it's really important that women get the care they need closest to home when that is the suitable care. But we know that there are women who need 24-hour care with their babies and with all of the services that have already been outlined, you know, in terms of that support from all of the different types of clinicians. I have no doubt that the staff who work in our psychiatric units that are treating women with postpartum psychosis and serious mental health episodes after the birth of a baby are doing the very best they can. I have no doubt. But they can only treat the mummy and the mental health disorder with which he has at that moment. They do not have the expertise, the skills, the time or the resources to deal with her as a new mother or to deal with her baby and her family. So I am asking that we do the best and we do it as soon as possible. So if we can't have a mother and baby unit soon, what can we put in place that looks after those mothers and their babies? And I know that's what everybody in this chamber here wants today, and everybody in this building. So I'm just asking that we all work together to deliver the best for them all.
Thank you, Linda. And such was the quality of the debate. I forgot to look at the clock, but thank you very much indeed for continuing. And I apologise to the Business Committee. The Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1300 today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 1400. The question on Amendment 1 will be put after the urgent oral question. The sitting is, by leave, suspended. Thank you. There we go. Thank you, team.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
The sitting is resumed. It is time for questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. Questions 1 to 14 and 15 have been withdrawn. I call Jonathan Buckley. Jonathan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 3.
My department's major project portfolio is complex, with a range of projects at various stages of development and delivery. Every project will have its own specific considerations, but in common with all departments, I am very mindful at present of the impact of the judgment of the AF5 Western Transport Corridor, which was extremely disappointing and where I have recently lodged an appeal. It would not be appropriate for me to comment in detail in relation to the judgment while the appeal remains live, but as my officials work extremely hard to prepare for the hearing, I'll also take the necessary time to carefully consider the potential impact of the judgment on other projects as they move through the next stages of their delivery.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. I've previously said that current climate change targets are an act of infrastructure vandalism when it comes to delivering timely projects. Notwithstanding what the Minister has said about A5 and her inability to speak specifically to that, and I do welcome the fact that there's an appeal, can I ask the Minister that has she or her department, or indeed her party, give consideration to amending current climate change targets to ensure that we're not in a position in the future whereby unrealistic targets are a noose around the neck of infrastructure projects in Northern Ireland?
Yeah, well, I appreciate the member's comments, and as I said, as the appeal remains live, that is the ultimate focus of my officials at present. I want to ensure that we submit an extremely robust case for that appeal to maximise our ability to succeed and get that over the line and get this road built at the earliest possible stage. However, I'm also mindful that nothing is guaranteed, and it is important that we have a contingency plan in place, and that is something that we're also working on.
I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, according to the Mineral Products Association, the A5 could have been a low-carbon project if proper procedures had been followed. What procedures were not followed, and who is responsible, and what are the implications for other major roads projects?
Well, I am aware of the comments from the Mineral Products Association, and I have also met with them recently myself. I think, respectfully, I'll acknowledge the views expressed by the Regional Director, but I also would like to offer a different perspective, and I have covered some of this in previous discussions in this chamber and in response to written questions. Since its inception, the A5 scheme has adhered to appropriate procedures regarding carbon management and greenhouse gas assessments. These procedures have consistently reflected the application of evolving relevant standards, best practice guidance and legislation. However, this did not conclude in a carbon-neutral dual carriageway. These procedures instructed the assessment and reporting of climate-related impacts within the environmental documentation for public consultation and the identification of proposed mitigation measures to reduce these impacts. However, based upon the size and the nature of the scheme, it's expected that both the construction and the operational phases will generate emissions as reported within the GHG assessments prepared by my department. To mitigate the impacts further, to achieve full carbon neutrality through balancing the emissions from the construction, operation and use of the road by removing a corresponding amount of GHGs from the atmosphere would require extensive mitigation, such as vesting very significant areas of additional land for planting, etc. Such measures will be disproportionate when compared to the land required to construct the A5, and such an approach would neither be practical or reasonable and would be actually unrealistic to achieve. Section 7.3 of the Departmental Statement Carbon Management Process has been developed in line with the PAS 2080-2023, which is the industry standard for managing whole-life carbon in buildings and infrastructure, which sets out the requirement of the contractors, the designer and the asset owner with the aim of achieving carbon reduction. And this process aims to minimise carbons associated with the scheme.
Minister, thank you for your responses so far. And you the question of major infrastructure projects has been raised. I wish to raise again the major infrastructure for the people of Fermanagh, the Enniskillen and Southern bypass. What assurances can you give them that that will be expedited as quickly as possible?
I thank the member for the question. I know she has asked previous questions in relation to this. The A4 Enniskillen bypass, which is a £36 million project, will provide a new transport link, as you've mentioned, to the southern side of the town, and will improve the connection for the A4 Dublin Road and the A4 Sligo Road. As the member may be aware, this scheme is currently at the tender assessment stage, and I'm taking this opportunity, like all of these schemes, to appropriately consider the impact of the A5 ruling before determining the next steps, because I want to be assured that we can move forward without any further delays.
Question 4.
Earlier this year, I gave a commitment to the House to provide updated private streets enforcement guidance to staff in an effort to reduce the risk of developments entering the Department's backlog of unadopted private street sites. On the 25th of September this year, I announced the introduction of the new private streets enforcement guidance. The guidance establishes a threshold for the initiation of enforcement action of 2 years following 80% occupation of houses in a development. My department also published new developer information which amends the bond release thresholds. This change will ensure that my department has the funds to bring new developments, roads, infrastructure to an adoptable standard should enforcement action be necessary. The new guidance, implemented alongside the changes to the bond release thresholds, will protect homeowners by greatly reducing the risk of new developments remaining unadopted.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for her answer, and it's very welcome news. It's a very welcome announcement that will be reassuring to many homeowners, particularly those who live in new build sites since 2024. Minister, just in relation to bonds, could you elaborate on what changes to these thresholds exactly are?
Yeah, so I appreciate the member's comments, and I know this is an issue that has a huge impact, particularly on those residents who are greatly affected by unadopted roads. Many have been for many, many years, and I hope that in some way this new guidance will give them comfort that efforts are being made. I know it won't address all of the issues outstanding for the many people affected, but hopefully it will make a real difference. In terms of the bond thresholds, these thresholds specify the volume of work that the developer needs to complete before part of the bond was released, and the historical bond release thresholds were 50%, 70% and 90%. We have now changed that, and there will only be 2 thresholds, which are 50% and 90%. The developer is now required to complete all works that were previously in the 70% threshold to release 50% of the bond. In other words, my department now holds more funding to potentially complete less work, and this greatly reduces the risk of new developments lacking funds to complete the roads infrastructure. The 90% threshold requires the developer to have completed all roads infrastructure works, with the remaining 10% released following a 1-year maintenance period.
Deputy Speaker, can I say, Minister, I don't think your guidance goes far enough. I think many people out there who have been left abandoned prior to 2024 will be disappointed in terms of this guidance. Can you not relook at this guidance in terms of the retrospective nature of that, particularly the people within private streets? Because there's hundreds upon hundreds of people across Northern Ireland who are in private streets today, and based on your policy, it's going to make no difference whatsoever to them.
As I've said in my previous answer, I do recognise that there will be people disappointed, and that is unfortunate. But the responsibility lies with the developer. We are trying to work some way to deal with these issues as best we can. As I've said, the new guidance, and as you've reflected in your question, uses that 2-year initiation of enforcement action and increased funding retained in the bond to complete enforcement action using external staff and resource should it be required. And many of those developments that have started prior to January 2024 have been completed or have already received bond reductions in line with the old developers' information. So that means that a greater proportion of the bond has been released, significantly reducing the funding necessary to engage that external research. So what I have done here is within the remit that I have and within the very serious financial constraints that I have. So I've tried to make best use of the funding available to me to ensure that we are actually making an impact and taking on board and acknowledging the significant challenges that many of these homeowners have addressed. I appreciate that not everyone will get a benefit from that, but I hope the member will understand that we're trying to do as much as we can with what we have.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Minister, you'll be aware that the issues with adoption also apply to sewage infrastructure, and that NI Water don't really have any budget to carry out some of those works. And I think of Macronock Park and Ballynahinch, which I think the Minister will be aware of. In terms of your plans, where there is no developer to make liable, in that particular instance in my constituency, the developer has passed away, is there any scenario where you can see funds being released to NI Water to allow those works to bring sewage systems up to standard?
I mean, similar to the issue that I've previously answered to the previous member's question, you know, the bonds release will impact on all those schemes within the 2 years. But in relation to this issue, and I think I am familiar with that, I'm happy to, if you want to write in with specifics on that case, because I know that is a very unfortunate case, and you know, there's been unforeseen circumstances, to provide a fuller response in terms of what we can maybe do in relation to that one.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Minister, I have constituents in the Sour Hill development of Ballymena, and they have a problem with an unadopted road. Can you understand the frustration they have? When a developer has went bust many years ago, there's an unadopted road and trees are literally growing into their property. It's going to cause structural damage. It's actually causing health issues with mould, and nobody will fix it. Not the council won't cut them down, the DFI won't cut them down, and Crown Estates won't take any interest in it. And someone, through no fault of their own, has got to pay thousands of pounds to cut back trees that a bus developer has left.
Yeah, and look, I completely empathise with those people. I mean, this is something that I'd say every member in this House has had experience of, and it is a huge issue. However, I suppose, like many cases where, you know, we can't just go in and start taking on issues that have been caused by a private developer. However, the updated guidance that I have recently announced goes some way to try and address this. And I think we have to balance that with how much we can do with the funding envelope available to the department. If we start to go and deal with all of the issues that have been caused by private developers, you know, that would take a significant chunk out of an already very constrained budget. That's notwithstanding, I recognise that this is hugely challenging for all of those people affected. But I have to say that the onus is, in those cases, on a private developer, and I know in some cases there are legal action has been instigated as well. So there are other ways that it potentially could be addressed, but I think we have to remember this is public money, and we can't be always seen to be coming at it to fix a problem that's been caused by a private developer.
Question number 5, please.
I recognise the benefits of late-night public transport services and what they provide for the nighttime economy and those working and socialising in the city. As members may be aware, I've been working with my executive colleagues and other stakeholders, including TransLink, to support the extension of late-night public transport services. The extension of nighttime services falls beyond the current public service agreement between TransLink and my department, and these services are not currently funded within the department's budget allocation. Therefore, I have been working with executive colleagues and seeking support for a collaborative funding approach, as well as with Belfast City Council. And subject to that necessary funding being in place and being confirmed, I'd hope that these services would commence later this financial year.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for a response. Can the Minister elaborate a wee bit more on what are the expected benefits of this pilot for late night transport?
Well, I think there are many benefits, and that's why both myself and the Economy Minister had sought support from other departments and the Council, because I think there are benefits right across government and at local government level. I think, you know, we've seen in the previous provision of late night public transport services, which are generally run in the lead up to the Christmas period, have proven to be very popular with the public, with approximately 17,000 passengers using the services in 2024. The extension of the late night bus service all year round will also provide a safer and more reliable means of getting home for those working or socialising in the city, which, you know, I know from speaking with local business representatives, with the local communities, from elected reps for Belfast area and you know, kind of surrounding areas, that this will ensure that people can get home safe, that they have a guaranteed way of getting home, and it'll encourage them to come into the city centre more often in the evening. So that will also benefit the growth of the nighttime economy, and could potentially add between 1 million and 2.5 million to the city's economy annually. So I think, as well as that, from my own department's perspective, it has the potential to encourage and increase public transport usage and get more and more people out of private cars using the services. And one other thing I think is important to reflect, and we've heard this from the taxi sector, which is already under severe pressure in terms of their capacity, that this will not impact them in a negative way. It will actually complement their ability to deliver the services they provide. So there are many far-reaching benefits, and I hope that once we get the funding in place, that we will see this in place at the earliest possible stage.
Outset, can I condemn the disgraceful attack on the Minister's constituency office yesterday? And my thoughts are with you, your staff and your family. Can I also thank the Minister for her commitment and support to this scheme? It is greatly appreciated. Could the Minister just articulate the outstanding support from executive colleagues that she requires to move this forward? It's my understanding that a number of departments have already signed up to that. And how quickly then, Minister, can we start this process and ensure that it's in place before Christmas?
Can I firstly thank the member for his very kind comments, and thank all those members across the House's support over the last day or so has been really, really welcome, particularly for my own staff, who've been very shook up by what has occurred, and our own families. And I think, just to reiterate that point, that as public representatives, we put our names forward to represent our communities and to do that to the best of our ability. And for those that don't agree with us, we're happy to sit down and engage and talk through dialogue. However, this is not the answer in respect of that. So I really want to convey my thanks and appreciation, both on behalf of myself and my colleague Dara Hughes, the MP. In relation to the executive support, so the member may be aware I've sought support of approximately 92.3 thousand, or about 14% of the total cost each, from a number of departments, communities, DAERA, Justice, as well as Belfast City Council, and we're just in the process of finalising that. And a similar request has also been made of the Office of the First and Deputy First Ministers. As you'll be aware, myself and Minister Archibald have each committed to 94.9 thousand each towards the cost of extending the services, and this is based on the business case that was provided by TransLink. There will potentially be a wee bit of a lead-in time, because TransLink obviously have to get the operational issues in place, but as soon as we can, we hope to get that operational, because we recognise how beneficial that is for the city centre, particularly as we're coming into the Christmas period and beyond. And I think it's a really good opportunity to enhance the already existing service provision, but for all the reasons outlined in my response to the previous member, I think it would be beneficial for right across the city and beyond.
And I too would like to offer my solidarity to the Minister and to her colleague. No violence or threat of violence is ever acceptable towards elected reps, so I offer my solidarity. Minister, I'd like to thank you for your update on late night transport today. For many women in my constituency, when using late night transport, they often talk that they feel unsafe due to areas being not well lit enough. And I'm just wondering if you could speak and share with the House today maybe some steps your department is taking, recognising the role that you can play in making areas better well lit and making sure women feel safe when using late night transport. Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the member again for her comments. And this is an issue as well that I have been particularly cognizant of, not just as a woman, but in terms of our overarching work in terms of violence and ending violence against women and girls. And for many, that can come as a surprise at just how women think when they are out and about and trying to get from place to place, whether it's through walking or using public transport. So it is something I have been working with my own officials, but also I think reflecting what we have done around the late night transport piece, working with other departments to try and achieve the objectives we have set out to achieve in relation to this issue. So you'll know from some of the work we've been doing around active travel that street lighting forms a key part of that as well, and that is exactly the reason why. It's one thing putting in new active travel routes that can encourage people to walk, wheel or cycle, but if they don't feel safe to do so, then they're not going to be able to fully utilise those routes. So that is a key component of those schemes, and why I'm keen to see that they are properly lit so that they are accessible to all, and particularly women, given the challenges and some of the statistics we have sadly seen in recent years.
Question number 6, Liddell.
The Department is actively exploring the creation of a flood forecasting centre, and we've recently completed a strategic outline business case which demonstrates it will provide benefit here. On that basis, I've approved funding for this financial year to further explore flood forecasting capabilities here, and this investment marks a vital first step towards building a state-of-the-art flood forecasting service that will strengthen our resilience and help protect communities across the north. The next stage of appraisal is the production of an outline business case in the hope of securing the necessary financial approvals to advance to subsequent stages of development. And the development of flood forecasting services is complex, with several interdependent strands, including data requirements, new hydrometric infrastructure, IT systems such as communication platforms and forecasting model builds. For example, my department has identified the need to expand our existing hydrometric network in support of flood forecasting services. The network will collate data over an extended period to improve and validate data quality. It requires a long period of records to understand hydrometric relationships and to be able to predict future forecasts with an acceptable degree of confidence. And I think, given the frequency now of flooding in all of our constituencies, and you and I both know from our own constituencies just how important this is, and the opportunity to be able to plan and forecast and obviously have a response in place to that. So this will be really, really critical work.
Thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, you have been very supportive of residents in Newcastle and businesses in Downpatrick who have been severely impacted by flooding. Can you give us an update on the Department's collaboration with regional community resilience groups?
Yeah, and thank you for your comments. And I have met with the Newcastle RCRG who do phenomenal work in terms of their response, particularly given the frequency of what they have experienced and also the severe impact that has caused. My department continues to work very effectively with all multi-agency partners, including our local councils and the RCRGs, to provide support to local communities affected by flooding. The RCRG, which my department co-chairs with local government, works with communities at risk of flooding to help them to prepare for and respond to weather-related emergencies, including flooding. This work helps to build resilience in communities, and is not the department stepping away from its responsibilities, but rather it is developing an extra layer of support proposed for those impacted by flood events. And I think it's really important to also note that part of that work helps to ensure that we are hearing from the ground that real experience and what people think based on their experiences and their own expertise, because we become nearly experts in these issues on what is best, what is the best solution. So that collaboration with a grassroots approach, I think, is really important, and I think we have seen the benefit. At present, the RCRG group is working with 50 communities to help improve their preparedness and resilience to severe weather. Another good example of this work can be found in my own constituency in Newry as a result of the flooding in autumn 2023, and the department has subsequently established the very first business-led group with Newry Bid, and I think it's a real template of what else we can be doing, because the impact in business cannot be understated either. As you've mentioned, the examples in Newcastle, where the surface water flooding protocol by NI Water has been established and used in recent months. However, I think it's important to recognise that residents particularly have still a level of nervousness because it is a very temporary measure, but they're working on modelling to find a more permanent solution.
Deputy Speaker and Minister, I echo the comments of others in the condemnation of the attack on your office. I know how busy your office is there in the heart of Newry, so close to Daisy Hill, and it's just absolutely unacceptable. Minister, in terms of the flood forecasting centre, it's greatly welcome to hear those those updates on what's happening on that wider scale. But to bring it back just to basics, on Friday past, when the storm came in, I was out and about in the Mourns area, and with the flash flooding that occurred from the Bloody Bridge between Newcastle and Annalong, and then simultaneously between Gamekeepers and Moyad there in Kilkeel, it was actually quite difficult to access the entire Kilkeel area, and a lot of it is maybe down to drainage and runoff. Are those basic things being reviewed hand in hand with the higher level strategy? Because obviously everything comes into play whenever we see these severe storms.
And again, just to thank the member for her kind words. Yes, absolutely, and particularly in those areas that are hotspot areas essentially for flooding, and I'm aware of the Bloody Bridge and how the impact of that there. So those would be key areas in terms of drainage cleaning, gully cleaning, etc. However, I'm happy to get maybe more detailed response in relation to the specifics on that, just to give you an update and hopefully give confidence that the department have been monitoring that and continue to do so, particularly now as we head into this autumn-winter period where these episodes are likely to be more frequent. So it's just to say in relation to maybe flash flooding or those kind of really immediate periods of heavy rainfall sometimes can be very difficult to manage. That's something we see right across the board, but generally in terms of those areas that are higher risk, they are monitored closely, and we do work extremely hard to ensure that drainage and gully cleaning is carried out regularly.
Good to see you, Minister. Minister, you mentioned the OBC for the flood forecasting. I'm just wondering, is there a figure, a financial figure attributed to that, and how confident are you of securing that, given that we've known that this has been bid for in previous monitoring rounds by your predecessor but has been unsuccessful?
Well, I think, as the member will be aware, I think that this will go through a number of processes, and at each stage that's where we will get the costings. I am fairly confident that we will be able to secure the funding, because I think regardless of what we do in government, this is a massive issue. It's a growing issue, and it's something that we all need to take very, very seriously. So there's a huge amount of work has gone into the development of the Flood Forecasting Centre, and I think that will help to improve our resilience and also our response to these issues, because when a flood like what we experienced in autumn 2023, and I know your own constituency was badly affected, as was mine, the impact and the aftermath of that cost a hell of a lot more than potentially what it could do to be more prepared and have that foresight. So in terms of a cost-benefit analysis, I think that we would have a very strong evidence base and a very strong argument to ensure that the funding is secured.
Number 7, please.
My department's road safety programme and actions are data-driven and managed through an evidence-based approach, delivering engineering, enforcement and education initiatives to address issues that will bring the greatest road safety benefit. Officials use PSNI collision data and reports from the department's analysis, statistics and research branch to set priorities, target high-risk locations and evaluate outcomes. My department's road safety strategy and accompanying action plan and targets have been developed following extensive research and consultation. Indeed, the yearly action plan is refreshed following analysis of my department's annual road safety strategy statistical report. Officials also publish additional monitoring reports and problem profiles, focusing on, for example, excessive speed, pedestrian casualties and drink driving. Using these valuable pieces of research and working alongside our partners in the blue light organisations, a forward-looking and strategic action plan is produced with clear direction as to how we aim to meet its key targets and address emerging trends and issues. The action plan is monitored and reviewed annually by the Road Safety Strategic Forum and is an important living document, keeping our focus on reducing the number of people killed or injured on our roads. Trend analysis underpins the ongoing speed limit review and guides where education and enforcement in conjunction with the PSNI and the Road Safety Police will have most impact. The department completes an annual collision review once PSNI data is received, which ranks sites and routes identified as concerns and programming local transport and safety measures to bring safety benefits to these locations. Post-scheme monitoring compares the before and after collision trends and feeds back into the following year's priorities.
Thank you, Minister, and I echo previous comments. Minister, I'm concerned things aren't matching up. I'm concerned that is very hard for MLAs and reps to get hold of. And also, my understanding is a policy that your department don't implement MERS so people can see out of junctions where they're very busy. Does the Minister have any interest in relooking at that policy so people aren't in a dangerous situation where there's heavy collisions and a lot of traffic? Thanks.
Yeah, happy to take it back and get you a more detailed response in relation to that, because I know it's something I've previously raised, as a constituency MLA, because it is an issue that many people ask for. However, I am confident that the rationale for not being able to provide them stacks up, and I think it's something I'm happy to provide further detail on.
That ends the period for listed questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. I call on Justin McNulty. Justin.
Minister, I offer you and your colleagues and your staff my solidarity after a bomb was left outside your office in Newry on Sunday night. It must have been terribly frightening for you and for everybody involved. Thank God the bomb didn't go off, and I hope everybody's okay. Minister, Armagh City, the forgotten city, the only city on this island without a rail link, it's suffering from traffic congestion causing delays, tailbacks, headaches for local people and businesses on main routes in and out and through the city. Can you outline what steps your department is taking to address this issue?
Well, just to thank my constituency colleague for his very kind words and support today and over the last 24 hours really is welcome, particularly for my staff. In relation to Armagh, I would refute the point that it's forgotten, because it is obviously part of my own constituency and a city that I frequently visit, particularly for matches, so very, very aware of the congestion issues there and the frustrations felt by local people in particular and those travelling to and from Armagh City. You mentioned the rail link, and you will be aware that at present we are considering the feasibility studies for the All-Island Rail Review in relation to a rail link for Armagh, and I hope to be able to publish the outcomes of that in the coming weeks. However, in terms of congestion and traffic measures, that is something that's constantly under review, and there are things that we can look at. Happy to consider anything new that may be able to be considered and the department can look at, but I think we are very cognizant of the challenges around congestion and working together, as well as looking at the public transport options as well.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, at last week's Infrastructure Committee, we were updated on the progress of the A28 Armagh East Link Road and the A3 Armagh North and West Link Road. It appears that these vital roads projects, which could alleviate the congestion in Armagh City, have been shelved with no timeline for delivery. Can I ask you, why is this the case, and whether you will commit to putting these projects back on track and getting them progressed?
The member will know they were paused before I came into post some time ago for various reasons, including funding. As you will have had an update on the major projects prioritisation, and as I reflected in other responses to questions today, the impact of the A5 judgment has had an impact on all road schemes at present. So I think that is something I have to consider, particularly for those projects that are already moving through the various stages of delivery, and also keeping all of those other projects, like the schemes that you have mentioned that have been paused previously, keeping those under review. So I think the impact of the ruling would ensure that I'm responsible in terms of my decision making when progressing any of these schemes to make sure that we don't hit the same challenges that we have at this point. So this will be kept under review, and when I have a further update, I'll be happy to update the House.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And could I also place on record my thoughts are with the Minister and her staff, and I utterly condemn the actions of the small-minded people who have sought to attack your constituency office. But my question to the Minister is, when does she intend to bring the issue of Irish language signs at Grand Central Station to the Executive for discussion and decision?
Well, firstly to thank the member for her kind words. I mean, as I have stated previously, I am absolutely committed to dialogue and avoiding the unnecessary use of public funds in terms of litigation, which we are unfortunately currently seeing. I feel that this could have been resolved long ago. However, we are unfortunately at present going through legal proceedings, and with that in mind, I think it would be remiss of me to make any further comment until those proceedings conclude.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for her answer. And whilst it's clear that the Minister's decision on the signage at Grand Central Station is cross-cutting, and that in itself requires referral to the Executive, could I ask respectfully which part of controversy around her actions has convinced the Minister that her decision was not controversial?
Well, the member won't be surprised that I don't agree with either of those claims that my decision was cross-cutting or controversial, because if I felt that, I wouldn't have taken the decision, and that's the bottom line. And I stand over that. I stand over the fact that this was a decision that I could take as the Minister for the relevant department, and I will continue to stand over that because, as I've said, we have a legal case. Unfortunately, we have another Minister involved in that case as well, and I think it is important that we allow that to run its course to conclusion.
John Corla, could I ask the Minister for an update on a recent announcement on cross-pavement charging solutions?
Thank the member for this question. The ability of people who do not have driveways to charge their electric vehicles is currently restricted, as it is an offence to lay a cable across the footway or road under the terms of the Roads Order 1993. Departmental officials have explored how cross-pavement charging solutions could be provided to enable EV owners without access to a driveway to both charge their vehicle at home and to access cheaper home tariffs. Officials have identified two solutions, the first being the installation of a permanent channel which involves the cutting and reinstatement of the pavement. The engineered channel, through the use of the Street Works licence process, can be used to facilitate the placing of permanent engineered channels into footways. A Director of Engineering memorandum has been finalised to provide engineering staff and applicants with guidance on this new process and to outline standards and specifications for channels. There is a cost involved with this option, with the total bill being approximately £2,393. The Office for Zero Emission Vehicles offer a range of grants towards EVs and EV infrastructure. The electric vehicle charge point grant for households with on-street parking can provide up to £350 towards the cost of installing a charge point at your property. The second solution is the use of a temporary cable protector, which can be allowed under current legislation through an application process for consent, which allows the department to track usage. This is a cheaper option that will help to meet Climate Change Act 2022 legislation, which requires just transition principles to be considered. These solutions are being facilitated through a 6-month rolling pilot, which I announced on the 1st of October, and will allow ongoing monitoring and evaluation. If there is evidence that the use of these causes undue harm or that consent conditions are not being adhered to, then consent will be withdrawn and the pilot stopped.
I thank
the Minister for that answer.
Agree with me that any changes to decarbonisation must be in line with just transition principles?
Yeah, absolutely. And the department has identified its key policies for decarbonising the transport sector, as the member will be aware. In doing so, we have taken account of the just transition requirements as set out in the Climate Change Act of 2022. And as transport decarbonisation policies and actions are further progressed, we'll take the needs to all transport users, including those with a disability, into account and continue to engage with people with a disability and the key stakeholders who represent them.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can we thank the Minister for her statement or responses so far. Minister, can I add my condemnation to the attack on your office too, being a fellow representative of Newry and Armagh. The Minister is aware of the issues around the cost of vehicle damage compensation and the fact that in many occasions the money handed out to recover the cost of damage to vehicles for a single road defect would far outweigh the cost of a timely repair to the road service. Will the Minister fully commit to reducing the bill for vehicle damage compensation payouts by ensuring road defects are repaired in a more timely manner to avoid this colossal overspend on compensation?
Yeah, just again to thank the member for his kind comments. And in relation to road defects and obviously the impact then on road users, particularly where a vehicle has been damaged. It's my objective that we reduce the need for compensation at all if we can have proper investment in our roads, including rural roads, which the member would be aware is a key element of our shared constituency, and the need to invest better to see better road surfaces. The member will be aware that the department is currently finalising the road maintenance strategy, and that looks to have smarter decisions which will see more resilient road maintenance, that we will hopefully be able to address some of the issues that have been outlined by the member and many other members across this House. As I've said in previous debates, this has already been piloted in one of the council areas, and we have seen the benefits of that, including better improved road surfaces and more resilient road surfaces. So that is my focus, that we see that investment directed into the network, including maintenance and ongoing work to tackle those defects.
Minister for her response. Can the Minister confirm that over £5 million was paid to vehicle owners for damage over the last year?
Yes, so the figures for the compensation that's been paid are publicly available. I know I have certainly shared that with members in response to written questions. That is a huge amount of money, and it's something I would rather see invested in our road network. That's something I'm determined to see in the time ahead.
I'll ask Can the Minister provide an update on her measures to keep Belfast moving in the run-up to Christmas? I'm conscious that's the second question. I am focusing on Belfast, but appreciate the update.
Well, as the member, a representative for Belfast, I expect nothing else. So I think, as the member will know, I have recently announced some of the measures that I have been working on alongside many representatives of the local businesses and communities across Belfast, following the hugely challenging situation that we saw in Belfast city centre last year, and trying to learn from what happened, but also listening to the people on the ground in terms of how we can make a difference this year in relation to traffic congestion and to keep Belfast moving. I think that's the key message. I announced the introduction of measures yesterday which will be aimed at improving bus reliability, including the extension of bus lane hours to provide them with enhanced priority. Extended bus lanes will also be introduced on the first Monday of November, along with several of the key arterial routes to the south of the city, which were worst affected with traffic congestion in the run-up to Christmas last year. The roads where this will be introduced will include Ormer Road, Botanic Avenue, Malone Road and part of the Lisburn Road, and signs to alert the public to the new bus lane times that will now operate from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. and from 3:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. on both inward and outward journeys will be erected in advance of implementation. Where the buses share road space with general traffic, I'm hopeful that the reopened Durham Street, which is planned before the end of November, will help to ease the general traffic flow around the city. And I think it's also important to say that these measures, I hope, and certainly from the feedback I've received from the key stakeholders in the city centre and around surrounding areas, will go some way to alleviate congestion. But it will not eliminate it, because we are indeed coming into the festive period. A lot of people will start their shopping earlier than previous years, and I think we have to also remember that in the time ahead. But we have implemented a number of measures, and I hope to see a real improvement.
Very much, and I appreciate that update from the Minister. And does she agree that this is about getting the message out to people that, following on from these measures, it genuinely is giving people an alternative to sitting in traffic, and that's probably the message she wants to promote?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're sitting in traffic and you're seeing buses whizzing by you through the bus lanes, then that means those people are getting to their destination much quicker than you are. So I hope that it will encourage more people to use our public transport. We have quite good public transport services, particularly around the city centre, and I would like to see an increased utilisation of that in conjunction with hopefully the late night services that we hope to see in the very near future. So absolutely, it also helps us to encourage more people to use public transport on a more regular basis, and I hope that we can use these measures to see that going forward.
Minister outline the spend by TransLink on our public transport provider on Pride events, which the Minister will know has turned political over the last 2 years. Could she outline the spend over the last 2 years TransLink has given to Pride?
Minister.
Yet in the last 4 years, TransLink has provided £19,912 of financial support to the Belfast Pride Parade towards the costs of registration, branding and materials. In terms of funding for each year, this is broken down as follows: 2022-23, £5,427, 23-24, £4,375, 24-25, £5,397 and 25-26, £4,713.
Given the political nature of these events and given the problems we have with our public transport, does the Minister think this is a wise spend of money?
TransLink operates under a public service agreement with my department, sets out service delivery expectations and performance indicators. As a public corporation, TransLink has substantial operational independence, but my department retains oversight through governance frameworks and performance reviews. My department assesses value for money through key performance indicators, including customer satisfaction, inclusion and community engagement, which I think these events reflect, compliance with managing public money NI principles and corporate governance codes, and annual audits and financial reporting requirements. And whilst DFI does not directly approve individual event expenditures, it does expect TransLink to demonstrate that such activity aligns with its strategic goals, including equality, inclusion and public engagement.
Just take your ease while we hand over the top table. Thank you.
Okay, members. Colin Gildernew has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Communities. I would like to remind members, if they wish to ask supplementary questions, they should continually rise in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, could you please read the question?
To ask the Minister for Communities to outline the support his department and the Housing Executive is providing to tenants who have been forced to leave their homes as a result of sectarian or racist intimidation, given reports that these families are being housed in unsuitable and inadequate accommodation.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Communities.
Well, Deputy Speaker, as I said during a motion in this place just a few weeks ago, I condemn the recent attacks which have forced victims of racist and sectarian intimidation from their homes. Everyone is entitled to live in peace and feel safe in their home, free from threat. My department, along with the Housing Executive and all registered housing associations, are committed to delivering a safer community for all, including ensuring that support and protection is provided for victims of race and sectarian hate crimes. In its role as the Strategic Housing Authority for Northern Ireland, the Housing Executive has responsibility for assessing those presenting as homeless due to sectarian or racist intimidation. Its duties can include provision of temporary accommodation to ensure people are safe and removed from any immediate threat. Normal housing processes, the assessment of need and allocation of points, come later after the emergency. The Housing Executive may make referrals to relevant floating support services to help address any particular support needs arising as a result of hate incidents. This can include information regarding self-referral hostels and referrals to floating support services. The Housing Executive recognises that some of those impacted by the recent disorder may not have eligibility for housing and homelessness assistance and is currently working with a number of partners to explore what additional support can be provided beyond any assistance that can be provided in line with homelessness legislation. I wish to reiterate my condemnation of this violence, which exacerbates our housing crisis by driving people from their homes. Intimidation directly contributes to housing need, increasing the number of families who have to resort to temporary accommodation to feel safe in their homes. It's not acceptable, and I will continue to condemn such activity and to push for greater investment in our housing stock to tackle the housing crisis and improve the standard of available housing.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colin Gildernew.
Collier and thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, I'm sure you're aware that a Spotlight programme will tell the story of a number of families who have been subject to sectarian and racist hate crimes and they're forced in their homes over the summer period. It's become clear that they haven't sought emergency assistance and been given that. However, many of them have ended up in unsuitable accommodation, causing a great deal of stress and anxiety, and indeed causing families to be under severe pressure. As the Minister responsible for housing, can I ask, Minister, what you have done personally to support this family and other families which have been affected by the recent racist and sectarian intimidation?
Minister.
Well, look, I haven't. I'm not aware of exactly what will be said during that programme, and I look forward to hearing all of the details and verifying the timelines and to see what else it is that we will be able to do. However, action has been taken by the Department and by Clanmill, which is the housing association responsible in this instance. I think it is important that as a department we give the appropriate support, and immediately after the events of that time, officials were directly in contact to offer any advice or support that would be appropriate, and I know that Clanmill have been doing their best to help. However, the real problem that we face, apart from the appalling attacks that have been taking place, is a lack of housing, and that's something that we urgently need to address. And I hope that he would encourage his executive colleagues and other executive members to fulfil the bids that I make, so that we can start making progress on this issue and make sure that we have enough homes, so that whenever people do find themselves in this situation, that there is the available accommodation for them that is suitable for their needs.
Thank you, Minister. I call Pam Cameron.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for his response so far to this very important question. Could I ask the Minister what message he has for those who think it's acceptable to intimidate in any form or fashion residents from their own homes?
Thank you, Pam. Minister.
Well, my message is very clear. It's on the record, and it's been also on the record with other executive colleagues when we put out a joint statement. It's not acceptable, never has been acceptable, and never will be acceptable. People should not be intimidated from their homes, full stop.
Thank you, Minister. I call Sean Mulholland.
Minister, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, when it comes to working with other agencies, particularly in emergency situations, what role do councils play in those emergency situations, and what engagement does your department have and yourself have when situations occur, such as what we have seen over the past few months?
Minister.
Well, I'm not aware of any particular role for councils in this circumstance, but I am happy to clarify that if that is wrong. But I believe that Clanmill were able to secure temporary accommodation for those that were affected, but I can clarify that for the member if that's incorrect.
Thank you, Minister. I call Andy Allen.
And can I echo the comments of others that intimidation is wrong? There was never a place for it, and there never will be a place for it. Minister, I've been contacted recently by constituents concerned by the number of HMOs, and whilst it's important that we provide temporary accommodation for those that need it, there is concern within communities as to the number of HMOs that are popping up. Where do you see the balance between HMOs and the delivery of temporary accommodation? Ultimately, we do want to be delivering more long-term sustainable accommodation rather than having to place people in temporary provision.
Minister.
Well, I share some of the concerns that have been expressed in terms of HMOs, because they do have the potential to change the character and makeup of an area. We see that in places where there have been traditional family homes, then through HMO processes have changed that, and I hope to make a statement to this House in the coming weeks about HMOs and where we go from there, because there's a huge amount of concern in relation to them, and I think it's appropriate that I set out what I can do, but importantly the roles of councils in that as well, and I look forward to doing that very soon.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mark Durkin.
For you, yes, I'd like to express solidarity with all those people and families who've been forced to flee their homes due to hate. The Minister has made a virtue of coming down hard on benefit fraud. Through an extension of that, does he think that anyone found guilty of being involved in or illustrating this type of intimidation if someone is found to be a social housing tenant themselves, that this should have implications for their tenancy?
Well, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I believe that everybody should be treated equally under the law, and I believe if you've been found guilty of a crime, then yes, you should feel the weight of that and bear the consequences of that as well. And I'm more than happy to put on record that I will treat everybody equally and hold everybody to the same standard, because we want to maintain the rights of people, and if others are breaching the rights of those, there should be consequences for that.
I call Jerry Carroll.
This points again, unfortunately, the need for the reinstatement of intimidation points, which I've requested should be in place for the time. Can the Minister also clarify to the House, this is obviously connected, when loyalist paramilitaries have stated publicly to journalists that they're going to torch buildings and vehicles because there's Irish language on them, why his party are going into overdrive to say there's no threat that exists here?
So, Minister, you can respond to that if you want. It wasn't related. It wasn't related to the question. So, Minister, it's up to yourself.
I'm always happy to condemn any violence or any threat of violence wherever that comes from. And unfortunately, not everybody in this House has done that in the past, but it's certainly my position.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jerry Kelly.
Minister, as was mentioned by the previous speaker, I think intimidation points were done away with perhaps in March. And while I have to say that I agree they were being abused, when you get situations like this where it is very obvious that there was intimidation, and indeed the police have said that the UDA were involved in such intimidation. So is there a method to be able to access as a very specific threat, as opposed to, and obviously we need the points process for everything else. I'm just worried that in removing the intimidation points that there's nothing that is replaced them.
Minister?
No, I think it was the right thing to do to remove intimidation points because of how they were being abused, and that now everybody will be treated equally. I've spoken to the housing associations about this issue. They were fully supportive of the move that had been made in relation to that, and I'm determined to make sure that everybody has access to the accommodation that they need, and that's what I am working towards.
I call Brian Kingston.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's reiterating his condemnation of acts of intimidation and violence which have occurred, and we will all agree with that. I have met with affected families this summer, and also with Clonmel in particular, pushing for rehousing according to the wishes of those families. Clonmel tell me they're working hard, but it is depending on the availability of social houses in the desired areas. So does the Minister agree that, as a point of fact, the more restrictive people are about where they want a new social house of the appropriate size, the longer it is likely to take to meet their requirements?
Minister?
Yes, that is part of it, and flexibility is the key for getting a permanent accommodation. But ultimately, this comes down to the need that we have for more social homes right across Northern Ireland. And even in circumstances like the ones that have been highlighted, it's very difficult to get suitable accommodation that is available. That's why we need to significantly increase the number of social homes that are built in Northern Ireland. That's why I appeal to colleagues to ensure that we're speaking in this House with one voice, and call on my executive colleagues to make sure that we have the funding that we need to meet our social housing targets.
Thank you. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Principal Deputy Speaker, Minister, I condemn racism in all its forms, and the violence that we saw against some people in Ballymena and other areas was a disgrace. Those victims have now been moved out of the area because of that attack. Could I ask you, Minister, if you could clarify, following on from Mr Gildernew's comments, what housing are these victims have they been placed in? And you mentioned when you spoke earlier that there are some who are not eligible for help. Could you explain why they're not eligible for housing help?
Minister.
I don't think I said that at all. I didn't mention any individuals. I talked about the assistance that is available more generally, because the question that Mr Gilden asked was not specific to any incident. It was a wide-ranging question about what help is available, and that's why I outlined the help that is available, but I haven't commented on the individual circumstances of those that she's raised.
Thank you. I call Melissa McHugh.
Minister, we do know that many families have been forced from their homes, and why is it the case that for many of them too that they haven't been offered appropriate accommodation? Do you have an explanation for this, and do you have any estimate of how often does this actually happen?
Well, it's quite simply because we don't have the supply. Right now, if we could do more, of course we would do it, but when we don't have the social housing available, there's nowhere for us to place people. It's why we have such extraordinary long lists for social housing. It's why we have such high bills for temporary accommodation as well. So again, I would urge all members in this House to get behind my appeals to executive colleagues to make sure that we have the funding in place so that we can actually build more social homes.
Thank you. I call Andrew McMurray.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. I can only imagine the trauma of being forced out of your home due to your religion or race, so to hear the universal condemnation of it, it's good. But can the Minister ensure that rehousing offers both dignity and safety and not just a roof over their heads?
Yes.
I call Nicola Brogan.
And thank the Minister for his answers here today. The Minister will know that this isn't just about one family, and many families have been victims of racist and sectarian intimidation. So I'd like to ask him, has he held regular meetings with the Housing Executive about these families, and have you personally met with any of the families affected by this intimidation?
Minister.
So I haven't, although I regularly speak to the Housing Executive about these issues, I have spoken in particular to Clanmill, which is the housing association that is impacted, and I have offered to meet with those that have been affected, and actually tomorrow I'm going to meet with some of the staff that have been dealing with these issues.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes this item of business. Just ask members to take their ease. We change the table to go back to votes. Okay, thank you.
Available, but if not. Ladies and gentlemen, business is now resumed. We're going back to the vote. Before I put the question on amendment number 1, I will remind members that if it is not made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. The question is that the amendment number 1, standing in the names of Alan Robinson, Pam Cameron and Cheryl Brownlee, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? I think the ayes have it. The aye. Oh, you're continuing now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Clear the lobbies. Order. Members will resume their seats. The question is amendment number 1, standing in the name of Alan Robinson, Pam Cameron and Cheryl Brownlee, be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contrary? Aye. Do we have tellers? Good. Order. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Pam Cameron and Cheryl Brownlow. Tellers for the noes are Nicola Brogan and Linda Dillon. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Oh. Secure the doors. Members, members, can we resume our seats? Thanking you. Clerk, could you read the results, please?
73 members voted, 41 members voted aye, 32 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Unfasten the doors. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next. As Amendment 1 has now passed, so Amendment 2 will not be raised because it is mutually exclusive. So therefore, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you very much indeed. Take your ease while we move over to the next item on the agenda.
Okay, members. The next item of business is a motion on reducing household energy costs. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly acknowledges the role that poorly insulated and energy inefficient social housing plays in driving up energy costs, thus contributing to fuel poverty, notes the benefits of reducing carbon emissions from the housing sector, recognises the value of interventions such as retrofitting, which will deliver affordable warmth and reduce household energy bills, further recognises the role of renewables in creating energy security and the value of the targets and objectives for electricity consumption from renewable sources outlined in the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022 and agreed by all executive parties, and calls on the Minister for Communities to bring forward proposals for the redesign of social homes, incorporating higher energy efficiency standards and renewable energy integration.
Thank you. I call on Kelly Armstrong to move the motion. Thank you, Kelly. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 3 amendments have been selected and are published on the Marshall list. So the Business Committee has agreed that 45 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. So Kelly, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm rise today not just to propose this motion, but to issue a call to action. Because behind every statistic on fuel poverty, there is a person. Behind every cold, damp wall is a child doing homework in a coat. Behind every outdated boiler is a pensioner rationing heat to make ends meet. This motion recognises a simple truth. We cannot afford to keep building homes that belong in the past. The homes we construct today must be fit for the future, energy efficient, affordable to heat, and resilient in the face of climate change. Let's be honest, we've known for years that our housing stock is amongst the least efficient in the islands. We know retrofitting is expensive, disruptive, and can be slow. And we know that every home we build today is a future retrofit waiting to happen at a cost we cannot afford. So why are we still building homes that will need fixing tomorrow and in the future? This motion calls on the Minister for Communities, the Minister who is in charge of housing, to bring forward proposals that will embed higher energy efficiency standards and renewable energy integration into the very fabric of our social housing. These should be the foundations that inform the next building regulations, because that's where real lasting change happens. Alliance believes that we will continue to fail to deliver the housing Northern Ireland needs unless leadership is shown. As the Minister responsible for housing, I'm calling on the Minister for Communities to stop dithering and to take forward actions. While I appreciate the Departments of Finance and Infrastructure will take forward the building regulations, there is an opportunity for the Minister for Communities to drive forward changes by proactively producing a blueprint for what people require homes of the future to include. We have the technology, we have the expertise. What we need now is the courage to lead. By raising standards, we can slash energy bills for families who need it the most. We can cut carbon emissions to meet our legal obligations under the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022. We can create thousands of skilled jobs in construction, green technology and energy services. And we can build homes that are warm, dry and dignified, not just for today, but for generations to come. This isn't about insulation and solar panels. It's about social justice. It's about fairness. It's about ensuring that social housing tenants, often the most vulnerable in our society, are not left behind in the transition to a low-carbon future. I went to the Four Winds to look at a private development that is up to Passive House standard. And in that development, the average running costs, general running costs for a month is £80. And that was for a 4-bedroom home that was also charging cars, electric cars off that house. £80. Heat, light, everything, £80. How much would that help vulnerable families if they only had to pay £80 to run their household? Principal Deputy Speaker, we cannot continue to treat energy efficiency as a luxury. It is a necessity and it is a right. And let me be clear, this is not about adding cost, it's about adding value. The upfront investment and better standards pays for itself many times over in lower bills, healthier homes and a cleaner environment. We have a moral obligation to act, because every delay means more families trapped in fuel poverty, more emissions locked in, more public money spent on retrofitting homes that should have been built right the first time. Principal Deputy Speaker, imagine a Northern Ireland where every new social home is a model of sustainability, where our buildings deliver energy efficiency, ensuring fuel poverty becomes a problem of the past, where we are known not for lagging behind but for leading the way. That vision is within reach, but only if we choose it. Instead of building homes that are obsolete the day they are finished, let's build homes that are warm, affordable and future-proofed. So let's pass this motion and ensure that the next building regulations reflect the ambition, the urgency and the compassions that our citizens need. And those building regulations need to be driven forward by communities who should know what people who live in those homes need. I don't want to have to look back in 10 years and regret the houses being built today. Let's not have to explain to future generations why we chose short-term savings over long-term energy security and sustainability. The question before us is not whether we can afford to raise our standards, it's whether we can afford not to. And indeed today, at the launch of the Simon Community Report on Childhood Adversity and Homelessness in Northern Ireland, they confirmed we can no longer afford to have the housing system that we currently have. We are going to be the first assembly that will see 100,000 people on a waiting list for a social home. That's shameful. That's a record-breaking shame. So the question before us is not whether we can afford to raise our standards, it's whether we can afford not to. I don't think we can. It would be shameful if the only things growing in this mandate are waiting lists. We need to ensure that what we build is sustainable. And Minister, this is where you have to act. I don't want to hear building regulations aren't my responsibility. I want to hear how you're making sure the significant investment being made into new homes is on residential properties fit for the future and not based on out-of-date standards. It may well fall to another department to take forward the regulations, but surely communities should be driving the need for better housing standards and design. Principal Deputy Speaker, if this Assembly passes this motion, it will send a clear message to the Executive to work to shape the next building regulations with ambition and ensure that every home we build is a promise to keep, to our people, to our planet and to the future. And I'll make a comment just about the amendments that have come before us today. I cannot accept the DUP amendment because it shows lack of courage and a lack of an ability to accept the law that's already in place about climate change. I can't accept the Ulster Unionists' amendment because, to be honest, it's so far away from the initial intention of this motion, I have no idea why it's there. Perhaps another motion on another day. I can accept the SDLP amendment because it talks in the same frame as ourselves, and they may as well have lifted the wording from the presentation we got at committee last Thursday. So, well done on that one. But that's it, Principal Deputy Speaker. It's over to this House to debate.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so I call on Steve Aiken to move amendment number 1. Thank you, Steve. You'll have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 1 and 5 minutes to wind. Steve, please open the debate on amendment number 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I think the importance of this amendment is to talk to the cross-cutting example of the issues that we have before us. And I welcome the Minister being here as well, but the main issues will also refer to the Ministers of Economy, Infrastructure and to the Executive as well. These are all cross-cutting issues, and if we are to be able to deliver what we need for the people of Northern Ireland, we need to do that. But we cannot talk about energy at home without identifying the interconnectivity of all these issues. And we need to be able to recognise some very significant points that, unless we deal with them, we're never going to get to, as Ms Armstrong has kindly pointed out. There is a considerable degree of vulnerability in our grid infrastructure. And on several occasions, our party has indeed written to the Economy Minister and stated that these are problems that need to be resolved if we are to sort out our move towards a more electric economy. Unbelievably, the Economy Minister has written back to me on several occasions, and she stated there were no problems. Yet, we have the example of what happened when the Permanent Secretary went in front of the Economy Committee and identified the fact that we nearly reached a dark amber condition for our electricity market. That sounds like red to me, which means that we're about to have systemic failure. Again, one of the things we keep on talking about this, but we're missing some of the fundamental points, because we get to a point where we're having the electricity grid is ready to sort of fail, because there are too many single points of failures in the system, including Kilkira, which is owned by the NIE parent company ESB, which is always seeming to be having down for maintenance. You'd wonder why that nobody's taking any particular interest in this. And we know that the cross-cutting remarks that what we need to do is to sort out these problems. But we also know that the Executive recently had an emergency meeting, or should I call it an urgent meeting, to deal with the fact that the lights were about to go out. And very much to the fore of the main motion, and also what was being brought before the Alliance Party, all the Executive Ministers had to agree to a significant increase in the amount of carbon derogations that were having to be made just to be able to keep the lights on. And if that's not germane to what this debate's about, I have absolutely no idea what is. I think we also need to understand that we probably need, it's well beyond time, we need an independent review of Sony and NIE Networks' failure to invest properly in our grid. Because one of the issues we have is we keep on talking about time and time again about small level electricity, the ability to use particularly sort of PV and other sort of reliant technologies to make things work. But we can't do that if we don't have a grid that's capable of withstanding the amount of PV that's likely to go on it. And equally, we can't do that with a grid where there's extremely large connection charges to be able to meet up with it to try and make it work. And one of the issues we have to ask is that this isn't, pardon the pun, this isn't rocket science. This has been done. This has been done successfully in Scotland, in Wales, Cornwall, Devon and the Republic of Ireland. So what lessons is the Executive taking from this process and what we're trying to do? And what lessons are we taking about investment in the grid? And the questions we have to ask are also fundamental. You know, we need to undertake an independent investigation on the costs of doing these things. We hear you say quite rightly, we need to invest heavily in our housing stock to be able to bring them up to net zero standards. But why would a contractor do that in Northern Ireland when they're doing it with the same materials and the same planning constraints and the same contractors that is costing 2 to 3 times as much here in Northern Ireland as it is in Scotland, England and Wales? Why aren't we investigating that? That's part of our amendment. Do you not think that is germane to what we're having to do in this debate today? It is fundamental to what we're trying to do. Not part of, I don't understand why the Ulster Unionist Party is raising this issue shouldn't be raised as something else. This is pathetic. We also need to look very closely to the issues about how we can add to the process. It's not just about a question of reducing the amount of emissions that are required to keep our homes warm. It's also very much about how we can use the rest of the systems that we have. And again, the Alliance Party talks time and time again about getting towards zero net carbon and the approaches to do with that. There is great opportunity to do that. We can look at things like anaerobic digestion. We can look at anaerobic digestion and injecting green hydrogen onto the grid. But then we would need changes in the regulator process to be able to increase the amount of green hydrogen on the grid that would enable us to have a much more dynamic power system altogether. And we should be in a position where people can self-generate electricity and sell it onto the grid. But again, that would need grid to make it work. And of course, unless we've got the grid that's working, all the things you talk about, Alliance, absolutely have no impact whatsoever. Because if you can't import or export the power, it just doesn't work. We also need to look closely at pricing and pricing structures. We're part of the ICEM, and if you listen to people who talk about the ICEM, you'll hear them say time and time again how important it is for the energy security in Northern Ireland. Anybody who understands electricity, and it's a pity that Mr. Frew's not here at the moment, he would understand, and he would be able to tell you very clearly, is the fact that the ICEM is a virtual only market. We're not connected north-south. Actually, we're connected east-west, because every time there's a power outage or a shortage in the Republic of Ireland, they import energy from Wales. Every time we need to keep the lights on, we have to import power from Scotland. And one of the most important things we need to be able to make any form of reliable energy going forward and be able to get towards zero net carbon amongst our housing stock is another interconnector. Because one of the most important things that there is that there's a large volume of cheap or even negatively priced renewable energy in the GB market. We can't get onto that because of 2 reasons. One, because we don't have sufficient interconnection, which is vital to what we need to be able to discuss here. And the second one is we've got a monopoly in Northern Ireland. We've got a monopoly from ESB and Airgrid, aka Northern Ireland Networks and Sony. Our prices are fixed by the ability of the infrastructure to deal with the systems we're dealing with. Unless we can sort that out, we're not going to get anywhere. So, whereas our party will be fully supportive of everything we can do to improve our housing stock, get to homes that are sufficiently insulated, get to them fitted with PV, but unless we sort out the grid infrastructure, it's absolutely pointless. It's just window dressing. It's just greenwashing. We need to be able to make everything to work. And that's why I'm encouraging, rather than listening to the rhetoric of the Alliance Party that would just rather go and bash unionists, but that seems to be their modus operandi at the moment. Really? Why did you actually say what you said when I just explained to you why it's vitally important?
Excuse me, can we go through the chair, please?
Oh, certainly, sir. Sorry.
If you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
Thank you.
Sorry, I do not mind at all about making that remark about Alliance. But that's why I would recommend that you accept our amendment, because I think it will significantly improve what has been put as part of the motion. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Pam Cameron to move amendment number 2. Thank you, Pam. So you'll have 10 minutes to propose your amendment and 5 minutes to wind. So, Pam, could you please open the debate on amendment number 2? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. So our DUP amendment aims to bring a sense of balance and realism to this debate, particularly in light of the serious infrastructure and affordability challenges facing Northern Ireland. But let me begin by saying that I fully recognise and welcome the intention behind this motion. And we can all agree that fuel poverty is a very real and very pressing issue, and that poorly insulated homes place an unfair burden on families. The call to improve energy efficiency of our social housing and to explore renewable integration is both sensible and indeed it is timely. This is something every one of us wishes for every constituent of ours, and even for our own homes, to be energy efficient, to be as environmentally friendly as possible, to have warm and healthy homes. Our amendment reflects growing concern that some of the emissions targets and sectoral objectives set out in the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland of 2022 may simply not be deliverable in the time frame we've committed to, given the very real infrastructural and financial constraints that we face. We've seen, for example, the decision to extend operating hours at Kilroot Power Station, a necessary step to maintain energy security, but one that involves increased use of fossil fuels. This points to the gap between policy ambition and operational reality, and it's something that we can't ignore and that we must take seriously. I will.
The member will be aware this is not the first time this has happened with Kilroot Power Station, and this has been an ongoing problem. Does it seem to be there seems to be a lack of strategy to deal with this issue?
I thank the member for his intervention. And similarly, of course, we have the recent court judgment on the A5 road project, highlighting how climate targets have had unintended consequences. In this case, potentially delaying or even preventing vital infrastructure projects. We need to ensure that such flagship projects can still go ahead without breaching emissions limits or putting other sectors under pressure. I want to make some progress, if you don't mind. Clearly, much of what we'll be debating today will relate to other departments too, such as the responsibility for renewable energy, which of course is with the Department of Economy, and we know that the Department for Economy has a statutory obligation under the Climate Change Act to ensure that at least 80% of electricity consumption is from renewable sources by 2030. Significant investment and reform is needed in this area, particularly around grid capacity, planning and skills development. So I would ask the question, and where are we in meeting these targets? Are they even achievable? And are we being disingenuous by not raising concern at our ability to meet these incredibly challenging targets? I will.
I thank the member very much for giving way. Because our houses are not ready to take electricity, we poured £94 million worth of renewable energy away in Q1 and Q2 of this year. We didn't use wind energy. We can do this.
Okay, I thank the member for her intervention. We also have to be...
Does the member agree with me that in order to ensure drawdown on that supply, you need to have a grid connection policy, which currently does not exist? And if the member wants to shout from a century position in relation to batteries, would the member further agree with me that we in the Alliance motion have not outlined a single cost of what this would be to introduce?
And I thank my colleague member for his intervention also.
Get through this. The rest of this without interventions. Go ahead.
I appreciate your intervention. We obviously must be mindful of the wider costs, and DERA's draft climate action plan has been estimated to cost a whopping £1 billion between now and 2027, and this is of course an incredibly eye-watering figure. Madam Deputy Speaker, this amendment does not seek to weaken our commitment to addressing climate change. Rather, it asks us to proceed with care and pragmatism. And we really do need to be looking at these issues with and through a realistic lens. We need to be honest about what we can and what we cannot achieve right now and with the available resource. Madam Speaker, we must be sensible while absolutely seeking to achieve real and lasting benefits for Northern Ireland. What I'm sure none of us want is to unintentionally place additional pressures on households, on businesses, on our ability to deliver key public services in what are already very challenging times. So I would encourage members to support our amendment. It keeps the core of the motion intact, improving homes and lowering bills, whilst also acknowledging the complex and sometimes competing demands that we now face. In terms of the ministerial response, I would ask the Minister if he could update this House on the affordable warmth scheme and what plans he has to upscale that particular scheme, which of course helps low-income households improve energy efficiency through a range of measures. I'd also like to hear more on what social housing providers are able to do, and ask what is happening around the review within the Department of the Decent Homes Standard. So another question I would have, and would respectfully ask the Minister to address, is where the private rented sector fits into all of this, and what other schemes are in the mix, and can the Minister update us on the progress of the fuel poverty strategy, where I'm giving the Minister a lot of homework. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I will leave it there, and I look forward to hearing more contributions from the members across the House today. Thank you.
Cheers, the Minister's got it all scripted there, Pam, you're grand. Okay, Mark Durkin to move amendment number 3.
The importance of a warm home.
You going to move it, Mark?
I'll move.
Right, thanks. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the Assembly should note that these amendments are mutually exclusive. So if Amendment 1 is made, the question will not be put on Amendments 2 or 3. If Amendment 1 is... If Amendment 1 is made, the question will not be put on Amendments 2 or 3. If Amendment 1 is not made, the question will be put on Amendment 2. And if it is made, the question will not be put on Amendment number 3. Okay? So, Mark, you'll have 10 minutes to propose Amendment number 3 and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes during this debate. Mark, open the debate on the amendment. Thank you.
As I was saying, the importance of a warm home cannot be overstated. We often talk about home as a place of comfort and warmth, and many of us actually look forward to this time of the year as the darker evenings draw in and people think about getting in and getting cosy. But for a growing number of households across the north, the fall of autumn leaves doesn't signal comfort, but signals fear. Fear of colder weather, fear of higher bills, and having to make that invidious, that impossible choice between heating and eating. That's not the opening line of a Dickens novel, but the grim reality facing thousands of families across the north in 2025. Indeed, my constituency office is already inundated with calls seeking support with heating homes. The latest data from National Energy Action shows that 40% of people here are living in fuel poverty. That's over 300,000 households. For those in social housing, that figure rises to 55%. Food prices are climbing despite global energy costs stabilising, and the pressure on family budgets is relentless. Yet we've seen very little in the way of leadership from the executive on tackling those fundamental cost of living issues. The crisis hasn't gone away, even if the term itself appears to have fallen out of fashion. And this isn't just about energy bills. We also need to look at the wider picture of poverty. We need to look at what provisions are already in place, what isn't working, what could be working better. In my own constituency, I've seen so many homes riddled with damp. Social homes, private rented homes, homes of every kind. Westway in Craigan is one such area that comes to mind. Older Northern Ireland housing executive stock which has been left to mould and decay because necessary insulation works have been delayed time and time again. These tenants are paying through the roof in a fruitless effort to keep their homes warm. Heat seeps through uninsulated walls and poorly fitted windows. Many of those I've spoken with suffer from persistent coughs, from COPD and asthma. That can't be a coincidence. Over the last 3 years alone, 40,000 reports of damp have been made to the Housing Executive. And this shocking figure doesn't even include housing associations or as I've mentioned, private tenancies, where conditions are often much worse. I recently got a photo of shocking damp, mould and leaks in private accommodation provided to a young mother and her newborn baby. But here's the kicker. I recognised the property instantly from the photographs because just last year I'd complained about the same property on behalf of a previous tenant. That family was moved out, but instead of fixing the problem, another tenant was simply moved in. That's a disgrace. And while Awab's law, a vital piece of legislation to protect tenants in such conditions, is set to move through the House of Commons in the weeks ahead, the Communities Minister keeps referring any of my questions on the matter to a response that he gave me in March 2024. Since then, we've had no update, no progress, no evidence of work being done. Cold, damp homes can have serious health and financial implications, hitting hardest for our most vulnerable and at-risk groups, children and older people. 31% of households here reported health and well-being impacts because of rising energy costs, and 1 in 4 people who died here in 2022 were in fuel poverty. That should shame every one of us into action. We also see failure in how resources are being used. The Affordable Warmth Scheme, which should be our frontline defence against fuel poverty, remains underfunded and overwhelmed. In 2023-24, the scheme received over 11,500 applications. Just 24% of those ended up receiving support. That's despite millions of pounds in Barnett consequentials flowing from Whitehall's £13.2 billion Warm Homes plan. Why is that money not being ring-fenced at or by the executive? We need investment in our older stock of social housing, not just new builds. We need to fix what we already have. The Cavity Wall Action Plan, launched in 2019, found that 63% of housing executive properties were not compliant with current standards. Only 9% of its stock were deemed to have sufficient cavity wall insulation. The scheme was designed to boost efficiency, yet underinvestment means it supported only 203 homes in 4 years, none of which were in Derry and Strabane, I'll point out to the Minister, an area with the highest reports of damp and of deprivation. I'm hearing from social housing tenants receiving a long-awaited and long-delayed switch from oil to gas, but the installation didn't include a combi boiler, meaning that they're still having to heat water separately, costing more for them and more for the environment. If we're serious about energy efficiency, then we must be serious about value for money and outcomes, not just ticking boxes on paper. Speaker, turning to the opposition amendment that was submitted on Wednesday prior to Communities Committee, although it's always refreshing to discover that the experts are on the same page as the SDLP. However, the ideas contained within it aren't exactly brand new. It's in our housing report launched in February, and the SDLP has long championed the Green New Deal approach, a comprehensive low-carbon energy strategy that includes retrofitting, renewable integration and energy efficiency as central pillars. It's crucial that we have targets, timelines and accountability. As such, we won't be supporting the two mutually exclusive amendments before the House today. Our focus, and I'm not saying that other people's focus isn't, but our focus is steadfastly on solutions that deliver. To conclude, we support calls for just transition, certainly.
For giving way. Does the member honestly believe that the legal targets set by this previous Assembly are going to be met?
I have no confidence that any target set by this executive on anything will be met. But do I believe that it can be met or could be met? with the proper ambition and the proper investment and the correct attitude, absolutely it could be. All of us are in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. To conclude, we support calls for just transition, but one that ensures low-income families are not left behind as we decarbonise. That means introducing a statutory fuel poverty target as exists elsewhere in the UK, a social energy tariff so those on low incomes automatically pay less for essential energy, and proper funding for retrofit programmes. We can't remain the only part of these islands without a statutory commitment to ending fuel poverty. We're not, as the opposition, here simply to oppose or be negative, as we were accused of yesterday. We're here to offer some solutions and to support the executive to do better for the people that we all represent. Every cold home, every child living in damp conditions, every pensioner afraid to turn on the heating is a direct failure of policy and failure on delivery. Let's change that. Let's make warmth a right and not a privilege.
Thank you, Mark. I call Colin Gilder now.
And I'd like to start by thanking the members for bringing forward this motion in what is indeed a topic of huge importance. As we all know, over the last number of years, the cost of living crisis has had a particularly severe impact on family household bills, particularly when it comes to things like food prices and housing costs. But perhaps one of the most punishing impacts of the cost of living crisis has been the runaway increases in household energy costs. Although energy prices have mostly stabilised, the last few years have highlighted just how volatile the energy market is and how global events thousands of miles away can have a material impact on the standard of living which people experience here in the north. One of the biggest knock-on effects of the energy crisis has been the significant rise in fuel poverty, particularly for those on low incomes. A survey carried out by the National Energy Action in 2024 found that roughly 40% of people here in the north were experiencing some level of fuel poverty. What that means in practice is families having to choose between heating and eating. It means children sleeping in cold, damp bedrooms. It means more stress, more anxiety, and a lower quality of life for all of those who are impacted. These statistics bring into sharp focus the urgent need for a modern, fit-for-purpose fuel poverty strategy which will make a meaningful impact at reducing fuel poverty. We also need to see the urgent delivery of an ambitious anti-poverty strategy, as fuel poverty is intrinsically linked to wider poverty, and one cannot be tackled without tackling the other. And it would be helpful if the Minister could set out timelines for both in his remarks when he comes to speak on this motion. The Department consulted on a draft fuel poverty strategy earlier this year, which Sinn Féin responded to, and I have to say I was very glad to see some positive proposals within that consultation. It is vital that we make our current housing stock more energy efficient. Poor insulation in homes is one of the key drivers of fuel poverty, and this is particularly true for older properties. There have been a number of uplifts to building standards in recent years, and these have dramatically reduced energy costs for newer homes, whilst at the same time ensuring homes are warmer. However, we must move forward with the next phase of the planned uplifts, and it would be good if the Minister could give an update on when this is likely to go ahead. We also need to see a retrofit strategy for older homes. Some of our older properties are so energy inefficient that it will take considerable investment and innovative solutions to bring them up to modern day standard, but this will benefit all of us in the long run. Sinn Féin has called for an uplift to the minimum energy efficient standards within the private rented sector. At last week's Communities Committee, members received a briefing from Department officials which included an update on the new Warm Healthy Home scheme, which is due to replace the Affordable Warmth scheme next year. The Affordable Warmth scheme has been a lifeline for many families in combating the worst impact of fuel poverty over the last decade, with over 25,000 homes receiving upgrades at a cost of over $100 million. The new scheme needs to be even more ambitious and be open to more people, and it would be helpful if the Minister could share some of the details of the new scheme in his remarks. We also need to see greater protections Acharja for consumers from energy companies. One of the lessons from the cost of living crisis is that price rises will always fall on the consumer, and energy companies will often seem to take advantage of this by announcing unfair price hikes. Sinn Féin would like to see the introduction of an energy price cap in the north, as already exists in Britain, as well as price protections for home heating oil customers and social tariffs for the most vulnerable. Just before I conclude my remarks, I'd also just like to flag to the Minister that there has been a significant issue with recall for home heating pumps in the south. I'm not sure if the Minister is aware of that. If he's not, I'll pass on information, but I just would like to check if there's any impact here in the north in relation to that issue.
Thank you, Colm. I call Militia McHugh.
I support the motion because the reality is stark. Poorly insulated, energy inefficient social housing drives up bills and locks thousands of families into fuel poverty. Figures vary. However, the National Action tells us that the most official estimate of fuel poverty is 27%, based on the 2016 House Condition Survey. What this tells us is sadly clear. Too many households face the cruel choice between heating and eating.
I want to commend the tireless work of community volunteers and charitable organisations. Their advocacy, practical help and compassion makes a real difference to families who would otherwise have nowhere to turn. They're an essential avenue of support in our communities.
We know that housing is a major contributor to carbon emissions. Refitting homes with insulation, efficient heating systems and renewable technologies is not just an environmental necessity, it is an economic one. Evidence from the Department for Communities shows that energy upgrades can cut household bills by hundreds of pounds each year, delivering affordable warmth where it is needed most. Councils are also embedding stronger standards through local development plans, promoting fabric-first designs when houses are being built, by passive solar gain and renewable integration. These policies, rooted in the Strategic Planning Policy Statement, can shape new housing to higher efficiency, but they must be applied realistically. Policies on paper must translate into real benefits for households. Therefore, we cannot reduce fuel poverty through reducing housing measures alone. Retrofitting and better standard are vital, but fuel poverty is fundamentally about poverty itself. Families are struggling not just because of substandard homes, but because of low incomes, insecure work, rising costs, and systemic inequality. That is why an overall anti-poverty strategy is essential to address root causes of fuel poverty.
These contradictions. Cuts to winter fuel payments or entitlements undermine any effort to support vulnerable households. It's simply wrong to withdraw support while outdated homes remain unfit for purpose. In supporting this motion, we must combine higher housing standards with a broader anti-poverty strategy. Only then can we reduce bills, tackle fuel poverty, meet climate obligations and deliver dignity for families across the north of Ireland.
Thank you, Militia. I call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Energy security is one of the defining issues that we need to deal with. Families right across Northern Ireland are feeling the cost of energy in their pockets every single day of the week, and it's one of the biggest pressures that households face. That becomes even more acute in low-income households. As an Assembly, we have a responsibility to act to deliver lower costs, to help hard-earned money stay where it belongs, and that's in people's pockets, and to insulate our economy from global shocks that we've seen the price of electricity, gas and everything else rise recently, whether that comes from America, Russia, China. Only last week, and it's been referenced already, but members of the Economy Committee met the utility regulator, where we were told just how close Northern Ireland came to an energy blackout, very similar to the one that hit Spain and Portugal. That should be a wake-up call for all of us. At present, we are dangerously reliant on having 2 out of 3 of our power stations operating at any one time to keep the lights on. While faults occur, as they have recently, a commercially owned generator can effectively hold the public and the system to ransom. That is not resilience, and it's not security. But why has that happened? As we discussed through with the utility regulator, one of the biggest issues that wasn't referenced at all when Steve was talking to this earlier, and I'll come on to their amendment in a second, but the biggest single reason for the failure is not the failure delivery of the North-South interconnector that actually connects the 2 markets. Every year, that delay is costing every household in Northern Ireland around £100 on their bill. Yeah.
He's correct. The North-South interconnector is the one fundamental failure of the whole ISEM system. Without the North-South interconnector, it's not going to work. And burying the cable is being presented by some parties in this chamber as a way ahead. It's just going to put the cost up so much it's never going to happen.
Members, next minute.
Okay. I'll come on to the amendment, because that is factually not true. How confidently you speak, how confidently you say. Last week you told us very confidently that it took 7 hours to go to Dublin to get an airplane. That's nonsense as well. That is utter. This isn't a battle between Lincoln with GB and Lincoln with the South. The Ulster Unions have the tendency in every debate to do this. We need an interconnector to Scotland. We also need an interconnector to the south. But the key difference is the interconnector to Scotland, as was told by the experts, will not give us the stability on our network. We still need the power stations. So to have the stability on our network, we need the North-South interconnector delivered. We need to have that connection to save not only money, but to make us more resilient and to give the capacity and the stability on our network. Yeah, okay.
I don't know where the member gets the idea that we're against the North-South interconnector. I've been one of the strongest advocates for the North-South interconnector for nearly 10 years, and indeed before that when I was the Chief Executive of the British Irish Chamber of Commerce. I just don't know where you're getting that from, but so what?
Right. I'm expecting to declare an interest, but the interconnector was not referenced at all. In fact, you've made it about having a Scottish one instead, when one wouldn't be quicker than the other. This is about creating better for people. This is about delivering better stability, cheaper prices. It's not about, everywhere in Europe is connected to each other, yet we seem to have a problem here. It's utterly ridiculous. On the DUP amendment, we can't support moving away from the ambition of contained in the climate targets. Turning back the clock is not the answer to move forward. We need to make up the time that's been lost, and the Department of Economy in this case needs to act with urgency to deliver on the renewables. Yeah, sure.
And I appreciate the member giving way on that, and I agree with him in relation to the Department for the Economy. Can I just ask then why none of that is included in the motion that's before us today?
Well, the motion is to the Minister for this is the problem, and I raised this yesterday in this House. Every issue we deal with is across multiple different departments, and every department needs to work together to deliver any of this. That is fundamentally the problem with this Assembly. That a committee, we have one minister in front of us, and I thank the Minister for being with us, but he's not in control of the energy part of this. So as a committee, we can't scrutinise across the issues, and that is a fundamental problem. But we've got to listen to the science of where we're going, but we've also got to look at the economics of this and be on the right side of that and deliver better and cheaper for everyone. We've constantly called actually for that reform, and that has got to be the way we move forward if we're to allow the change to happen and the actual scrutiny and delivery of issues to come forward. But this isn't only about retrofitting existing homes, it's about designing the future, and every social home built to those standards. Actually, in the PAC, we recently had about Struil and Omagh. We are building schools who need, and we haven't even started to build some of them, that need retrofitted before we start. That is bonkers. This is tens of millions of pounds of taxpayers' money going to be wasted because we're allowing things to move forward without having this at the basis. But my time is gone. So thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Nicola Brogan.
The issues of housing, fuel poverty, energy costs and climate change are all deeply interconnected. This is why it was so important that the overarching cross-departmental Climate Change Act was created. And the truth is there are very few issues we face here that aren't in some way affected by climate change, but perhaps it's felt nowhere more acutely than in the home. Hotter summers and colder winters mean older stocks of housing are simply not suitable for the current climate, requiring more heat to keep them warm. Energy producers are fully aware of this, yet they've been consistently increasing the cost of energy for years now, despite the record profits and huge windfalls. This has led to shameful situations where low-income families and pensioners are having to choose between eating and heating, which is simply shocking and completely unacceptable. Greater extremes of drought and flooding put more pressure on the family home, with, for example, insurance prices in flood-prone areas adding to the ever-mounting costs that people must pay in order to keep a roof over their heads. People are paying more to be less comfortable and less secure in their own homes. And this is why the steps proposed in various climate action plans are important. It's not just about bringing emissions down, although certainly that will help stabilise the extremes of climate change, and as the producer of up to 14% of the North's total greenhouse gas emissions, housing can play a vital role in that fight. But the actions we take to reduce emissions will have other positive effects and open up new avenues of opportunity. Retrofitting will not only make our homes warmer, but will reduce energy costs. Moving to new ways of heating our homes, such as heat pumps, will reduce our reliance on multinational groups. Transitioning to renewable forms of energy production will free us from the volatility of the fossil fuel market, and embracing Ireland's abundant natural resources, such as wind and wave energy, can help reduce our reliance on imports. This shift to renewables can also open up new avenues of economic opportunity for us, such as through the development of new renewable technologies, something we are already seeing as Ireland becomes an industry leader in areas like zero-emission vehicles and wind energy. But that's not to say that any of this will be easy. But if we ensure that the steps we take are founded on the principles of just transition, then we can ensure energy, safety, security and prosperity for generations to come, as well as the effects of cleaner air, soil and water that come along with those changes. Housing has a huge role to play in that, so there is an immense responsibility on the Minister for Communities to seize the opportunity and begin laying the groundwork that will make homes safer, warmer and more affordable.
Thank you, Nicola. I call Auntie Allen.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my committee colleague for bringing forward this important motion to the House. It does go to the core of an urgent social and economic issue, fuel poverty. We all know that rising energy prices have become unaffordable, pushing many households beyond the brink. But they also have further exposed a deeper problem, the poor condition of far too many of our homes. When a house is cold, damp, poorly insulated, or a combination thereof, people pay more to heat it, yet they still live in the cold. The result is predictable. It impacts health and well-being and drives higher costs. And while there have been some slight reductions in energy prices, they remain far beyond what many households can reasonably afford, especially when combined with homes that are energy inefficient. According to the Department for Communities' draft fuel poverty strategy, around 27% of households in Northern Ireland are in fuel poverty, but the National Energy Action puts the figure much higher, about 40% overall, and over half of all social tenants. These aren't abstract figures. They represent individuals and families who are making impossible choices. 1 in 10 are cutting back on food, and over a quarter have gone without heating or electricity at least once in the past 2 years. The draft strategy reminds us that the energy efficiency of our housing stock is among the lowest in Europe. It also highlights why. A typically uninsulated home loses around 33% of its heat through the walls, 25% through the roof, and another 10 to 20% through the floor. Add drafty windows and doors, and much of the heat we pay for simply escapes. Poor insulation and energy inefficiency, which the motion references, traps people in a cycle of high bills and low comfort. The Department's own stakeholder engagement report, which involved more than 365 organisations and individuals, reinforced that message. Participants were clear that we need sustained investment and a whole-house, fabric-first approach. Insulating walls, lofts, floors, improving ventilation and modernising heating systems together rather than in isolation. The consultation also proposes new standards that deserve our full support, and I look forward to hearing more detail from the Minister here today and indeed in my Assembly question next week. There are sensible and pragmatic steps that we can take, but these will need coordination across departments. The strategy itself stresses the need for joined-up delivery, consistency and better public awareness so that households know what help they can access. In June 2025, the UK Government announced £13.2 billion for its Warm Homes Plan, bringing significant Barnett consequences to Northern Ireland. While I appreciate this funding is not ring-fenced, it offers a crucial opportunity for the Northern Ireland Executive to invest in retrofitting and home energy efficiency schemes. Boosting support programmes like the Affordable Warm Scheme or its planned successor, the Warm Healthy Homes Scheme, would help more households whilst outlining or cutting both energy bills and carbon emissions. Our amendment raises important points about grid infrastructure and energy regulation. A secure and affordable energy supply matters and reform is needed. But the truth is that energy security begins at home. A strong grid and ambitious renewables target are extremely important, but so too is supporting households that can't afford to turn the heating on because the heat leaks straight out the roof and walls. So the two approaches, system reform and household efficiency, must go hand in hand. One without the other won't solve the problem. Principal Deputy Speaker, fuel poverty isn't inevitable. It's the result of poor housing, high costs and years of underinvestment. The consultation and stakeholder report make clear what needs to happen, and I believe the will is there. We just need the funding to do it. So let's make sure that no one in Northern Ireland has to choose between heating and eating.
Thank you, Andy. I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I rise mindful that I was recently appointed Chair of the All-Party Group on Climate Action, but I speak primarily as Alliance Party spokesperson on the environment and to express my support for this important Alliance motion. The motion prioritises not just urgent climate action, but also emphasises achieving a just transition, particularly for those in our society who are most vulnerable to both the effects of climate change as well as energy poverty. The housing sector, whether we like it or not, is responsible for a significant proportion of our carbon emissions, but addressing this challenge can bring wide-ranging benefits. By reducing emissions from our homes, we can deliver affordable warmth, lower household energy bills and improve the health and well-being of the most disadvantaged members of our community. For example, Principal Deputy Speaker, introducing large-scale retrofitting schemes such as upgrading insulation, replacing fossil fuel heating systems with other low-carbon technologies and improving the energy efficiency of windows and roofs can help alleviate fuel poverty while also cutting emissions. These interventions are essential in combating social inequality alongside achieving environmental goals. Principal Deputy Speaker, it's been mentioned here already, we have a statutory duty set out in the Climate Change Act, which was supported by all executive parties. This legislation commits us to ambitious renewable energy targets. Recent data from the Department for the Economy shows that Northern Ireland currently sources approximately 45% of its electricity from renewables. Whilst this is a commendable achievement, we cannot be complacent, especially when neighbouring regions such as Scotland have surpassed 60%. Northern Ireland should strive not just to meet but to surpass these targets, leveraging our landscape, which is conducive to clean energy innovation, to becoming a leading example for all of the United Kingdom and Ireland as well. Addressing these ambitions, Alliance will continue to urge the Minister for Communities to bring forward comprehensive proposals for redesigning and constructing social homes to be fit for a net zero future. This means integrating higher energy efficiency standards, which are vital for residents already struggling to pay their bills. And it means also it would make a significant contribution to meeting our emission targets. And hopefully, when the Minister responds today, we'll hear some more about current plans and also future plans. Turning to the amendments, Principal Deputy Speaker, Amendment 1 fails to address the immediate threats posed by climate change properly. Similarly, Amendment 2 is problematic, especially the claim about the undeliverable nature of emissions targets contained in the Climate Change Act, an agreement forged collectively by all parties here. We must uphold our shared commitments and not retreat from hard-won progress simply because implementation poses challenges. We must prioritise urgency, not half measures or backtracking. Principal Deputy Speaker, I read the two amendments and I listened to them being proposed today. And I heard from Mr Aiken about the lights going out. And I read the amendments again. And I concluded the lights are on, but there's nobody at home. Not over there at least, and not with this level of climate denial. In contrast, Amendment 3 is supportable because it preserves the core aim. It prefers, I'm going to continue. It preserves the core aim of the motion, especially its focus on bridging the gap between ambitious climate measures and assisting those who are most affected by rising energy costs. I'm happy to give way now if Mr Aiken wants me to.
Just speaking, of course, as the Deputy Chair of the Climate Committee, and thank you, Mr Chair. Just to remind us that, of course, we are ones who have been advocating for a long time to make sure we get to zero net carbon as quickly as we can. And part of that is very much about making sure the grid works effectively and correctly. And one of your members made comment earlier on about the idea that we were not interested in north-south connection and not an oil island connection. Yeah, I know I can point up that way as well too, John. Point of fact, that was fundamentally wrong. Would the member care to correct that?
Members, an extra minute. Can I just remind all?
I thank the member for the intervention.
Excuse me, John, sorry, just a wee minute. So you have an extra minute, and could I just remind everyone, particularly the two deputy speakers, yes, that that they need to, just be sensitive, and also ensure that when they're making their points, that they're political and they're not personal. Thank you. Go ahead.
I thank the member for the intervention and congratulate him on his appointment as Vice Chair of the All-Party Group on Climate. And hopefully the sentiments and targets and aspirations of that group will be reflected in future motions. In closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, let me be clear. Any shortcuts we make today will only increase the cost, both financially and environmentally, for future generations. We must act decisively, ensuring that every household in Northern Ireland can ensure a warm, energy-efficient home, affordable energy and a cleaner, greener future. I urge all members to support the Alliance motion and reject the amendments that I outlined as incompatible with that motion. Consider the other amendment, which probably is. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I call Jerry Carroll.
I support the motion and its call for social housing redesign and renewable energy integration. Not only do we need a mass expansion of social house building, but those homes should be built to modern energy efficient standards with the lowest carbon footprint possible. Britain has been, I think, referred to a £2 billion Green Homes grant, while in the south there was a €90 million fund for retrofitting, but in the north, nothing once again, no plan or funding to make the massive improvements that are needed for energy efficient homes and affordable energy bills. And as we stated as well, over 40% of people here are fuel poor, spending over 10% of their total household expenditure on energy costs. 27%, Deputy Speaker, of households went without heating or electricity during the past 2 years. because they simply couldn't afford the bills. This is an increase of 8% from the previous year. Every day, people are wearing coats indoors, Deputy Speaker, staying in bed to keep warm, showering in work, skipping meals and taking out loans and getting into debt just to manage their energy bills. Totally unacceptable. Everyone has the right to secure, warm, energy efficient and affordable housing, and unfortunately this seems more like a distant pipe dream than a reality. And in terms of the private rented sector and temporary accommodation, it should also be noted that energy efficient standards in private rented properties are often exceptionally poor, if you can argue that they exist at all. For example, 75% of housing association stock here is at an EPC rating of C or above. By contrast, in 2023, Ulster University found that just 25% of private rental properties have a rating of C or above. So not only, Deputy Speaker, are landlords ripping tenants off with extortionate rents, they're content to let their tenants live in leaky, energy inefficient homes. When those tenants report inevitable issues with damp and mould, they're often threatened with eviction or rent hikes. And it's not just private tenants who are paying the price for energy inefficient homes. Damp and mouldy single lets are bought or rented out from private landlords by the housing executive, mayors and other temporary accommodation providers. Families are expected just to be grateful to have a roof over their head and stay silent about a house that's falling apart around them. Again, totally unacceptable. I've been contacted, Deputy Speaker, by a family with mould going in their oven due to structural damp in the kitchen. Another constituent couldn't keep a wooden wardrobe in one of her children's bedrooms because the wood kept rotting, and I've been contacted by multiple residents dealing with insect infestations due to persistently damp conditions. All of these families were living in single-let temporary accommodation and spending a fortune on heating homes that are incredibly energy inefficient, homes that are probably need razed to the ground and rebuilt. And when these tenants, Deputy Speaker, report to the housing executive or other temporary accommodation providers, they're told they're told to keep the windows open, including in the middle of winter, or keep the heating on longer, without a thought for how a homeless family can afford to keep the gas running all day. This amounts to nothing more than victim blaming. And Deputy Speaker, asylum-seeking people and migrant families are often met with institutional racism. They're told they just don't understand the climate here. And I've also been told directly by some housing providers, people from the Middle East in particular, have a cultural habit of just throwing water all over the place when they are in their home because their home is inefficiently protected and energy inefficient, which is just a definition of obviously victim blaming and racism. Totally unacceptable. In terms of price caps, Deputy Speaker, I think in the absence of this, the executive, and in the absence of the executive launching a mass social house building programme, retrofitting homes across all tenures and cracking down on neglectful, exploitative private landlords and temporary accommodation providers, something that seems exceptionally unlikely at the minute. We need to tackle the problem at its source. It's profiteering private companies, Deputy Speaker, who are behind high energy costs. Our energy system has been privatised at nearly every single stage, from generation to supply, as time the energy sector was publicly owned. There should be a windfall tax, Deputy Speaker, on big oil and gas companies who pollute our planet, like Shell and BP. Energy price caps should be implemented to cut out-of-control energy bills. This is clearly a matter for the British Government, but the executive needs to recognise the clear link between fuel poverty and corporate profiteering, and push Starmer's government to do something about it, and also give more power to the utility regulator. And given our high reliance on fossil fuels, Deputy Speaker, and the fact that Cool Kira, hopefully I said it correctly, is down for maintenance at the moment, I'm concerned that Kilroot and Ballylumford, owned by EP UK Investments, are demanding £2 million per hour for the use of their equipment, and the question is, will the Department for Economy pay this extortionate fee? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is the Minister for Communities to respond to the debate. The Minister, you'll have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the movers of the motion for bringing it to the House today. I have to say, there's much that I agree with in here. There's some that I disagree with, which I will come on to, but I want to make it very clear that my focus is putting people first. My focus is making sure that we reduce fuel poverty across Northern Ireland. That's why I have instigated work on a new fuel poverty strategy, which I look forward to presenting to the Executive for approval by the end of this year, which I had pledged to do. already. I want to acknowledge the role that poorly insulated and low energy efficient homes play in increased costs for householders. We've all agreed on that today, and enhanced energy efficiency standards will undoubtedly reduce heating costs, which is crucial in tackling fuel poverty. The proposals for a long-term framework in the draft fuel poverty strategy are intended to address issues such as improving energy efficiency in homes, reducing energy costs, supporting those in fuel poverty and ensuring consumer protections. Of course, we know as well that warmer homes will contribute to better health outcomes for both physical and mental well-being, and the implementation of higher standards stimulates demand for skilled labour in construction, retrofitting and renewable technologies which support job creation. So I want to welcome the collaborative engagement right across government in developing this strategy, and we have a real opportunity now to address the scourge of cold, damp homes. And I recognise the need to improve minimum housing standards, and therefore one of the three themes for the draft fuel poverty is to make homes more energy efficient. And setting and enforcing new standards appropriately will also help protect those most at risk of the costs and impacts of climate change in line with the Just Transition principles. So to support low-income households, my department is continuing to deliver the Affordable Warmth Scheme for low-income owner-occupiers and those in the private rented sector, providing energy efficiency improvement measures such as cavity and loft insulation, replacement heating systems and windows where appropriate. And since it began in 2015, it's supported over 30,000 households with over £136 million investment. And part of my initial decisions on this year's budget was an allocation of £7.5 million for this scheme. However, I did make a bid in the June monitoring round to the Department of Finance for an additional £3.75 million. However, that was unsuccessful. But I'll continue to press for and seek opportunities for additional funding to be made available for this vital scheme. But in addition, I have also asked my officials to bring forward a new, more ambitious fuel poverty scheme, the Warm, Healthy Home Scheme. And this new scheme will continue to offer low-income households a range of energy efficiency measures such as insulation. But in recognising the need to move towards renewables, it will also include low-carbon heating solutions and renewable technologies. Of course, interventions should not cause detriment to those less able to engage with or invest in the changes, and it should not cost householders more to heat their home after the installation of renewable technologies and decarbonisation measures. So as I have said, the new Warm Healthy Home Scheme will be more ambitious than its predecessor, and it will require significantly more investment to ensure that it can balance assisting those households most in need while contributing to reducing emissions. I do also want to mention the private rented sector. It's a key component of a thriving housing market, but too many people who rent privately are falling into fuel poverty, and that is why consideration is being given to how any new energy efficiency scheme could support that sector as well. But the overarching themes are to reduce energy consumption, to introduce lower carbon options for heating and raise standards, with policies and proposals being brought forward by my own department along with Economy, Finance and DAERA. Now, turning to social housing specifically, there's a responsibility upon social housing providers to ensure that they have strategies in place for the long-term management of their homes, both by maintaining and improving their stock. And this work includes updating insulation, doors, windows and heating systems, which will continue to contribute to increasing the energy efficiency of social homes and consequently reducing the energy usage and related cost for tenants. And my officials are also currently reviewing the Decent Homes Standard, which is a minimum standard for existing social homes and is designed to trigger landlord interventions. And the review will consider how an updated standard can enhance and improve the quality and sustainability of existing homes, improve thermal comfort for residents and potentially reduce their energy usage. And the Northern Ireland Housing Executive has a 400-unit thermal improvement pilot underway, and this £14 million investment from the Housing Executive's own income stream will be located across all 3 Housing Executive regions. And this focus on improved energy efficiency measures and the focus is also on low carbon heating, adopting renewable technologies, electric tariff changes, and improved household education. But of course, the Housing Executive is not the only social housing provider, and the Housing Executive have invited registered housing associations to bring forward energy efficiency innovation pilot schemes for new build homes through the Social Housing Development Programme. Now, I note the request to bring forward proposals for the redesign of social homes, incorporating higher energy efficiency standards and renewable energy integration. And I think that we can all be in favour of that. We want to see those higher standards. But I would just say to the member that those do come at a cost. Those come at an immediate cost, at an immediate capital cost. You may be aware of the homes that were constructed in North Belfast to passive house standards. And in some cases, we are talking about an extra 25 to 35% cost for those houses. Now, we've had this conversation in committee before, and she has said that that will pay off over time, and that may well be the case. But here's where the decision point has to be. Are we prepared to cut back on our social home building in order to build homes to that higher standard? Now, that's a legitimate point that she makes. I don't know if she's calling today or not, and I'm happy to take an intervention. If she is saying what we should be doing in the Department for Communities is building all future social homes to the passive house standards, and I'm happy to give way.
Minister, very much for giving way. Minister, how many houses have been started this year when you've got the budget? One. So can we just move something forward? If 2,000 houses are built to a passive house standard or up to that level of standard, it will save tenants a clean fortune. And that's people having more money in their pockets to spend in the local economy. So I would say to the Minister, we do need to be innovative, future-proofing homes, and we need to build them to the better standard. Or are we saying that people who live in social homes are worth less than the people can afford the Four Winds home, where it costs them £80 a month to heat and light that?
No, but there are decisions to make here. And in fact, my principal concern is with the tenants that Mr Durkin had actually referred to, because he's talking about the old Northern Ireland Housing Executive stock. And where do we put our resource? Where do we put our money? I think we should put it where it makes the most difference. And of course, we should take our standards to as high as they could be, but that comes at a cost. And if there's a decision to be made, I would rather support those that are living in houses at the minute where you can see the mould and the damp, and you can see the immediate health impacts that have. Now, I actually think the member underestimated the costs, the savings rather. The savings, I think, are actually far higher when you construct homes to passive house standards. I think it's actually only £3 or £4 a week is what was estimated for those homes at North Belfast. But I don't think that the residents that Mr Durkin was talking about are found in new social homes. They are built already to a very high standard. Could they be better? Yes. But each time you raise that standard a little bit higher, those are huge sums of money that I think could be better invested within the Housing Executive stock and retrofitting of some of those older homes instead. I'm happy to give way to... I'm sorry?
I spoke of.
In the street that he spoke of. But I can take you to housing executive homes in my own constituency that are exactly the same. So she talked about the houses that we're going to start this year, and right now, and I think that we will see an increase in this, but for the 1,000 homes that we are going to start, are we better building 1,000 homes to a relatively high standard? Or do we go even lower and maybe build only 500 or 600 homes to a much higher standard? Those are the choices, though. You see, whenever you're sitting where I have to sit day after day, those are the types of choices that you have to make. It's not just as simple as saying, go ahead, get it done. Have a bit of vision. Show some bravery. It's about choices. It's about what we do with the money. I'll happily give away.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. And I do think we should be building to the highest possible standards for social homes, because I don't think people should deserve anything less than the best. But my concern is, why build a house now that we're going to have to spend more public money on in 5 or 10 years' time to bring it up to another standard whenever we build it to the standard now? Building regulations are the past. Building regulations as they currently stand are the past. They're not the forward. So why don't you design a house that will meet our standard requirements and pass those on to the Minister for Infrastructure and Finance to make sure that building regulations coming forward are to the standard that we want for everyone in Northern Ireland?
And we can do that, but I'm saying it will come at a cost right now. And you will be the first to come in and to criticise me whenever I don't meet my house standard. And if that is the Alliance Party policy, that everything should be built to passive house standards, that's an interesting one, but I think that there does need to be a balance that is struck. And I am concerned, genuinely concerned, for those that are languishing on housing waiting lists, for those that are in temporary accommodation. And these are complex issues, and oftentimes members on that side of the House are experts in making complex issues sound simple. And often people can come here with plenty of platitudes and only a spoonful of substance. But these are the real decisions that need to be made. And quite frankly, I think we have to be honest about the cost that comes to that. And she accepts that. She accepts that we will have to have fewer social homes. And if that, she's saying it's not. Well, I'm sorry. You could treble my social housing development programme budget, but the same issues would still be there. Are we going to build fewer houses to a higher standard? And it's a perfectly legitimate argument if that's what you want to make. Or are you prepared to have that slightly lower standard but be able to build more homes? That's the question that is in front of us, and I think there is a middle way. Now, I'm not giving up on those higher standards, on more energy efficiency, and you can see the work that we're doing, but I can tell you where my focus will be. My focus will be first and foremost on retrofitting those homes that are absolutely appalling, where you have people that are living in horrific conditions, and they're spending huge amounts of money trying to keep homes at a barely warm temperature. So that's where my focus is going to be, and I will struggle to support the Alliance Party motion today, because I think there is that contradiction that is there. And I strongly disagree with what has been said on the other side of the House, and agree with my colleague Pam Cameron in regards to the Climate Change Act and the targets in 2022. Yes, they were agreed by all executive parties, but remember why that was the case. In the face of an even worse piece of legislation that came from the Green Party that spooked the Alliance, the SDLP and Sinn Féin into going against the advice of the Climate Change Committee, and we were not prepared to accept that. So yes, there was a compromise that was made at that time, and Kelly Armstrong shakes her head, but the Assembly did go against the advice at that time, and we've got ourselves tied now into targets that simply aren't achievable. And here's the thing, everybody knows that they are not achievable. Everybody knows that it's going to be impossible for us to meet these targets as they stand. And I have been very clear, and I'll say it on the floor of this chamber, they need to be reconsidered. Do I believe we need to move towards a new future? Do we want to go along that path to net zero? Absolutely. But my fear is, I'll give way in a second, my fear is that it will come at the expense, going at this speed, it will come at the expense of people, because we will sacrifice people for targets. We'll be more interested in achieving targets and getting us fast down that road as we are in looking after our population. I'll give way very briefly to Mr Carr.
Minister, for giving way. I would ask the Minister, how would he propose that we build social housing if half the city in the country is underwater?
Well, I can assure him of this, that regardless of what we do here in Northern Ireland will make no difference whatsoever to the worldwide climate. We are responsible for such a tiny, tiny proportion of emissions. Should we do our part? Yes. Should we harm ourselves in the process? Absolutely not. And I'm actually putting people first, because it's the policies that he would advocate for, that will do more damage to people right across Northern Ireland. So I will do what I can to make sure that we support those who are in need, that will retrofit where we can, where we have homes at our highest standard, but I'm not going to hurt people along the way.
Thank you. So, Colin McGrath, to wind on amendment number 3, and advise you, Colin, that you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you again to the proposers of this motion for bringing it forward, and the colleagues across the chamber for their contributions to what I think has been a very constructive debate. We may not agree on all of the details, but I think there's quite a lot that we actually do agree on, and that in this place is something to grasp a hold of. Much of what has been said today reflects what I have been hearing within my own constituency, that fuel poverty, poor insulation and those rising energy costs are not an abstract policy issue, but they're the lived realities for far too many of our constituents. I think members on all sides of the House will agree that the condition of our housing stock is simply not good enough, and that tackling this has to be a priority if we're serious about both climate action and tackling poverty. A number of members have highlighted the importance of driving down energy costs through renewables and energy security, and that is vital. But as others have pointed out, if the heat generated is simply escaping through poorly insulated windows and walls, then we are setting up people to fail. As an MLA for South Down, I see this every day. One particular moment during one of the colder elections that we fought has stayed with me. And I spoke to a woman who, due to being so cold, was wrapped in 2 blankets and begged me to take her gas canister with me when I left, because to her it was doing absolutely nothing for her. And the real issue is that her windows wouldn't close properly, and any heat that managed to fill the home was simply escaping. That was not a problem of poor heating, but of poor insulation and shoddy house building. And as many members here will have heard in their own constituencies, that story is not unique. Several colleagues rightly drew attention to the longer-term impact on health, on poverty and on economic inactivity. And we know that prolonged exposure to the cold contributes to illness. We know it keeps people out of work, and we know it locks families into poverty. And that is why the SDLP have tabled this amendment. What we are calling for is clear. It's cross-departmental working, because this is not an issue for one minister alone. It demands cooperation between communities, economy, infrastructure and finance, and it demands more than words. It demands a credible, low-carbon housing roadmap with measurable targets for retrofitting, improved standards for new builds and targeted support for low-income households. The amendment we have proposed is based on the detailed proposals set out in Building Firm Foundation's housing paper from ourselves, which was a plan to deliver warmer, more affordable and more sustainable homes across the north. It reflects our approach as a serious and constructive opposition, one that brings forward new ideas and credible policy solutions and not just criticism. Some members today have spoke about the scale of the challenge, and they are right. It is absolutely enormous. In 2021, the UK's Construction Leadership Council estimated that it would take 20 years and cost around £525 billion to retrofit Britain's 29 million homes. That figure underlines both the scale of what is ahead, but also the scale of ambition that we must bring to this. And while the North is, of course, smaller in scale, the challenge here is just as urgent. I also want to echo points made by others about the future. The reality is that we are still building the houses of the past, even as we move into the future. Grania Long of the Housing Executive has been absolutely clear. We need action now and a retrofitting fund to support it. If we do not invest today, we will only pay more tomorrow. So I urge members to support the amendment. Now is the time to set out a credible, coordinated, ambitious roadmap for a low-carbon housing, to give people homes that are warm and affordable, and to show that in tackling the climate crisis, we are also tackling fuel poverty, economic inactivity and inequality. Because, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this is not just about climate policy. It's about dignity, it's about health and the futures of the people that we all represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I now call on Philip Brett to wind on amendment number 2. And you also have 5 minutes, Philip. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the public are used to, when they hear debates in this chamber, of parties being accused, normally us being accused of gaslighting the public. But we've just had people stand up, read scripted remarks that they know are factually incorrect. So let's introduce some facts into this debate here today. We're getting lectured by the Alliance Party on meeting legal targets set by 2030, when just last week their own minister approved 1,000 additional hours of fossil fuel production. And they come to this chamber now and lecture the DUP, call the DUP climate change deniers. The ones who are continuing... No, actually, it was a member of the Alliance Party, but I appreciate your commentary, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, during my remarks. The Alliance Party's position on this is clear, and let's introduce facts. What is the current percentage of renewable energy produced here in Northern Ireland at present? I'll give way to the proposer of the motion if she knows the answer. See, so they don't know the answer. The current position, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is that it is 43. I give you your opportunity, Ms Armstrong. You didn't take it. It's 43%. What they're now saying in this motion today is that we're going to get to 80% in less than 5 years' time. And what is the great solution that the Alliance Party are putting forward to achieve that? They're going to redesign future social homes. The then member, Ms Armstrong, went on to articulate how we were going to do that, and that was going to be put a battery in their roof. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Alliance Party's actions as to how we're going to double our production of renewable energy is to change building regulations which don't even come under the remit of the minister they're attacking here today and put a few batteries in their roof. That is not a sustainable position, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and the party need to be honest with the... I will give way.
Thank you very much for giving way. I think the member is trying to misrepresent the motion that's been laid before you today. We need homes for the future that will help people living in Northern Ireland, not in fantasy land. We dumped £94 million worth of wind renewable energy in Q1 and Q2. Why was that not pumped into the homes of people who are living in the most vulnerable conditions?
The member's an extra minute.
I wholeheartedly agree with the position that you make, the points that you make in relation to the grid connection here in Northern Ireland and the ability to draw that down. But your motion did not mention any of this because that falls under the Department for the Economy. And I'm going to set out, I'm not a climate change denier, but I'm going to set out why we're not going to meet the targets, because our energy policy in Northern Ireland is an absolute basket case. We have no renewable energy support scheme that was promised that legislation would be introduced this year and that the auction would take place. That has been delayed. We have no long-term storage policy for energy, which the member actually has articulated the need for, but does not mention it in the motion. We have no grid connection policy, so even if we do produce that energy, it can't be drawn down. We have no socialisation policy, which was promised last year, which means even if we do try to build these new homes can't even benefit it or connect to it. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, let's deal in fact. This was a perfect opportunity, and the member, Mr Honeyford, gets this issue, and he gets this issue, and he had a really good opportunity to bring forward a motion that we could have all supported, that was a cross-cutting issue, calling for the Minister for Communities to play his role, the Minister for Finance in relation to regulations, the Minister for the Economy, and I and him bang our heads off the wall at committee week after week. This is a complex issue, and Mr Aiken gets criticised by members in this House, but he gets it, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. But putting a battery in a roof or the future design of houses are not going to meet this target. And when we don't meet these targets in 2030, it was not this party that lied to the public.
I don't think you should accuse anybody of lying, Philip, but... Yes, go ahead.
Could you outline in your remarks there who I accused of lying? Because I said this party did not lie. I did not accuse anyone of lying, so I'd ask you to withdraw that remark.
No, I appreciate you saying that, but it's, you know, it's just in keeping with the debate. You shouldn't really say it, but that's fair enough. You've said it now. It's on the record. I called Diana Armstrong to wind on amendment number 1. And you advise that, Diana, you've got 5 minutes. And also just to remind members that when members are speaking, they need to be heard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the proposers and the contributors to the amendments and the debate today. Excuse me. In closing on this amendment, I wish to emphasise that this debate is a matter of energy security. It strengthens the crux of the motion and the underlying structural issues that must be addressed to ensure affordable and secure energy for all. And yes, it's about affordability and fairness for households and businesses, and this is critical to address fuel poverty. But the UUP amendment speaks to the reality of energy constraints across Northern Ireland. We cannot continue to accept vague reassurances from the Department that there is no problem with our infrastructure, but recent security of supply issues at Kilroot suggest otherwise. We have long acknowledged the importance of tackling fuel poverty whilst reducing emissions, but we cannot achieve this if our grid remains outdated and underinvested. It is currently unfit for the scale of renewable energy we need, failing consumers in the process. The call for an independent review of Sony and NIE networks is not about apportioning blame, but about ensuring that the infrastructure that underpins our energy system is robust and delivering value for money. We must understand the disparity in the connection costs between here and Great Britain and why our progress on grid upgrades continue to lag behind. And the public, they are forced to bear the brunt of the costs. They deserve transparency on the state of our grid. The amendment has already highlighted the need for clear incentives for green hydrogen and anaerobic digestion, and these technologies require a route to market and a framework that supports this innovation. So, in closing, I just thank the members for their contributions today. Yes?
Just ask the member one simple point. Your motion or your amendment talks about joining Ofgem. Do they seriously believe that we are better served going to London to be the regulator that's looking at England rather than actually having our own people looking after ourselves?
Diana, you have an extra minute.
I do, thank you, and thank you for that intervention. So just in closing, I just want to thank others for contributing, and I would urge you to support the amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Sean Mulholland to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and advise you, Sean, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I just want to start by echoing the points made earlier, especially by my colleagues, that this is about fairness. It is about social justice, it is about value, and it is about the urgent need for leadership and co-working. Before I wind up on the debate, I just want to address a specific point as a representative for North Antrim, one of the most rural constituencies that we have here in this region, and I see the reality of energy costs every week, and rural households, I believe, face a double burden. First, there's the fuel type. Nearly half the homes in Northern Ireland heat with oil, and that's a far cry from the position in Great Britain. But in rural areas, that's typically 4 and 5. Off the gas grid, families have to rely on oil. There's no other option. Unlike gas or electricity, where you can spread those payments, whether it's monthly via a bill or on a meter. Oil usually has to be bought up front, usually with the minimum order, and the smallest drum or those emergency top-ups are so much higher per litre and often come with those call-out fees. On top of that, prices swing with the global markets. There's no social tariff that Mr Durkin had commented on as well for the heat and oil, and there's no way to smooth those costs through a meter and no effective price cap, and that's the very essence of a poverty premium. Yep, go on ahead.
There was a degree of guffawing of laughter from your party when we talked about Ofgem. One of the things that Ofgem insists upon is a minimum price and a maximum price. So would that not be appropriate for where we are?
I don't think there's any laughter from where I'm sitting, but that's fine, thank you. In terms of the poverty premium, it's people who, with the very least, who pay more and the least secure form of heat. Secondly, then, in terms of that rural issue, is the bricks and mortar. So rural dwellings are typically older, typically larger, and are far less energy efficient than urban counterparts. Only a very small fraction of rural social homes achieve those top EPC ratings. And the motion, I believe, rightly recognises the link between poor insulation, between rising energy costs and fuel poverty. In rural constituencies like mine, that link is painfully clear. So the redesign of social homes has to not just be about bricks and mortar, it has to be about that fairness, the ambition and innovation that we talked about, and delivering the most affordable warmth to those who need it most. And I really do look forward to hearing more about the Minister's Healthy Warm Home Scheme Committee, and to hear just how ambitious it is. And I hope that there will be a tangible impact then that will be seen to those who do need that intervention most. So I look forward to that. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the human impact of all of this is measurable where I come from. I always try and bring the human element of things to everything that we talk about, because at the end of the day it is the people that we represent that matter the most. And warmer, energy efficient homes are linked to better physical health, better mental health, and especially for those vulnerable households, while local retrofit evaluations show upgrades keeping average indoor temperatures at around 21 degrees Celsius and cutting those energy bills by about a third, reducing household emissions by about 2/3, fabric improvements, low temperature, continuous heating can reduce that damp and mould that again Mr Durkin had referenced. But if it's not rolled out on a wider scale, it will end up costing the public purse in the long run. Cold homes mean more pressure on health and social care, and while that's not within the gift of your department, Minister, it is in the gift of this as an assembly in terms of our joint working approaches. As Kelly highlighted, the upfront investment in better standards is not just a luxury, it is a necessity that pays for itself many times over in those lower bills and better health outcomes overall. And we know it works. You know, the Housing Executive and the associations have trialled retrofits, proper insulation, air tightness, triple glazing, air source, heat pumps and solar PV. Tenants have seen those bills fall, and scaling that across the province will not only cut our bills and our emissions, but it will create good local jobs, joined up government, fairness for every constituent no matter where they live. I just want to make a couple of references around the Climate Change Act. Yes, it sets binding targets, and unfortunately, we cannot move away from those ambitious targets. We simply can't. As David Honeyford has said, those are ambitious targets for a reason. And the Minister said in the past that he would rather avoid targets than risk missing them. But I and my party believe in setting ambitious targets, ambitious goals, because if we do fall short, we're still moving forward. That's the point. If we inspire effort, we drive progress, and we achieve so much more than we would by ever playing it safe. And I know that you're shaking your head, but it's the same thing with the child poverty. And with poverty, we talk about the risk of missing targets. Why not aim for more? Why not aim for ambitious targets and actually achieve more than just playing it as we've always played it? In reference to Ms Cameron's comments from the Climate Action Plan financial assessment, there's an overall neutral financial position impact from those policies and proposals that are outlined in the draft climate change plan. That's anticipated. So an overall positive and social economic impact with minor effects, that's what's to be expected. So Northern Ireland is actually predicted to make a net saving by the fourth carbon budget. Is that not worth continuing to strive for? If we can actually start to make a net saving. The reality is the climate change actions are a spend to save exercise, and we cannot afford on so many levels to walk back from those targets, not just financially, but in terms of our society. Not sure if we'll go quite as far as Mr Carroll in terms of half of the properties being underwater. I think that is maybe a doomsday position to be coming from, but it is there's some risk there. And as someone who lives on the coast, even more so. But those aren't, for us, that's not an abstract number. They're commitments to protect people from the actual cost, the very real cost of inaction. Because if we fail to meet energy efficiency and renewable goals, it doesn't spare people, it just leaves them colder, poorer and further behind. So it's my belief that we have to commit to two tracks in parallel. Are you going to talk about houses going underwater, Terry? Because I'm not sure that we need that right now.
It was very Deputy Speaker-esque of you, but no offence in general. The point I was going to make is the Minister earlier on, his comments said, in basically how can we both build homes and build homes that are energy efficient. Would she agree with me that the way we could maybe do that is if we reduce rents over time and obviously a lot of money going to the landlords through universal credit and support systems through housing benefit?
I think there are ways that we can look at this. Now, I'm not entirely sure that what the member has outlined that would be the best way forward, but there are ways that I think, again, For me, this is about working together. It's about the joined-up nature across departments. And I think for me, it always falls back to one of the failings and one of the weaknesses of this place is that we work in silos. So often ministers are scrutinised only for the actions within their own department, when things like fuel poverty, things like how we could actually save right across, particularly people in poverty, it's so cross-cutting that it just is so difficult because of how this assembly is made up. But in terms of our two tracks, I think that we have a choice here in terms of that retrofitting the homes that we already have, particularly those coldest, costliest to heat, and in my point of view, the rural stock, but also to build those new social houses that people need to be low energy and renewable ready from day one. As Kelly said in this motion, and I always talk about when we talk about poverty, it is not whether we can afford to do both, it's whether we can afford not to. And again, the spend to save model, whilst I understand, Minister, what you're saying in terms of the budgetary constraints that your department is under, but is there not a way, and that's what we're asking for, is to work across departments, look at where the savings can be made right across the board. This isn't just about your department, and I understand that that's the only scrutiny that we have, particularly as we sit on the Communities Committee, but there has to be a joined-up approach to all of this, and that's where I think that there's a missing link. If the Assembly passes this motion, I think it will send a clear message to the Executive to align the budgets, work across departments, improve skills and procurement so that retrofitting and new build can move forward together and turn fuel poverty into affordable and safe warm homes and waiting lists into house keys in pockets. So again, Minister, I look forward to the warm, healthy home scheme that you're bringing forward, and I would just implore those in the House to support what we have put forward today.
Thank you, Sian. So before I put the question on amendment number 1, I would remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on amendments 2 or 3. So the question is that amendment number 1, standing in the names of Steve Aiken, Diana Armstrong, Andy Allen and Robbie Butler be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Okay. So amendment number 1, standing in the names of Steve Aiken, Diana Armstrong, Andy Allen and Robbie Butler be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't we have any noes? Okay. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers for the noes are Andrew McMurray and Sean Mulholland. Sorry, tellers for the rights, the ayes, are Steve Aiken and Diana Armstrong. Tellers for the noes are Andrew McMurray and Sean Mulholland. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Order. Order. Order, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Clerk, would you please read the result?
70 members voted. 27 members voted aye. 43 members voted no. The amendment falls.
The amendment falls. So the question is that amendment number 2, standing in the names of Pam Cameron and Maurice Bradley, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't we have any noes? Okay, I've been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)(a) brackets B that there is an agreement between that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight into the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Okay, thank you. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Pam Cameron and Philip Brett. Tellers for the noes are John Blair and Andrew McMurray. Clear the lobbies, the Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. Order, members. Thank you. Clerk, would you please read the result?
64 members voted, 21 members voted aye, 43 members voted no. The amendment falls.
The amendment falls. So the question is that the amendment number 3, standing in the names of Sinead McLaughlin and Mark Durgan, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Thank you. Okay, members. Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Patsy McGlone and Justin McNulty. Tellers for the noes are David Brooks and Peter Morton. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. secure the doors. Okay, everyone. Members, can you please resume your seats? Thank you. Clerk, would you read the result?
68 members voted. 47 members voted aye. 21 members voted no. The amendment is agreed.
So, okay, so the amendment is agreed. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any noes? No. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, everyone. Order, everyone. Order. Okay, tellers have been appointed as follows. So tellers for the ayes are Danny Donnelly and Andrew McMurray. Tellers for the noes are Peter Morton and Brian Kingston. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Here are the doors. Okay. Thank you, members. Thank you. Clerk, would you please read the result?
66 members voted. 45 members voted aye. 21 members voted no. The motion as amended is carried.
So the motion amended is carried. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're just going to take our ease until moving to adjournment debate. Thank you.
Item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Justin McNulty to raise the matter of supporting the apple growing industry in Newry and Armagh. I call Justin McNulty, and you have up to 15 minutes. Over to you, Justin.
I am grateful for the opportunity to bring this adjournment debate before the Assembly today on a matter that is close to the heart of many families and communities in County Armagh, the future of our apple industry. I am standing here beside a dairy girl. Another dairy girl, Diona Doherty, on a recent podcast spoke about a most enjoyable experience with her family picking apples in an Orchard County orchard. I have to say, I fully agree with Diona, as just a few weeks ago, my son and I joined the McLeanan family on the Tullysiren Road near Blackwater Town to help collecting a few tonnes of Armagh's famous Bramley apples. It was wonderful for the body, for the mind and for the soul. And I also enjoyed some of the apples we picked, which were uniquely fresh and had a distinct taste. We are proud to call Armagh the Orchard County. It's a name steeped in heritage, built on generations of hard work, skill and care. Armagh can trace its relationship with apples back to evidence of them growing close to our historic Navan Fort as far back as 1000 BC. For centuries, families across our county have planted, tended, harvested and sold the finest apples in Ireland. Armagh Bramley apples hold protected geographical indication status, a status they share with Cumber potatoes and Lough Neagh eels and champagne. However, despite this status, 90% of the apples consumed here are imported. Just 10% are homegrown. And I want to make this point at the outset. Anyone can import apples, but not everyone can plant them, grow them, nurture them, harvest them and bring them to market. That takes experience, patience and a deep local knowledge. It's part of the culture. It's a proud tradition. The apple orchards are an integral part of who we are in Armagh. Yet today, our apple growers are struggling, not because of a lack of passion or skill, but because they are left behind by a system that gives them no support. In the Republic, apple growers can access between 20 to 40% grant aid. They also receive support for plant and equipment. That assistance is helping growers expand and processors expand, modernise and stay competitive. But here in the north, there is no equivalent support. Zero. Our growers are being forced to compete on an uneven playing field. Some are even planting new orchards in the south simply because the support is there and not here. They are literally upping sticks and moving south. That cannot be right. Minister Muir has met with growers and industry representatives and I acknowledge that engagement. But since the positive words, there has been no progress, no action and no tangible support. Meanwhile, the pressure on our growers is only increasing. Minister, where is the support for the new orchards? Where are the incentives for new entrants? Supermarkets across Ireland are crying out for Irish-grown produce. There's a massive appetite for local apples, but our producers simply can't meet that demand, not because they don't want to, but because they can't afford to. They are crying out for help. Many of our local orchards, the ones that give us our heritage, now need to be grubbed out and replanted. The market has shifted. The market has changed. There's been a generational shift. People are not baking apple tarts anymore, and the cider market, which many relied on, has dropped dramatically, with Clonmel now only taking 30% of what was expected from the 2025 harvest. The juicers and dicers only need so much. Years ago, a grower could get £100 per bin. Now they're lucky to get 50 or 60. That's just not sustainable. One grower said to me recently, "Justin, I could plant 1,000 acres of gala apples and still not have enough." The potential is there, the ambition is there, but without support, they simply cannot make it happen. Setting up even a basic grading and flotation system can cost £750,000. That's out of reach for most small family-owned orchards. The apple growing industry section in Deira is, by the industry's own words, the forgotten section. The research capacity within AFBI has effectively downed tools when it comes to orchards and apple production. There's no pipeline of innovation or technical support to sustain or modernise or reinvigorate the industry. And when you look at the support structures, the difference is stark. In the south, if a storm hits, there's an immediate relief fund. Here, there's nothing. Even the paperwork for investor and support is so complicated and cumbersome that many small agri-businesses take one look at it and say, "I saw this. I'll just try and figure out a way to raise the money myself." That's not how you encourage growth or innovation. And it's disappointing that the Economy Minister is not here to hear this debate. Ireland is far too small an island to have two completely different regimes when it comes to agriculture and agri-food support. Minister, what are you doing? What is the Economy Minister doing to mirror the regulatory and support systems for farmers and growers and associated agri-businesses? A little North status quo approach will not save an industry that's on its feet. The truth is that the apple industry in Armagh, once vibrant and financially sustainable for parents, grandparents, uncles and aunts of growers and producers, is now struggling to survive. But it doesn't have to be this way. We need a clear policy shift, a strategy to move from over-reliance on Bramleys to eating apple varieties and to ensure that our growers can compete fairly across this island. We need Deira and the Minister to engage seriously with the industry to put in place targeted support, grants, research, investment and growing and production assistance that can rebuild confidence and capacity in a proud sector. So I say to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, I say to the Minister for Economy, please think big. Please demonstrate some vision. Please show some pride in our people and place. Please support an Indigenous industry that is just waiting to take off. Give people, businesses and family hope. Can you imagine Armagh apples glimmering freshly on the shelves of every supermarket in Ireland and beyond? That is the potential. That is the BHAG, the big, hairy, audacious goal. It is achievable if this place for once ignited a spark of hope that could reverberate through the generations. How do you like them apples, Minister? But this isn't just about apples. It's about sustaining family farms, rural communities and a piece of our cultural identity that has shaped Armagh for generations, for centuries. Let's make sure that Orchard County lives up to its name, not just in memory, but in reality.
Thank you very much indeed, Justin. And all our speakers will have approximately 7 minutes. And I call Cathal Boylan. Cathal.
Yes, Can Corleon, could I thank the member for bringing the debate to the floor today. Yes, Can Corleon, those of us from the Orchard County know that apple growing here in the north has huge potential, not just for our economy but for our environment too. Local orchards are part of our rural heritage and they can play a real role in tackling the climate change crisis through carbon capture and reducing food miles. But I and my party also recognise the challenges that come with conventional farming methods used by the apple industry, like pesticide use and nutrient runoff. That's why more and more growers are turning to sustainable practices, things like integrated pest management and organic methods to protect biodiversity and improve soil health. Therefore, I welcome a recent announcement by the Dear Minister, the 300,000 investment that is headed for Armagh. And I also welcome comments previously made by the Minister that his department is also working with the apple industry through CAFRE in the delivery of industry training, knowledge and technology transfer to meet their needs. Last Cancoila, I know from conversations I have had with those working in the industry that labour shortages are impacting on them at present. One person I spoke with simply put it that the shortage of labour since Brexit has been a disaster for our sector. There must be a concerted effort to support the industry to recruit the workers needed to ensure that this industry thrives. In closing, Last Concordia, I want to see the apple industry in Armagh and across the north flourish, and we in Sinn Féin will continue to support farmers and orchard owners who are leading the way in building a cleaner, fairer food future, and I look forward to the comments from the Minister. Cormail Moggett.
Speaker, with between 4,000 and 5,000 acres of orchards dedicated to growing apples in the Armagh area, it is clearly an important local element of the horticultural sector in the region. Unfortunately for me, boundary changes moved about 90% of apple growers into my colleague's constituency. But having said that, securing PGI status for the Armagh Bramley back in 2012 was hard work for and very welcomed. It has been a very unique and valued selling point, not only for the Bramley variety in the Armagh area, but for apples generally and all the various varieties and apple-based products. Whether it is the unique and very tasty Bramley apple tart, or the various apple juices and ciders produced in the area, I do wholeheartedly commend all those associated with the sector for making their apple produce such a success. Of course, many difficulties and challenges for the sector. As with all food-related sectors and market forces play a very important role in the profits and losses associated with the apple harvest each season. Last year I recalled from my discussions with growers, it was a reasonably good year, high demand for the produce, and with that came a return for the growers and their efforts associated with the harvesting of the crop. This year the crop is significant, with very favourable growing conditions that have been enjoyed all throughout the summer. That has had a major impact on the market, with abundance of supply, and in turn prices taking a downward turn, which undoubtedly has caused concern amongst producers. The Bramley variety is only one of the 3 products in Northern Ireland that has achieved PGI status. And whilst this status is very welcome, very important, there's still a massive amount of work, energy and resource put into growing apples and harvesting them. With the vast majority of apples being processed by a number of local processors and sold mainly in the UK mainland market and in the Irish Republic to bakeries for producing tarts and the like. I know the Minister's alluded to various support schemes, including the Farm Sustainability Transition Payment and the Sustainable Agriculture Programme. He has highlighted the monies that will be paid against land and area registered commercial orchards. There is a concern, and I have heard it directly from growers, that the harvest this year, whilst plentiful, will be at a much lower value than previous harvests. This does represent a worry for growers, and I ask the Minister to explain to the House what measures he can deploy to assist growers in what is a challenging time.
Thank you.
Mr Deputy Speaker. As Alliance DAERA spokesperson, can I sincerely thank the member for highlighting this important and overlooked industry through bringing this adjournment debate to the House. Our local growers and horticultural sectors must always be recognised amid large-scale production, as they are essential for local communities as well as the local economy. I observed this firsthand during a recent DAERA Committee visit to a farm garden in Carrickfergus, which underscored the significance of locally produced sustainable food for both consumers and chefs in that region. And there are examples of this, of course, right across Northern Ireland. County Armagh in particular is renowned both locally and internationally for its world-class apple orchards. These apples are essential ingredients in products such as ciders, juices and sauces. They support countless local families, sustain many small businesses and preserve cultural traditions that span generations. The orchards also serve as major tourist attraction and are central to festivals like the Armagh Apple Blossom Festival. However, this vital industry faces significant challenges. Climate change is altering rainfall patterns and increasing extreme weather events. Rising input costs are also a challenge, as are labour shortages, and market fluctuations further strain the sector. The Ulster Farmers Union reports that over 75% of Northern Ireland's apple growers saw reduced profitability in 2023. I know, however, that the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs is dedicated to promoting and supporting local produce, as shown by the recent funding allocated to the area through the Sustainable Agricultural Programme, as well as through the, his ongoing commitment to nature-friendly farming schemes. I look forward to hearing more details from the Minister about the efforts being made to support this sector in particular, which is so vital to our economy, our environment, as well as to biodiversity. Apple growing is not just fundamental to our rural economy, it is also key to food security, ensuring that high-quality homegrown produce reaches tables across Northern Ireland. Too often, we overlook the journey our food takes and the dedication of those behind the scenes. Thanks again to the member for raising this and giving us the opportunity for this important reflection today, and I look forward to hearing more from the Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, John. I call Jonathan Buckley. Jonathan.
Deputy Speaker, and I hadn't planned to speak in today's debate, but as a proud son of the Orchard County, I think it would be remiss if I didn't add something to the debate. I want to thank the member for Newry and Armagh for bringing this debate today. He, probably like me, has many fond memories of growing up in the Orchard County and how important and how symbolic the apple has been to our county for generations. Mr. Irwin has alluded to the fact 90% of said apple growing is now into my own constituency in Upper Bann. I've effectively lived among the orchards all of my life, and it's certainly something that has immense pride locally. North Armagh has certainly demonstrated its worth in terms of its growing potential, and the fertile ground has sustained many generations. I myself have picked apples, my father, my grandfather. It was something that was infamous to local families at this particular time of year, and I think of those many farmers who are carrying out such tasks even as we speak. But they do face significant issues, and it has been alluded to today. So firstly, and the big one which we can't solve in this room, is indeed weather conditions. The industry itself suffers from weather volatility, which can affect crop and can affect prices in year on year, and therefore it's very hard for those apple growers to have sustainable, steady income when there is such volatility. We have price volatility based on demands elsewhere. It has been alluded to that whilst we do produce quite a large tonnage in terms of apples locally, largely we are susceptible to global forces when it comes to the import of apples. And also, can I say, it is also an issue of the age of orchards. As I was growing up, particularly in and around my home area, there was orchards everywhere. But some of those orchards were indeed old by the time that I have grown up, and therefore have been replaced. And the problem has been that many that were involved in the industry took the decision not to replace old orchards with new orchards, and farm diversification has led many from the sector. But many proud families still exist, still determined to ensure that this industry survives. There's been much good work done locally to try to enhance the tourism opportunities existing with the apple, in particular the Bramley apple, and the Blossom Sundays and tours that have operated. I remember my wife from Lisburn, whenever we first started to court and she came down to County Armagh, she had never seen an orchard. And I thought to myself, it's very strange, because I couldn't imagine life without them, given my locality. But particularly in recent times, the attraction to those across Northern Ireland to come to orchards and to view what the produce has to offer, and indeed what the spin-off has been in terms of some of cider production and other things, has really been a source of encouragement. Wildlife in particular, I look to the wildlife that has prospered in many areas due to the significant presence of orchards. So I would say to the Minister, and I've spoke to apple growers and I've asked them before this debate, if there was one thing could be done to help them, what would it be? And my colleague has alluded to it and sort of the variety of support schemes that are in place or potentially could be in place, and the need to try to integrate into the single farm payment something in relation to the planting of orchards. We know that the planting of trees has a significant positive spin-off for our environment and wildlife, and I think there is a significant case to be made that such intervention would be targeted specific to those that are replanting orchards for the benefit of this industry. There's also a great need to get those small number of producers together in a room, and I know this has happened previously, to try to ensure that the processors do not have the whip hand when it comes to a price for their product. That's important. I think that's certainly something government can do to help going forward. But I look forward to what the Minister has to say. I thank the member again for bringing this, and it is sure to say that if we are to ensure that this industry not only survives but thrives, that there is tangible support packages in place to benefit those growers who will stick at this industry. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I call on the Minister. And Minister, you've got up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. As Minister, I'm very aware of the importance of the apple harvest to growers in County Armagh in terms of the positive impact that it delivers for the economy, the environment and biodiversity in the region. As before taking up this post, I often visited the Orchard County, and I've bought apples from the Orchard County and made both apple pie and apple crumble. And also in 2020, I planted an apple tree in my own garden, and those apples have been used for consumption at home in terms of amazing apple crumble, which my mum has made, but also they've been given to Highbank College in terms of the use by the horse on site, and they've been very eagerly taken up. So I'm very, very aware of the benefits of apples. I've been down there as Minister. I've met with the producers and processors, and I understand the importance of this to agriculture, to the local society, and also to the economy. I want to outline that land use for commercial production of apples is eligible for financial support under my department's Farm Sustainability Transition Payment. It will continue to be eligible as the scheme transitions to the Farm Sustainability Payment within the Sustainable Agriculture Programme in 2026. On the 1st of September of this year, my department commenced the 2025 Farm Sustainability Transition Payment to farm businesses. A total of £299,388 was paid against land in County Armagh registered for use as commercial orchards. This includes payments to commercial apple growers. Since 2015, funding total £123,758 has been awarded for projects delivered through my department's Northern Ireland Regional Food Programme for promotional activities associated with the annual Food and Cider Weekend, which I enjoyed just recently. This funding has supported a wide range of activities, all of which focus on celebrating the region's PGI status and in terms of the Armagh Bramley apple. As part of this year's Food and Cider Festival, as I said, I recently attended the Apple Spirits Tasting Masterclass in Armagh, and I was pleased to learn more about the journey of the apple from the orchard to a range of finished products. This year's festival was awarded £14,100 from the Regional Food Programme. My department is also working with the apple industry through CAFRI in the delivery of industry training, knowledge and technology transfer to meet their needs. The support includes disseminating modelling reports to growers on the influence of environmental conditions on pest and disease risk. CAFRI's Lockery College also helps the top fruit industry by providing technical support, advice and training relating to the processing and packaging of apples and apple products. Commercial apple growers who hold a Category 1 or 2 Farm Business ID can also avail of support through the Horticulture Pilot Scheme. The scheme, which will be delivered as part of the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, comprises 3 pilot sub-schemes: the Sustainable Sector Growth Groups Pilot Scheme, Growers Training and Support Pilot Scheme, and Innovation Driver and Support Pilot Scheme. Public awareness sessions to publicise the scheme are ongoing and have included sessions with apple growers. Yeah, no problem.
Giving way and also highlighting what potential support is there. But would he accept that whether it's the Farm Sustainability Transition Payment or others, the feeling is among the industry that the support available is far below the costs associated with both production and vice volatility, and that if we want to ensure the growth and sustainability of the industry, there needs to be more intervention? Is that something that the Minister will or has given consideration to in his time in office?
I'm coming on to that. So, applications for the Sustainable Sector Growth Groups and Growers Training and Support Scheme will open on the 31st of October. In addition, under the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, the Department is developing the Sustainable Farming Investment Scheme, which will provide financial support for equipment and technology to improve environmental performance and business efficiency. It is proposed that the scheme will be open to all primary production sectors, including apple growers, and I've been engaging with the Finance Minister in relation to the funding for that. More information on this new scheme will be announced in the coming months. In conclusion, I know Mr McNulty referenced the arrangements in the south of Ireland, and perhaps that gets to the core of the contribution that Mr McNulty made. And if I just want to peel back that issue, I just want to highlight that whilst I'm aware of the support schemes that are available in the south, if you notice the budget today from the Irish Government, they're struggling with surpluses whilst we're struggling with deficits. So the financial position we have in Northern Ireland is challenging. I will continue to engage with the Finance Minister so we can deliver the support, most particularly in relation to the Sustainable Farming Investment Scheme. As Minister, I will continue to engage with the sector. I understand the importance of this, and I'm someone who's very keen to see apple growing expanded because Armagh is indeed the orchard county. It's known for that, and we should celebrate that.
Thank you, everybody, and that concludes the adjournment debate. The Assembly is now adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.